to join us as we organize this annual event. I'm happy to note that a number of organizations and individuals continue to pick interest in being part of these annual events. With less than 10 partners organizations in 2018, I'm very happy to note that we are now 90 partner organizations working with the Ministry of Water and Environment to organize this regional and national Uganda Water and Environment Week celebrations. I therefore wish to thank all those partners and stakeholders who have worked tirelessly with my ministry over the last 8 years to ensure that the Water and Environment Week takes place every year and becomes bigger and better. I wish also to thank the team from the Water Resources Institute. That is the engine that keeps the Uganda Water and Environment Week moving for the good work they continue to do every year. I would like in a very special way to thank the members of the national and regional organizing committees for their tireless efforts that have contributed to making WEC events at national and regional level very colorful and impactful. To the ministry teams from the 6 regions, thank you for embracing Uganda Water and Environment Week and for mobilizing relevant stakeholders at regional levels to participate in the regional celebrations. To the gallant sons and daughters of Uganda, the workers from the Workers Association of Uganda that work every year for the cause of water, environment, and climate change, we are proud of you. You have covered 317 kilometers in just 12 days and continue to do wonders as you raise awareness about water, environment, and climate change issues. Please keep it up. In a very special way, I'd like to thank the youth for their interest and active participation. And this year, for the first time, we have the Miss Climate Change event that was organized by the youth at their own cost. And I would like, in a very special way, to ask the Miss Climate Change Uganda and the runner-up to stand for recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda Water and Environment Week cannot have any meaning without your participation. We thank you for sparing your valuable time to join us this year once again. Your contributions are all very much valued and appreciated. I thank you and wish you a fruitful week. With this, I'd like to call upon our Minister, Honorable Beatrice Atimanywa, to come in, give her remarks, and then invite our chief guests. We are moving quickly because today is Cabinet Day and the guest of honor has an agenda during Cabinet. Please bear with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS Dr. Alfred Okiri. Our chief guest, the Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, the Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister, the UNDP representative, the Archbishop's representative, the honorable members of Parliament present, all the invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a bright day. Right Honorable Chief Guest, we have a bright day and we are very humbled to welcome you to this ministry. We are so grateful that you came. I wish to welcome you really heartily for accepting this invitation, not only as our chief guest, but as a colleague. It is most appreciated on behalf of my ministry And I also want to bring you greetings from my senior minister, Honorable Cheptoris, who is disposed. He should have been here with us, but he sends warm greetings. He appreciates. I talked to him last night. I wish to welcome everybody for this 8th, this Water and Environment Day, which has commenced today, 17th March, and it is going to end on Friday, 21st. Our guest, Uganda Water and Environment Week, is a week-long event that is organized annually by my ministry through the Water Resources Institute. The event has evolved and grown to become a flagship program for advocacy, influencing, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum. Over the years, the event has attracted a cross-section of water and environment actors and stakeholders at the national, regional, and international levels, including high-level politicians, cultural and religious leaders, academia, amongst others. During the last year's event, related to water and environment, climate change have been held at the national and regional and international levels too. The Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025, therefore, has given a special attention to the outcomes and recommendations of this very event and will explore their implications to Uganda. Right Honorable Chief Guest, the UWEC, the Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is a resource for enhancing, that is its theme, for enhanced resilience and improved income and livelihood, is the theme we have advocated for discussion. All this will be aimed at generating and sharing knowledge and information on water and environment resource and how to address challenges these resources are faced. Our chief guest, whereas Uganda is considered to be endowed with water and environment resources, it is important to note that these resources are dwindling amidst the climate change challenges that include the high population growth, poverty, industrialization, and the effect of climate change, among others. Uganda is therefore one of the countries that is highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change due to the exposure to the climatic hazards and its limited capacity to cope up with the climatic shocks. Climate change severely impacts the vital sectors of the economy, exacerbating the vulnerability of the population and reduces the effectiveness of government socio-economic development efforts. Climate change has been projected to cost $3.2 to $5.9 billion per year, with the most impacts registered on the water, energy, agriculture, and infrastructure if no climate action is taken as per now. Dear Chief Guest, the reviews of the various national development plan from NDP 1 to NDP 3 has been attributing the failure to achieve the country's development targets, especially on economic growth, employment, and export volumes, and income poverty largely to climate change and its impacts, considering that Ugandan's economy is largely nature-based. Accordingly, while Uganda's boast of remarkable biodiversity within her protected areas, the integrity of her natural landscapes beyond these designated zones are greatly diminished over time. Deforestation, degradation of forests, grasslands, and wetlands have become prevalent, while quality of the lakes, rivers, and other water bodies has significantly declined. Additionally, soil fertility is on a downward trend, posing considerable challenge to a sustainable agricultural practice. The rapid growth of Uganda's population exhibits these challenges as it increases pressure on the natural resources. Dear guests of honor, the forum like this provides an opportunity to discuss issues affecting water and environment resources with a view of collectively determining the course of action. This is the reason why my ministry has maintained the Uganda Water and Environment Week over the last 8 years. We are now living in ever-changing environment, and these are many emerging issues of all the time, which calls for continuous engagements and dialogue with all actors and stakeholders. We are therefore determined to continue holding these events annually. We appreciate the government for recognizing the importance of water and environment resources by putting in place policy and legal framework for their sustainable development and management. Our dear guests, despite the above recognitions, the ministry is faced with many challenges which are greatly constrained implementation of its core functions and attainment of mandate. And this includes, but not limited to them, one, the inadequate financing of key interventions coupled with the recent budget cuts. Currently, Right Honorable Chief Guest, we are operating at only 46%. Yet, what is expected of this ministry is enormous. Two, the water and environment resources management efforts have been constrained by continued degradation of water catchments and the general environment, degradation, inadequate protection and maintenance of water bodies, including river banks and lake shores. This resulted in high costs of supplying water to the population. Water pollution, the third one, is a widespread, expected by increasing discharges of untreated wastes, indiscriminate disposal of plastics, high-level metal deleted into localized areas, and proliferation of dangerous invasion of weeds, such as water hyacinth and Kariba weeds. Chief Guest, Uganda is vulnerable to the effects of climate change. With low capacity to cope up with these challenges, the over-reliance on the rain-fed agriculture, which is sensitive to weather patterns, puts Uganda at risk of food insecurity, loss of livelihoods, and shortage of raw materials for value addition. The wetland restoration and conservation efforts are constrained by weak enforcement of policies and laws, limited viable alternative options, and increased encroachment attributed to unplanned urban development, and unsustainable agricultural practices. The potential of land, natural resource, and environment to drive growth is hindered by weak land administration and management, reduction in wetland and forest cover, vulnerability to climate change and high population levels, limited application of science, technology, and innovation, limited value addition in forestry, limited capacity to tap climate finance, under valuation of natural resources, and weak institutional coordination, enforcement, and implementation of policies and laws. Our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, despite these challenges, my ministry and its partners remain steadfast in delivering water and environment services to the people of Uganda. We shall use every opportunity, though, to strengthen our water and environment resource management systems in order to attain the ministry's strategic objectives. We are confident that with support of your office, Right Honorable Chief Guest, development partners, and all other stakeholders, we will make significant strides towards safeguarding Ugandans' natural resources, improving environment governance, mitigating the impacts of climate change, and promoting climate resilient development. I wish to thank our development partners, international and regional organizations, the NGOs and CBOs for partnering with us to safeguard our water and environment resources against the above mentioned threats and develop them for income generation, wealth creation, employment. They have done a great job, which must be applauded, friends. In a special way, I wish to thank our partners who have been with us and continue to support us technically and financially every year in and out for the Water and Environment Week that we have celebrated for the last 8 years at national and even at local level. They have supported various activities organized through our 6 regional offices based in Moroto, Lira, Fort Portal, Mbarara, Wakiso, and Bale. They have made it possible once again for this event today to happen, and I really want to applaud them very much. I wish to also to thank my technical team led by my PS, Dr. Alfredo Kiri, and supported by the Water Resource Institute for working tirelessly to successfully organize this colorful 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. Indeed, it is so colorful. Thank you. We are proud of you. We, as your political leaders, and on behalf of my colleagues, Honorable Aisha is ahead in cabinet, and as I said, my senior minister is also out of the country. We are really proud of our team and our development partners. Thank you for that. Dear honorable guest of honor, once again, allow me to thank you in a more wholeheartedly gesture on behalf of all the people gathered here for taking off time. Your busy schedule, you are supposed to be moving towards Entebbe, and I should have apologized before because you couldn't get me, but all the same, you are patient and you have made it to come and officiate at this opening session of the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025. Your presence is a manifestation that what the ministry is doing is recognized at a very high level of this government. We assure you, Right Honorable Chief Guest, that the outcome of this gathering will be taken very seriously by my ministry as we put in place actions to conserve and protect our water and environment sector. In the same vein, I want to thank all people in their various capacities who have come to participate in this week-long event. Your participations, friends, cannot be taken for granted. We hope that by the end of the week, we shall come up with recommendations that will be useful in guiding the ministry and other stakeholders to move the agenda forward. I wish you all a very fruitful and successful week-long event. Chief Guest, with that, allow me to take this singular honor to invite you, Right Honorable Chief Guest, to address this gathering and thereafter open this Water and Environment Week 2025. I really want to thank you for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Beatrice Anywa Atim, Minister of State for Environment, but holding the portfolio of Minister for Water and Environment. Honorable Beatrice, Honorable Aisha Sechindi, who have just been informed that proceeded to Parliament, to Cabinet, the representative of the United Nations Resident Coordinator, the representative of His Grace, the Archbishop Semwogerere Paul, the Archbishop of Kampala Archdiocese, members of Parliament. I've seen Honorable Ariko Herbert is present here. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, representatives of the different development partners, religious leaders, traditional leaders, the keynote speakers and panelists, the gallant sons and daughters who are they've named workers, the climate change beauties, exhibitors, representatives of the private sector, those who work with us in this field, in this area, in this sector of water, different stakeholders, officials from the different departments of government, those who are here and those who are online, and in a special way the media that is carrying the message to the people now and even after. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, who didn't make it, but given the importance of what water is in the lives of everybody at individual level, at household level, at community level, at regional level, at global level, he had to find somebody to come and carry the message. This is the 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. You've carried it on so far sustainably for 8 years, Congratulations. When Honorable Beatrice Anywa, before I read the Deputy Speaker's message, when Honorable Beatrice Anywa was talking, I'm sorry to say this, but I'm always open to myself and to the people I work with and those around me. I was looking at somebody who was talking, and in my own view, my personal assessment, I saw somebody who is underestimating the power she has, the power they have as a ministry, the power they have as a sector, the power you have as people who are stakeholders and offering a service in this. Just imagine you woke up one day, if you had the power, and you said you are denying everybody water, and for whoever is in Uganda, you remove even the water that is in their body. What will be the effect? It will mean death. So once you have the power that can even cause life or deny life, that means you are more important than everything. So I want you to have that in your mind as the minister, as the technical people, the PS led by the PS, and then you will know that you are the most important ministry in this country. You are the most important ministry on earth, not only in Uganda, and that is only the component of water. But how about when you look at environment? Because if you decided to remove all the trees, where will we have the oxygen from? So if you deny us the oxygen, then how will we survive? Are we going to create our own oxygen other than the oxygen? Even what you have as artificial oxygen has the component of the natural oxygen that you generate. You, the people who are in the sector, you who lead us in the sector, have that. And when you are requesting for resources, no, you are requesting resources from the people who you also know that without your effort, they will also not have life. So as a minister who is in charge of SDGs, I want to tell you that when you look at all the 17 SDGs, you are in everything. You are in everything. So when we are talking about SDGs locally, talking about SDGs internationally, you are in it. When we have our first SDG and second one, no hunger. What does that mean? You cannot talk of food before you talk of water. You must have water in your body before you talk of food. But even when you are talking of food, for you to produce that food, you need water. Whether you are in a greenhouse or you are doing it the way we do it locally here, God-given good soil, organic soil, you need water. But even the component of water in a plant. And apart from that, for you to prepare food for an individual to eat, or even before you talk of preparing, you must wash. Even if you are going to eat a salad, you need water. For you to eat the salad, you must first wash it. But even before you even cook, you must also first wash before you cook. And when you are cooking, you need water. I'm explaining this because I want you to know the importance, the magnitude of your presence in the lives of people. So when you are looking at all of the SDGs, whether in the galaxy, whether on land, whether below land, whether in water or under the sea, it is all about water. So when you get to the table where they get where the knife, she's talking of the budget cuts, just put your issues clear and say, if you don't give this, you are going to deny people life. If you don't do this, people will fall sick and you'll spend more money in health. You'll spend more money in agriculture. So, Minister of Water, just to be water itself and environment, you'll get what you want. But what you require is just to be tactical. You should also become tactical, because the issues of resources are always at the center. But when you become tactical, you will succeed. When they are discussing issues to do with agriculture, the language is changing because of the parish development model, where we used to say that provide water up to the gate of a farm and go away. That is for the big farms. But under parish development model, we are now talking about water for the ordinary person. The 38% we talk about, they need water. But even those who are slightly above the 38% people we talk about, they also need water. And now the language has changed, because we are now saying, if I'm rearing my pigs in my home, in my backyard, I don't want to go and get water from the community source. Because if those animals that have gone there to share the water with us have issues, they are not healthy enough, I'll transfer that to my animals at home. So the peasants are demanding that provide for us water for the safety, for our own prosperity in our homes. If you want us to prosper, that means Ministry of Water, Ministry of Agriculture, you will not separate, because that means you must bring for us water up to household level. And if we are saying we don't want to share that water at community level, then you must devise means, devise ways using technology of how to bring the water to us in a safe way. That means you are going to bring in clean energy, the solar, to be able to provide, to pump water to our smaller homes. You have a lot of work to do, Ministry of Water and Environment. And I'm happy that I'm addressing all the stakeholders when it comes to this. So for us to succeed, we who are looking after goats, we who are looking after chicken, we who are looking after cows, we need water in our homes. We no longer need water at community level if we are to succeed. So you as the Ministry of Water, together with stakeholders, I want to suggest, as somebody from the office of the Prime Minister, that means that the policy you have on water, the policy we have on environment, you must now change it to be tailored to suit our needs. And I want you to live with that today, that you are going to change the policy PS to make the water available to us at household level. If we are to succeed and be able to mitigate issues of diseases, human beings, and also animals, possibly even plants, they are yet to advise us on that. So that means your scope, your role has now gone beyond where you have been. It is now more detailed and it's urgent. So work on the policy very fast so that you get to, and that will also help you to bring in more resources. Still at this, when it comes to issues to do with the industry, with industries, people want now water in their industries. And manufacturing is no longer only in industrial parks. People are now putting up cottage industries at home. They need water. They need water. So it is a home, but at the same time it's an industry. So you must provide for us water at that level, but that means also you must work on the policy, because these are new things. Things have changed. The demand, the structure of the demand, the scope is changing, and we expect you to provide. And when it comes also to issues to do with the hospitals, government is now elevating health center 2s to health center 3s, especially in the communities that don't have health center 3s. But you have provided water up to health center 3. So we now want water at health center 2 as we move down. And also we are creating more and more administrative units. So you must also match the demand, because the population is also increasing, like you have brought it out clearly. So, Ministry of Water and all the stakeholders, we are banking on you for prosperity, for both the big, the large scale, and we, the peasants, the small people in the villages, we all need you to be able to succeed. So you have a very big role to play, in addition to prosperity, but also in our lives. Because if you decided to suck out water from our bodies, I don't know how we shall survive. Just to walk with your heads high, beginning this 8th Water and Environment Week, by demonstrating to everybody how important and how useful you are. So whoever deals with you, whether we as the office of the Prime Minister or government or parliament, we should deal with you purposefully, because you are also so purposeful in our lives. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the leadership of the Ministry of Water and Environment for inviting the Deputy Speaker to come and officiate at this. At the onset, I wish to congratulate the Ministry of Water and Environment and all your esteemed partners for organizing this event consistently for the last 8 years. You would have found excuses in between and said, no, let's now push on, but you have not. This is a clear manifestation of your consistency in ensuring that you account to the people, you account to the country, you account to the people in the region and all the stakeholders, the resources that you were able to access, how you have been able to achieve, demonstrating value for money, but also committing yourselves that you are able to do much more if you are given more space, more resources. That in itself is a very good action, and I want to applaud you and encourage you to move on. Maybe what we should add on is that when you have the national function, after that, can we go down and go below the region and get to the district level? Because you are one ministry that sends money to the districts, but in some instances, the resources you send are misused, either by government at the local level or by the private sector. Because the private sector, though funded by development partners, that's still our share, and a share to that community from those development partners who decided and accepted to work with you to serve that community. The importance of the Water and Environment Week cannot be emphasized beyond accountability and value for money, but also being able to tell ourselves where we are, and are we on the right track? Are we meeting the challenges? And if not, how are we able to mitigate the challenges as a team, as a group? So group responsibility makes each other to be keepers of each other, but also most importantly, to know that you are not alone in the struggle. So the resources that you have are so vital in sustaining life, but also maintaining the climate. Sustainable management and development of water and environment should be put top of the agenda of any country, whether developed or underdeveloped, because the actions of the developed countries affect the underdeveloped, but equally the actions of the underdeveloped affect the climate or issues to do with the weather of the developed countries. So coming together to work as a group is important. Access to adequate, clean and safe water and sanitation is a human right as enshrined in the Constitution of Uganda. However, the country continues to fall short of this obligation, with just 67% of the population in the urban area, in the rural areas, accessing clean water, clean and safe water, and 73% in the urban areas having access to safe water. With regard to socio-economic development, the country is largely dependent on environmental and natural resources. For example, with the intensification of climate change that has resulted in unreliable rainfall, water has become very central to agriculture and the mainstay of Uganda's economy, from which about 85% of the population derives their livelihood and income. There is no doubt that provision of adequate water for agriculture through irrigation will spur transformation of the country through increased productivity for both livestock and animals. And like I said before, we want water now at household level for both home use, for hygiene, but also for prosperity. Uganda was declared the Pearl of Africa a long time ago because of its beautiful environment that has existed since the world was created. But me and you are mutilating it, are clearing it, like we don't want to continue to be called the Pearl of Africa. There were very beautiful and amazing sceneries all over the country that led to that declaration. However, these are soon becoming history as the natural resource base of the country, especially natural forests and wetlands, are more threatened now than ever before. As the population increases, it's becoming like it's normal to destroy. This has to stop, and you are our leaders in this sector. Every day you see reports, whether in the media or even when you are moving, the encroachment on forests and wetlands, the river banks and the water catchment areas. The way we are degrading the lakes, we who come from the shores of Lake Victoria, we have cleared the forests around the lake. And when we bring in the fertilizers and manure in our gardens, when it rains, all of these are washed into the lake. And when we keep complaining that the water in the lake is dirty. And yet it is our actions that affected the color and the quality of water. In addition, we continue to see the intra and inter-agency coordination also becoming poorer, because we are now also operating sometimes in silos. Agriculture, water, Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Energy, and yet our actions, when well coordinated, they will bring meaningful and useful use of these natural resources. So we must work together, both government and private sector, because we are in this journey together. On behalf of the Office of the Prime Minister, where I work, I'm representing the Deputy Speaker, we remain committed that we are going to improve whipping you as sectors by doing better and improving on issues to do with coordination. From the policy perspective, the NRM manifesto commits government to protect and preserve the country's ecosystems with a view of utilizing these resources for nature-based tourism, environment and climate mitigation, and sustainable use of communities, especially neighboring the protected areas and the wetlands. At policy level, we have done our best, but we must now change to put in the challenges that we are faced with, where the communities are demanding for services at household level, not community level. I'm conscious of the fact that resources allocated to the water and environment related programs are lower than expected and not commensurate to the demand. Government is responding to this challenge by putting in place strategies and mechanisms for mobilizing innovative financing from various sources, including carbon credit, among others. These strategies and mechanisms are being utilized before they are implemented. I wish to challenge you to utilize the available resources more efficiently and effectively, PS, and also putting in the component of following the resources you have sent to the different sectors. I want to applaud the private sector, the civil society organizations, the cultural institutions, the religious institutions, because you have all played a very big role. This is one sector. When you move in the country, you will find the different stakeholders having a role and improving on the lives of the people, especially in line to do with the sector, but in the sector of water, but also indirectly and positively affecting prosperity at household level. I implore you as stakeholders in the water and environment and climate change sector to perform your roles and improve on coordination also at your levels. If you are in a community and you are all offering the same service, let the Ministry of Water in the districts also bring you together to make sure you all understand and appreciate everybody's effort in addressing the challenge before us. The theme of the 8th Water and Environment Week is indeed intriguing. Water and environment resources for enhanced resilience and improved incomes and livelihoods. The theme is challenging all of us as individuals and institutions and government to realize how these resources are key in our livelihoods and well-being. Our survival and that of generations that will follow us will depend on how we preserve these resources. Considering that the focus of government now is on eradication of poverty and improving household incomes and livelihoods, and that many government programs such as parish development model, women fund and youth programs are geared towards this objective, the theme rhymes very well with the long-term plans of government. I therefore wish to request all the participants of the 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week to critically discuss how water and environment resources can be sustainably developed and managed for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation, as well as peace and sustainable socio-economic transformation of Uganda. When we talk of peace, some people look at the other side of the guns and whatnot. But when it comes to water, if the resources of water are not managed properly, they cause insecurity at beginning from household level. If you don't have enough water in the community and the wife has to travel a kilometer or two to go and fetch water, it will cause disharmony in the home, and it may affect the future of that home or even a clan. If we don't manage River Nile properly, it will cause us insecurity with our neighbors, because you see how we are at the center, but look at the various countries that are affected because of our actions on River Nile. So if we don't manage them well, tomorrow guns will come out. So as we manage the resources in water and environment, know you are also playing a very big role to do with issues of security. Our efforts do not only contribute to the regional level, but also contribute to achieve the international agenda and obligations such as Sustainable Development Goals, which is 2030, we must have achieved, and how many years? Now less than 5 years to go. Africa Agenda 2060, so under African Union still, we're also still remaining with few years. Then Water Action Decade, Biodiversity Conventions, then the Paris Agreement, among others. So we are committed at country level, regional level, but also at global level. And that means we must also put in efforts to move together as a team. I therefore have a lot of hope that this event will come up with concrete outputs and outcomes that can assist in propelling the country forward. Achievements of what is set to our national development agenda, that is Vision 2040 and the National Development Plan 4, with its goals and targets, and what is set at international level, can only be achieved through such arrangements, and the outcomes will be very useful to us, and we shall need concrete but practical outcomes and recommendations. Before I conclude, I would like to applaud and appreciate the development partners, international and local organizations, non-government organizations, community development organizations that have continued to support government in its endeavor to provide services to the people. In particular, your support to the Ministry of Water and Environment that has enabled it to continuously deliver water and environment services to the people of Uganda. This cannot be taken for granted. We want to appreciate you. However, we still have a long way to go, and I therefore appeal to you to continue supporting the ministry, the NGOs, and the CBOs to perform this function, because if we don't perform, if you don't work with government on this, like I said before, we can easily lose lives of human beings and animals and plants. The Deputy Speaker, I want to say this, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, promises full support on issues to do with water and environment in Parliament. It is my prayer that you will have very fruitful deliberations during this week, and that the outcomes will contribute to the development of Uganda and the world at large. It is now, therefore, my honor and privilege to declare the 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025 officially open for God and my country. I would have stayed longer, but like my colleague has told you, I have a paper on cabinet, and I have to be there in cabinet by 11:30 to be able to present my paper. But I had to come because, like I said before, you are offering a service which, if not offered, we shall lose our lives, including myself, even you, the service providers. So we are all important in this. Let's continue moving together, work together as a team, but most importantly, you hold our lives. So when you are negotiating for resources, especially with us who are seated on the table that goes to cut, whether using a razor blade or a knife, just remind us that you are doing it for the good of our lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our chief guest, and thank you really for sparing time. In the interest of time, we do not have a lot of time. I request my minister to give an appreciation and say thank you for the support that you have personally rendered to the sector and for the fights you have put for us. She's actually one of the very strong voices always in cabinet when it comes to water, environment, and climate change.
Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, are we audible? Oh my God. We really greatly appreciate your presence, your words of wisdom, your pledge of support to this ministry, in the presence of all the stakeholders which are here. We want to appreciate you. We want to appreciate you. Please keep us in mind. You are always our advocate. In Parliament, you are so inspiring. And therefore, when you get this small gift from us, let's keep in touch. For God and my country, I
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate this. It's not common, and I'm not used to this, because for me, the life I've lived, I've not been on the other platform where people are appreciated and given much. I've been more on the other side of requesting people to know that we are there and we are ready to work with them. So I really appreciate. But why I pay much attention to water is because I grew up in a village where water was just in a depression, where there was a depression in a stone. So when it would rain, water would remain there stagnant. And what would happen, the cows would go to the same to drink water. We would go to the same place to fetch water for home. The snakes would go to the same place to get water. And also the dogs would go to the same place to get water. It is under this NRM government that that managed to bring us from that, now that we have safe water in my village. So I know what it means. And the first borehole we first received was from Church of Uganda. So the second borehole was from government. So that's why I also appreciate the private sector, civil society organization, because I know the role you play. You are all very important, and please continue. God bless you. The giver was giving, not knowing there is also something for her as the giver. I want to thank the PS appreciating his minister and the technical team. Can we clap for them? So on behalf of the Right Honorable Tayewa Thomas, and also on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we want to appreciate you, Honorable Beatrice Atim Annual, for she wants to be called Mama Mavira. That is the name which people know. For all the efforts you have put in before you even joined the ministry on issues to do with the conservation of the environment, preserving our heritage, because the environment is part of our heritage. So as we spoil it, we are also spoiling our heritage. And also making sure we have water in our communities. So we are here to appreciate you. We as government, Parliament, the executive and Parliament, and the Ministry of Water and Environment to be singled out, but most importantly, development partners, CBOs, NGOs, religious and cultural institutions. Thank you, we appreciate.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable, and our chief guest.
Right Honorable Chief Guest, I just also want to really appreciate my team for really recognizing their political head. And this is on behalf of all of us. It is not only me, it is for all of us. I just want to say asante sana. For the final commitment, Right Honorable, I just want to, I had kept this quiet, but I think let me say it. The 9th Water and Environment Day, we don't want to see plastic in this room. We must lead by example. So my organizers, my team, please, let's kick plastic out of this ministry. Polythene bags, and the rest will follow us. For God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, as you go, lead our guests of honor to sign on that very important board. Yes. Artist, you are ready? He also walked for the 317 kilometers and he kept on drawing along the way. Members of Parliament, can you please go and accompany the ministers and you sign? Honorable members of Parliament, please go and sign. Honorable Songa, climate change. Stephen. Honorable Kayon. After that, the MPs, we come together with our ministers, we take the photo, the anthem, and then the ministers will go to cabinet.
We'll have our group photo here with the chief guest, and we wanted to involve our development partners in the water space. Please come. We have several water partners.
And
P.S. You have seen them. You can identify them.
The most colorful man in the room, and my brother, Chairman Kotido. Come.
He's very easy to identify. Our climate ambassadors, our queens are also joining. I just wanted to prepare the team at the back. The Honorable Minister said this time we must have the East African anthem. So I hope you now have the East African anthem. And so we'll then later have the anthems in reverse order. And we want to appreciate the Honorable Minister for finding time to join us this morning. I see the cameraman wants to guide. Feel free. Oh, excellent. Our chief guest, I've been asked that we can seat some of us and then the rest of us will stand behind you, since it has become too wide and the lens is not as wide for some people. So Honorable Minister right in the middle. The members of Parliament will join you with the PS and our Minister of State. And then our queens and all our other stakeholders. There you go. So to the technical team, I'm just preparing you. We'll need the anthems in reverse order very shortly. And then we'll allow for our chief guest to depart. She's running to cabinet where she's presenting a paper. And then we will continue with the opening session, the second session of the opening ceremony of this 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. Thank you very much, our chief guest. We'll now stand for the anthems. We can now just stand for the anthems. May we have the anthems in reverse order, please. Technical team. All right. We will then have. I found that not so many people can sing the East African anthem. I want
together we'll raise down.
Can we appreciate our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen? Our chief guest, you are allowed to depart as I invite, of course, the PS to handle the very first part of the last session. And then we will dive into our panel discussion thereafter, but the PS has one or two things he will handle first, and then we'll dive into the next session. PS, please take over.
Thank you. Apologies for that blip. Let us appreciate our chief guest and minister for. Thank you and all the best in cabinet. Colleagues, it is now my honor to invite Chair Honorable Herbert Rico to come and introduce his colleagues, and he gives us his remarks on behalf of his colleagues. Honorable Herbert Rico, you're most welcome.
The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, represented by the Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister, Honorable Justin Lumumba, the Honorable Minister for Water and Environment, honorable colleagues, members of Parliament, development partners, the Permanent Secretary and the technical team of the Ministry of Water and Environment, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have a simple job to do. I have been advised that I am to introduce my colleagues that are here with us, and thereafter make one or two remarks. I would like to introduce right in front of me the Honorable Lawrence Bika Songa. The Honorable is a Member of Parliament for Ora County in Zombo District, but most importantly is the Chairperson, Parliamentary Committee on Climate Change. On the extreme from our side right is the Honorable Fred Kayondo. The Honorable Fred Kayondo is Member of Parliament for Mukono South constituency. He is a Member of Parliament on the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. You're welcome, Honorable. We should be having from my committee Oh, I can see there's one there. The Honorable Seth Wambede. Honorable Seth Wambede, please rise up. Honorable Seth Wambede is Member of Parliament for Mbale City, Northern Division. He is a member of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. You're welcome, Honorable. The person that speaks before you is Herbert Edmund Ariko. I am Member of Parliament of Soroti City, East Division. I am the Chairperson, Committee on Environment and Natural Resources of Parliament. I am happy to be with you, and on behalf of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, and indeed on my own behalf, I would like to congratulate you, Honorable Minister and PS, on this 8th Water Resources Week celebration, in which we bring together people of different walks of life, but all with the same mind of ensuring sustainable use of water resources and sustainable management of environment. As a Committee of Parliament, we are your partners. You are part of us, and indeed, together with you, we have a duty in ensuring a sustainable livelihood for all our people in the country. We will rest assure you that from the political part of it, you will always receive the support of the committee. We will work frankly, honestly, and openly with yourselves to see that Parliament passes all policy directives and all legislation that is geared towards ensuring sustainable use of our natural resources as a country. We want to say that we are happy to be here. 2 or 3 other colleagues will be joining in accordance to the invitation that we received. They may have been held up in their constituencies, but be rest assured, we are glad to be part and parcel of this sharing. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you a fruitful week and very interactive deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Herbert Rico, together with your colleagues, for coming to participate in this 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And we really thank you for the leadership and for the support that the Member of Parliament give us in terms of policy appropriation, etc. Next, I would like to request from UNICEF, one of the partners we work together with, I think it's Dr. Robin, to come and give his remarks. You're most welcome.
Distinguished guest, I would like to say that Dr. David Nandi was supposed to be here, had to fly out of the country for some emergency, so he assigned me the responsibility to speak to you all on this occasion. I don't have much to say actually. I normally don't make a long speech when I come to this kind of forum. My name is Lalit Patra. I am the WAS manager for UNICEF. Thank you, Honorable Permanent Secretary Dr. Alfred, and distinguished guests, once again Dr. Kalist, Honorable Member of Parliaments, whoever are here, just to start my points. First of all, UNICEF works for a very, very specific agenda, the rights and well-being of children. I think we all know that. So it's a very common theme. And when it comes to the water resources, like I would first say that our basic aim is to make sure that the child critical services are well supported. And for the child critical services, it comes to like water supply and sanitation in the communities, it comes to the water supply sanitation in the basic institutions like healthcare facilities, education facilities, and the institutions like ours here, and public utilities as well. So, so in that sense, one of the basic thing which we need to ensure that the water is available, and water is available in the fresh form. And I think there are two key things here. Like one is the water as conservation is important, we all know that, but water resource protection in terms of pollution-free water is also important. I think this has been said by my distinguished guest in the earlier points. Like, so our support to the government will be always in the direction in which the freshwater protection is well ensured. And in addition, when this climate change and climate adaptation measures are concerned, we are always with the government. There are two things which is going around, maybe many of you know or many of you don't know, that one is National Adaptation Plan for Water and Sanitation that is being developed by the government with the Ministry of Water and Environment. That is one thing. The second thing, National Water Sanitation Policy is also being developed. That is also another thing, which are probably two basic things which will support our next endeavors. Particularly, I am aiming at a big potential work together with the ministries and with the government in general to make sure that we have a good investment in that area. Apart from the government's own investment, of course, development partners will invest it, that is very sure. But at the same time, we need to attract also other resources like from the climate funds, Green Climate Fund, Environmental Facility Fund, and those kind of funds, which is probably very critical to the government. And I would just say that we are with the government, with the Minister of Water and Environment, with water resource component and also water supply sanitation component. We'll be very much assuring our support, and we'll be working for the technical assistance also on the resource mobilization. That's what my representative has passed on to me, to thank you all and to grace the occasion in that way. Thank you so much. Not much words. I think our messages are clear. We are very much into this business.
Thank you, UNICEF, and thank you for the support that you have been giving to the program, and we look forward to continued support together with all the other development partners that we work with. At this juncture, let me just do a quick introduction, but I'm going to do it in groups. The members of parliament have already been recognized. I've seen the leadership from the local government. I have seen my brother from Kotidis already. I've already introduced him. Heads of agencies or their representatives here. National, what you could stand up and let people see you. I see NEMA, NFA. They see the non-state actors, civil society organizations represented here. Please stand up for recognition. People from the academia. I have a very strong development partners, please. Can you stand up? I should have mentioned it much earlier. All the development partners represented in the room, please stand up for recognition. Thank you. The very important estate that is taking over from us now, that is the youth. I've seen you in a number. There are school children here, students here. If you know you are youth, stand up. The workers, You have already been recognized, but your key, please. The directors, commissioners from the Ministry of Water and Environment, please. Assistant commissioners, all stand up. The members of the National Organizing Committee who are here, please stand up. Gwendolyn and team. And of course, let us all clap for the media. I think this brings me to the end of the official opening ceremony. And next, MC, back to you. Thank you, and thank you for really listening. Have a fruitful deliberation.
Thank you very much, PS. Can we appreciate Dr. Alfred Okoto-Kidi, ladies and gentlemen? So two things are going to happen. We'll have a short video that speaks to this, the 8th Water and Environment Week. And then I'll invite our high school that has been standing by, Rock Hill High School, to share with us a small presentation here. But first, let's have the video, and then I'll invite Rock High School, Hill High School, to come and entertain us. Video, please.
With the break of dawn over the effects of climate change, this year's Uganda Water and Environment Week will explore approaches for translating science and innovation for effective and efficient use, development and protection of water and environment resources for a sustainable future. This will cascade into the role and centrality of water and environment resources for increased production and productivity as guided by the National Budget Framework Paper for Uganda. The 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025 will be held from 17th to 21st of March 2025 at the Ministry of Water and Environment Headquarters in Luzira, Kampala, preceded by various mini-UX pre-event activities held at regional level. As our climate changes, the way we manage our water and environment must evolve too. Together, let's join forces as we hold the 8th UWEC 2025 under the theme Water and Environment Resources for Enhanced Resilience and Improved Incomes and Livelihoods. The UWEC will create a powerful synergy that will drive impactful solutions for water and environment resources management and utilization across all the sectors nationally, regionally, and internationally for future generations. Join global to local voices this March as we take a stand for our water, our environment, and our communities in a quest to build resilient communities and improve lives and livelihoods. Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025 is organized by the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute. Uganda Water and Environment Week is where ideas meet action. Be a part of the change. Join the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now turn to Rock Hill High School, who can take to the stage. We invite them to take to the stage. Yes, PS, as they come. PS, you're allowed to interject me anytime. Rock Hill, get closer.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you really for giving me this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, part of the opening ceremony we had the Archbishop, His Grace Paul Semogerere, who was supposed to give us an address. He has sent in a representative, and allow me at this juncture to call upon Father John Peter Musumba, the Director Caritas Kampala, who is representing His Grace to come and give the message, and thereafter the young ladies and gentlemen will do what has brought them here. He delayed because he's fasting for all of us sinners. This is Lent. Thank you.
Protocol observed. It is with great joy and profound gratitude that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate and reflect on the 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. This important event reminds us of the responsibility we share in safeguarding God's creation. A responsibility that is central not only to our faith, but also to the well-being of future generations. As church and state, we have a long and natural gift that God has given and entrusted to our care. We believe that it is our duty to protect and nurture the environment, ensuring that it can continue to provide for us and for those who come after us. Pope Francis, in his encyclical Laudato Si', urges us to recognize that the health of our planet is complicatedly linked to the well-being of all its inhabitants. We are called to care for our common home, and this includes addressing the challenges of water scarcity, pollution, and environmental degradation. Today I would like to focus on one of the most vulnerable and often overlooked gifts from God, and that is wetlands. Wetlands, as many of you know, are crucial ecosystems that play a vital role in our environment, and particularly in purifying water that, if managed well, enhance resilience and improve incomes and livelihoods. Wetlands are nature's filtration systems. They naturally cleanse water by trapping and filtering out pollutants, sediments, and harmful chemicals. These valuable ecosystems are rich with biodiversity and play a critical role in maintaining the balance of the water cycle. Wetlands function like sponges, absorbing and storing water like dense vegetation helps filter out contaminants from runoff before they reach the water bodies. By trapping excess nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, wetlands prevent these substances from polluting our rivers, lakes, and maintain a healthy aquatic ecosystem, and ensure that we have clean water to drink, to wash, to use in our daily lives. Wetlands also offer a solution to the challenges of the water treatment. Instead of relying solely on artificial filtration methods that can be costly and energy intensive, we can look at our natural wetlands as effective and sustainable models of water purification. If we restore and protect these wetlands, we enhance their capacity to purify, store, and maintain the ecological integrity of our landscape. The Church recognizes the vital importance of wetlands in ensuring sustainable water resources for all Ugandans. So as stewards, we are called to protect these fragile ecosystems from degradation. We must advocate for the responsible use of wetlands and work to halt the encroachment and the urbanization and agriculture and industrialization that threatens their survival. I encourage all of us, especially the faithful, to understand that our environmental actions no matter how small, have an impact on the health of our wetlands and the water systems. Simple actions such as avoiding their destruction, planting trees around them, and supporting the local communities to do sustainable practices that will go a long way in preserving these systems is critical. We must educate our people about the importance of these wetlands through programs in schools and in local communities. We can raise awareness and help others understand how they contribute and protect our environment. The call to action. In conclusion, let us remember that the conservation of our wetlands is not a mere environmental issue. It is also a moral imperative. As the church, we are called and we promise to be witnesses of hope and agents of change in protecting the environment. The care for the environment is part of our faith's call to love our neighbor and to ensure that all people, especially the vulnerable, have also access to clean water and a healthy environment. I call upon all of us here today, government officials, civil society, faith communities, and individual actors to join hands in preserving the wetlands of Uganda. Let us work together to ensure that we pass on a legacy of sustainable water resources and a thriving natural environment to our children and generations. As we move forward, let us draw inspiration from the words of Scripture. The earth is the Lord's, and in everything in it, the world and all who live in it. Psalm 24, verse 1. Let us care for this earth with the same love and reverence that God has shown us. May God bless our efforts, guide our actions, and protect our wetlands and waters. Bishop Paul Semogerere, the Archbishop of Kampala.
With your permission, PS, I invite our minister to come and make a small token of appreciation to the Archbishop.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Archbishop, for those inspiring words and for your presence here. As a Ministry of Water and Environment and all our development partners, we want to appreciate you with a token just to say, Asante Sana, on behalf of everybody.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Nimaro Malinoto, and this is Rock Hill Secondary School. It is located along Port Bell Road, Luzira, opposite Nile Breweries. We are here to present a poem about water and environment entitled From Thirst to Abundance. Please enjoy.
From thirst to abundance. From a thirsty environment with scarce water, a cry arose. For water's touch, a gentle dose. 7 years passed, a steady stream of hope and change, a vibrant dream.
An 8-year bloom from 2018 to 2025, there is a Waters Promise, attracted by high level of political participation, Vice President, Prime Minister, Chief Justice, Ministers and MPs, heard the people's plea, joined for all to see.
The earth, once parched, began to bloom, with life renewed, dispelling gloom. The air grew clean, a breath of peace. As forests flourish, a sweet release. New life arose, a harmony of nature's prose.
From fields once barren,
Crops did rise
with water's grace,
beneath the clear sky.
income grew,
Steady flow,
human health.
sparkled bright.
For pure water is a gift so grand, brings strength and joy to every hand. It's everyone's responsibility to let water have a peaceful flow. It will sing a joyful song of life restored to where it belongs. A testament to human will to heal the earth and nature's thrill.
On behalf of Rock Hill Senior Secondary School, my name is Kaira Godfrey Waswa. I would like to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment for organizing the Uganda Water and Environment Week. The Uganda Water and Environment Week has many aims and objectives, but the overall theme is water and environment resources for enhanced resilience and improved incomes and livelihood. Thank you for attending.
Can we give them another round? Thank you very much. Very smart, very neat. Thank you. My name is Jen Navunya Mulumba, and I'm co-supporting my good friend Maurice Mugisha, and I'll take you through with him our next session. For those that have been participating in the Water Week, what is different in this room? Or it's not different? Can we give a long, loud applause to the PS and the team at the Ministry of Water and Environment for changing the room, painting the room. It looks beautiful. We thank you very, very, very much. And even the seating is different, but I think we'll get used to it. We are getting into our panel, the first panel of our 8th Water Week. And technical team, please just shout out. Are we ready? Professor Hash is online? Okay. We will have our first plenary, but before the plenary, we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Nagaraja Rao Hash. He's a friend of the ministry, he's a friend of Uganda, so we just say Dr. Hash. Dr. Hash, are you online? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. I hope you can hear me well too. Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Dr. Hash, can you greet the people?
Hello everybody. Great to be here.
Thank you very much. He looks really relaxed, but it's very very early in the morning where he is. So thank you very much, Dr. Hash, for joining us, sacrificing your sleep to join the 8th Water Week. The room is full, Dr. Hash, and everybody is looking at you. So we are all happy to see you. Dr. Hash will take us through the keynote, which is Water and Environment Resources for Enhanced Resilience and Improved Incomes and Livelihoods. Dr. Hash, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jane. And it's great to be here as part of the Uganda Water and Environment Week. And I also would like to let you know that this background is so much better than my kitchen that's back there. So you're getting the better version of the visuals. So very quickly, what I'd like to do is to give you a quick flavor of some of the aspects of water and environment that could be used to improve resilience and incomes and livelihoods. And this is where Uganda is not alone. Everybody is trying to do this in terms of trying to see how they can make their water and environment resources more sustainable, and how these could be used for what they often call is the triple bottom line. That's looking at issues of environment, social, and economic aspects. Whether you're looking at the air, water, land that we just heard from the kids, as well as looking at some of the aspects of biodiversity and climate resilience, or on the social side, access to basic services, nature-based livelihoods, and poverty alleviation and social resilience, as well as to see how this could help contribute to jobs, agriculture, blue economy, tourism, and other aspects. But this triple bottom line also faces many challenges. We over-extract water. We have, as we heard from the Reverend, a lot of wetland loss that's there. We have a lot of land degradation, a lot of aspects of being able to not protect very well our biodiversity, and aspects of climate change, which are becoming more and more important, as well as issues on looking at poverty, inequity, trying to make sure that we all are keeping up with all of the different aspects of technology and other aspects that are changing, as well as the world that we live in, to make sure that we can help both benefit from it and to contribute to it. In this kind of a world, there's a lot of changes that are happening. Climate's changing. We're becoming more urbanized. Everybody wants changes yesterday, as well as this technology that's changing. Now, in this regard, I'm supposed to be a global lead for disruptive technology at the bank. But what is disruptive technology? It's one aspect of it many people think about is that we are better connected today. We have ways in which internet is better. I remember the internet in Uganda over the last decade and a half, and I can see it's much, much better today than it ever was when I used to visit. So that's one aspect of it, right? But there's a whole new world of what's called disruptive technologies there that we need to really think about. One is new ways to disrupt what's called the data value chain. That's going from data to information to knowledge to decision support. So new ways to collect data from sensors on the ground, or from satellites in the sky, or drones, or being able to analyze these using a lot of new tools that we now have access at our fingertips, as well as a lot of AI use, which we'll come back to, so that this a lot of this data can help actually support decisions, whether it be planning or real-time decisions. Similarly, just like the software, the hardware is improving as well. There's new 3D printed aspects. There's new ways of doing 3D printed housing for monitoring systems, which drops the cost by a couple of orders of magnitude. You also have new ways of thinking about robotics or automation, or new materials that can be used, and also new ways to connect people up together, like we are doing right now across the world, but also ways of sharing thoughts, ways of sharing ideas, having hackathons, using different aspects of technology to learn better and be able to both access and contribute to global good practices that are there. So all of these could really change development as we know it, in terms of being able to benefit from a lot of these changes in these three categories, to think of a whole new life for the next generation in places like Uganda, especially, where you have so much in the way of both human resources, but also in the way of looking at the addressing all the challenges that we face. On the data side, this would integrate a lot of new ways to collect data from what we call bottom-up system sensors, as well as top-down systems, or looking at digitizing documents to save them from the termites, and being able to use a lot of these new buzzwords of technology so that anyone managing any natural resources systems, water, environment, and so on, can have the information that's required at their fingertips. And you've already made great strides in this direction. And one of the things there is to think about new ways to integrate new types of data. Nowadays, any modern new phone can do LiDAR surveys, or you have new ways to look at what kind of biodiversity there is just by doing an eDNA sampling, or being able to look at video and audio images that you can use in virtual reality and other aspects by 360-degree views. New ways to involve communities in a lot of this monitoring, where they too can become part of the whole network of being able to monitor how things have changed according to different watershed management activities. For example, has the river become more perennial? Is there less turbidity in the water, and so on? And also, the new revolution that's happened is on Earth observation, whether it be from satellites, drones, or even heliborne surveys, which you now can use for looking at 600 meters below the surface, what's the structure of the Earth, to help with modeling and so on. And being able to leverage all of these with new kinds of sensors for scanning the remaining forests in Uganda or the wetlands in Uganda to get completely new insights, whether you're using drones or using people walking through these systems where possible. And with a lot of these types of new technology, you also have ways of visualizing things in new ways, whether it be 2D maps, 3D maps, or 4D maps, 3D maps changing over time, or using interactive graphics or virtual reality or augmented reality. So these may look like science fiction, but a lot of these are already there. And it's time we scale up a lot of the use of these so that we don't have to stare at tables of numbers anymore, but we can make the data speak to us as we go up the data value chain from data to information to knowledge to decision support. So seeing the kids there reminded me that I too have a team here which we call our kids Knowledge, Information and Data Services Help Desk, which involves me surrounding myself with people much smarter than me who can help bring a lot of information together and help become the tech whisperers at the bank as well. So through this, we are trying to develop something we're calling the Livable Planet Observatory. And some aspects of that are to help develop different types of platforms where you can access data. I'll send this presentation around, so please do check these out. You can access the something like 3 billion observations for 5 million species globally through the Global Biodiversity Information Facility data. You can access data related to which areas are more or less impacted by deforestation and other aspects around the world. You can look at stream flow forecasts anywhere in the world. Or, for example, if I were to show you what this could look like here, you could say there are new kinds of data sets that are coming in which we didn't even know existed, we couldn't even know existed a few years back. For example, Google and Microsoft have come up with a new buildings data set for the entire world. So imagine being able to see every building in the world as delineated by artificial intelligence using a lot of the high resolution satellite data that's there. So you have, for example, if you look in Entebbe, any one of these buildings that are out there, all being delineated with the help of AI. People are now doing this to also delineate farm fields and other aspects. But with these, you can do amazing things such as be able to leverage this data along with other data sets to see which data are in different kind of zones that we have of risk, or be able to look at this for the entire Lake Victoria Basin or any of these kind of areas by leveraging a lot of the new tools that we have accessible in this regard. You also have new ways to look at drone data and be able to explore not just visually at very fine, let's say 1 or 2 centimeter resolution, what's the latest position of civil works in any of these areas, but also use cloud services to be able to look at which areas are above a certain elevation or below a certain elevation, or being able to do even simple visual spatial kind of analytics on it. For example, if you wanted to get a sense of how much that length was or that area was, to be able to do these on the fly, or even more complex cross sections to see what that area looks like. So to leverage a lot of these and also being able to access these with simple tools, we are developing a livable planet explorer as part of the observatory. And the idea is to look at every power plant in the world, for example, which many different sources of this one's from WRI, for example, or to collate other kinds of open data sets that there are, including data related to different types of background information. So you can go to Choga Wetland and be able to look at it in very fine high resolution. Or if you wanted to have a look at where all the people live or where all the cattle live, or being able to look at a lot of the different climate or environment related data sets, including which of these areas are currently protected. Uganda is one of the countries that's striving to protect now 30% of their land by 2030. So which will the next areas be when you combine these with other biodiversity and other data services that are around, and being able to leverage these kinds of data, not only within Uganda, but also in the neighborhood, you could start looking at to see how can we work across borders, for example, as you're doing in Mount Elgon and other places, to be able to leverage protection of that entire area that you're looking at, right? Similarly, there's a lot of new data sets with regard to building stocks or other types of things in these areas, or all the power transmission lines and so on. Also, a lot of our colleagues in other agencies, for example, the UN in FAO, have some excellent tools which we are also trying to make more accessible. For example, if you wanted to see the forest canopy of the world, to be able to quickly access data such as these, or in fact, there's now even better versions of these data sets that are being done using AI, in this case by Meta and WRI. They've tried to heroically develop 1 meter by 1 meter database of forests for the world, where you can see how high the trees are. A lot of these need a bit down the pike in terms of new types of data services that are there, and being able to leverage a lot of data when it comes to either changes in land cover or rainfall, or looking at all of these and making them accessible at your fingertips going ahead. But finally, I'd like to also mention that the big change that's coming is in AI, and it's something which we just can't ignore. There's one school of thought that thinks it's the best thing since sliced bread. It'll help us do all of these routine works really well and create all kinds of new jobs and so on. But there's the other side of it which needs to be managed, which is that it has a lot of bias. There's lots of issues with privacy, cybersecurity, the energy water requirements for training it, or that it could even become an existential threat in some ways. So all of these risks need to be managed to better use the power of AI in terms of being able to think about how this could be used to help think about new aspects of being able to fill in data gaps that are there and do improved forecasts, or being able to create new data sets, which I mentioned. For example, people have mapped every tree in the Sahel using AI, all the 10 billion trees, or created these new forest or farm or other types of data services that could be there, and be also able to do a lot of new kinds of cloud analytics called Geo AI, and be able to transfer all of this into new decision support tools that are around. And a lot of these will enable us to think very differently, to do things which people used to reserve for really big projects, now for every projects to develop a digital twin so that it lives in the digital world as well as in the real world, to be able to manage it better or plan for these better going ahead, or develop new systems to pay stakeholders for protecting forests, or to do things such as improve the land management so that it doesn't degrade better, using a lot of these kinds of new tools. But all of this requires us to think differently, because as Rumi said in the 13th century, if you think about the elephant in the dark room where everyone feels an elephant and comes up with different ideas for what that beast is about, the same thing happens in a watershed type setting, whether we're looking at the Lake Victoria Basin or the Nile Basin, or any of the different sub-basins, Lake Choga Basin and so on. There are people who will be looking just at the climate aspects of it, or just at the agriculture aspects, or just the forestry aspects. And that is like all of us feeling a different part of this watershed to come up with our limited angle on what this watershed is about. But we really need to look at this as a whole so that we can begin to see the beast in all of its glory in terms of how to address these issues. So I won't go into these. There's lots of things we can do in terms of improving the way we do the 3 I's, information, as well as institutions to help modernize our work here, and in terms of new kinds of investments that could be prepared that are both climate resilient and smart, and also provide a lot of ways of both sustaining our natural resources as well as being able to, in terms of aquatic terrestrial resources and biodiversity resources that we have, as well as being able to use this in ways in which we can improve incomes and livelihoods by new information systems, new institutional aspects, as well as new types of investments that we can think about in the future, so that it benefits everyone in society, including the poorest, right? And today we have all this at our fingertips with a lot of new technologies. So let's please start using this and doing even more than what you've already achieved so far. So happy exploring, and great to see you all today. And please remember, we either disrupt or we have to be disrupted, right? So thanks again. Although I'm vegetarian, but yes.
I didn't want to even read it out. I don't think I wore the right shoes to read it out. Page 37 of the program. One quick question for Dr. Hash. And Dr. Hash, as we agreed during our dry run, if you have some time, please keep around. You never know. Who has a quick question? Yes, Dr. Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Hash. It's very comprehensive, and it has left us really asking ourselves so many questions. Where do you see us starting from, since you know a little bit about us here at within the sector? What would be that low-hanging fruit for us? Thank you.
Dr. Hash, you got the question?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for that question. And no, I think that's a very good question. They often quote an African proverb, right, where they say, "How do you eat an elephant?" And the answer is supposed to be you start with the first bite, then it becomes easier. I need to find a better version of this because I'm vegetarian. But the key here is, I think, to try and think about all the low-hanging fruit that are all there for the taking, right, around us. One is, how do we benefit from other people's work? Because there's a new world out there with new kinds of data and analytics that we really are starting to learn from. And this is changing every day. And this is something which I think with a lot of the folks that you have with Panelist and others, you've already been trying to do this. But can we think about better ways in which, let's say, maybe students can help people who are, especially at all levels, but especially people doing their graduate work, can be part of this through internship programs like you've tried in the Nile Basin work, or being able to explore how Uganda can help make more of its data more easily accessible and organized, so that you can use a lot of these new ways of being able to do cloud computing, leveraging not only global data sets, but your data sets to make things even better, and leveraging tools to improve early warning, to help look at building on the 4 or 5 catchment zones that you've made for each of these catchments, developing detailed knowledge bases, which then can be made more public, and especially engaging the new generation in new ways. We've been doing some hackathons and other aspects where there's smart people everywhere. So it's a matter of seeing, can we make more data and information and knowledge in the public domain so everyone can help contribute towards these kind of solutions that are there. And I think if we look at also how Uganda is not an island, although it has many, but is part of larger systems, whether we are looking at the Nile Basin or whether we are looking at other aspects here, it becomes important to see what role Uganda could play in terms of leading a lot of the other activities that could be there, to be not just being able to benefit from the rest of the world, but contribute to the rest of the world with a lot of the talent that you have in country. So I think a lot of the problems that seem intractable today, in terms of looking at the many challenges of pollution and climate and over-extraction that we have today, all of these can be addressed with the talent that you have assembled there and outside, who can all be part of the solution by leveraging all of these new technologies, because that's what has really changed. And so the more we can socialize within ourselves the new technologies, and this is something we are all learning every day, every one of us. And it's also a great leveler in many ways, because things that many countries had done many years ago are all obsolete. We make something new today and it's obsolete because there's technologies galloping at such a rapid pace going ahead. So, many ways in which this can manifest itself, and I hope that all of you can do an amazing job for leading up to the next Water Week that you have, to showcase some of these types of progress as well.
A round of applause for Doctor. And an excellent question from Dr. Magara Joyce. The last few water weeks, we've had hackathons. The doctor has mentioned hackathons several times. We have smart people everywhere. Aren't we all smart? We have smart people everywhere. We can work with students to help us, especially students that are doing graduate work. We need to pursue smart development. We are already doing community monitoring. We need to do it much better. We need to make the data speak to us. We need to make the data speak to us. We are collecting too much. Probably we don't even know what we are collecting. Is it speaking to us? Is it speaking to the problems that we need to address? The big change coming is in artificial intelligence. Are we using it? Are we there yet? Are we moving closer? And the elephant in the dark room, the addition of the word dark is what attracted me. We always say the elephant in the room. But he has added that the elephant in the dark room. So we have a lot of work to do. I think the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker said that we have a lot of work to do. And the reason why we are here and having these water weeks is really to get to know what is happening out there. I nearly got lost in just moving around the globe, but seated in this room. Morris? You know Morris knows how to disappear. You are there? Okay. We need to call our team together. We are getting into our panel discussion, and we have a number of people.
You still had Professor Deakon. Professor Deakon. I need to check that we have him online. Is he available? Professor is even in the room. So, Jess,
yes.
Please invite Professor.
Yes. Professor, please come up. Professor Deakon, look at page 37. You know, sometimes when you start to summarize and re-summarize somebody's bio, you lose the gist, and I don't want to do that. Professor, you're welcome, and thank God you are here. Not that Hash is Hash, you are missing. You're missing a lot, but we know you are still in the room. So, Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much. I do have slides somewhere.
Technical team, please. Technical team. Mr. Chizito Xavier, if I don't see you somewhere up there, I feel.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for inviting me to speak at this year's Uganda Water and Environment Week. This is my second visit to this wonderful and welcoming country. Last night I attended the Ndiri Cultural Center and I watched that amazing dance troupe. It was one of the most incredible things that I have ever experienced, and it was something that I will never forget. During that, we were reminded to focus not on our differences, but on our commonalities. Whether you are old or whether you are young, whether you are rich or poor or educated or uneducated, we are people first. And it made me think of my talk today, enhancing resilience in rural areas. I looked at sub-Saharan Africa and rural Ontario, Canada. And at first, I think perhaps some of you might be wondering, what could our similarities be? And I think it is important to be able to find common ground. So today, I hope that when we're discussing resilience, when we're talking about water and the environment, we realize that we share many, many commonalities. Rural resilience is not just about survival. It's about creating sustainable, self-sufficient communities that can withstand and adapt to external pressures. In Uganda, unpredictable weather, limited access to resources, and economic instability are major concerns. Meanwhile, in Ontario, where I'm from, the challenges are different. but equally pressing, including climate variability, declining labor pools, and economic shifts. Despite these challenges, both regions have significant opportunities to enhance resilience through sustainable resource management, through economic diversification, and through community-driven development. Climate change is quite obviously one of the biggest threats to rural resilience. Water is a critical factor in both regions. Across Uganda, where droughts threaten crops, and in Ontario, where sustainable water use supports agriculture. Without reliable water sources, agriculture productivity declines, food security is threatened, and economic opportunities decrease. Innovative solutions like rainwater harvesting and efficient irrigation systems are proving successful in increasing agricultural output and resilience. Similarly, land conservation is equally important. In Uganda, agroforestry techniques prevent soil erosion and improve crop yields, while in Ontario, cover cropping and regenerative agriculture maintain soil health and increase productivity. Energy resilience also is critical when we're talking about rural resilience. Solar paneled irrigation in Africa, wind farms across Ontario reduce reliance on fossil fuels. They lower production costs. Excuse me. Investing in water management, soil health, and renewable energy ensures long-term economic and environmental stability for rural communities. Economic resilience means not relying on one industry, not relying on one commodity. Rural communities must diversify their income sources to remain sustainable. Across Uganda, across sub-Saharan Africa, smallholder farmers are increasing their earnings by expanding into agro-processing, such as drying and packaging fruits or processing grains for sale in larger markets. In rural Ontario, farmers are improving profitability through value-added agricultural products, including but not limited to organic dairy, craft beverages, and specialty crops. These approaches not only increase incomes, but also make rural businesses more competitive in the marketplace. However, market access remains a significant challenge in both regions. In Uganda, poor road networks and lack of storage facilities often lead to product loss before products reach the market. In Ontario, rural businesses struggle with scaling their operations and competing in larger urban center markets. Solutions include improving infrastructure, improving digital access, and financial support. Government initiatives and private sector investments in rural roads, e-commerce platforms, and microfinance programs are helping our rural communities expand their businesses and secure better incomes. Rural communities are often their own best problem solvers, and I think that is the most important thing that I can say. Rural communities are often their most effective problem solvers. I think you all know that. It is critical that we engage with the community directly. Community-led initiatives play a significant role in ensuring sustainable economic growth. Across Uganda, cooperative farming markets allow small-scale farmers to pool resources, access better markets, and share technology and knowledge. In Ontario, farmer-led organizations help shape policies, and they help provide support for agricultural innovation. Education and workforce development are also crucial. Vocational training for youth, for women, help create new job opportunities and prevent rural depopulation. Digital skills training enables farmers and small businesses to use e-commerce and mobile technology to expand their reach. Governments and private sector also have a role to play. Infrastructure investment in irrigation, in renewable energy, and road networks strengthen rural communities and provides opportunities for these businesses to grow. Collaborative partnerships between policymakers, between businesses and communities ensure that rural populations can adapt to change, can improve their incomes, and build a more resilient future. Now, that first section I want to focus on here is on water and environmental resources as pillars, particularly in enhancing rural resilience. Water and environmental resources play a critical role in ensuring the stability and sustainability of rural economies. These resources support agriculture, economic growth, and environmental health, all of which are essential components to resilience. Without proper management, rural communities in both Uganda, across sub-Saharan Africa, in rural Ontario, face challenges such as water scarcity, land degradation, and unpredictable climate conditions. Across sub-Saharan Africa, for example, droughts and erratic rainfalls have made farming difficult. leading to food insecurity and economic instability. Meanwhile, in Ontario, climate change is affecting our water cycles, our soil quality, and our agricultural productivity. Both regions require sustainable strategies to protect and utilize water and environmental resources effectively. Water is a fundamental resource. It is a fundamental resource that supports agriculture, that supports industry and daily life across rural communities. Without reliable access to water, food production declines, businesses struggle, and communities become more vulnerable to economic and environmental shocks. Across Uganda, across sub-Saharan Africa, many rural communities lack proper irrigation. They lack improper infrastructure, making farming highly dependent on rainfall. When droughts occur, food shortages and economic downturns follow. Solutions such as solar-powered irrigation systems, rainwater harvesting, and watershed restoration have proven to be effective. In Ontario, water is generally more available, but challenges like overuse, pollution, and shifting weather patterns pose risk to long-term sustainability. Smart irrigation technologies, wetland conservation projects, water recycling initiatives help protect water resources while ensuring that rural economies remain strong. Then land is one of the most valuable resources for rural communities, supporting not only agriculture, but also forestry, tourism, and biodiversity. However, poor land management, climate change, and unsustainable farming practices can lead to land degradation, making it difficult for communities to sustain their livelihoods. In Uganda and across sub-Saharan Africa, desertification, deforestation are significant challenges. As land quality declines, crop yields decrease. Farmers lose their income. Agroforestry, which involves planting trees alongside crops, helps prevent soil erosion, helps increase soil fertility. In Ontario, overuse of farmland and the loss of forests have led to soil depletion and a significant decline in biodiversity. Sustainable farming techniques such as cover cropping and reforestation help maintain land productivity while reducing environmental harm. Climate change presents a growing threat, increasing the frequency of extreme weather events, such as droughts, such as floods, and in Canada, more recently, such as wildfires. These changes put pressure on agriculture, put pressure on water supply, and put significant pressure on existing infrastructures, making it essential to implement effective adaptation strategies. One of the most effective ways to combat climate-related risk is through sustainable water management. By investing in rainwater harvesting, efficient irrigation, and watershed conservation, rural communities can reduce their vulnerability to droughts and water shortages. Governments and communities must work together to implement policy change, infrastructure investment, and conservation programs that support climate adaptation and sustainable rural development. Now, this next section is going to focus on the role of water and environmental resources related to improving livelihoods. Water and environmental resources play a crucial role in ensuring economic stability and improved livelihoods in our rural communities. These resources provide the foundation for agricultural productivity, job creation, and climate resilience. Across sub-Saharan Africa, challenges such as water scarcity, desertification, and extreme climate conditions make it difficult for many to sustain their livelihoods. Meanwhile, in Ontario, climate change, land degradation, and market fluctuations present unique threats to economic stability. To enhance the resilience and improve the incomes, rural areas must invest in sustainable water management, land conservation, and infrastructure development. Reliable access to water is the foundation of rural economic development. Without adequate water management, agricultural productivity declines, food insecurity increases, and rural economies suffer. Across the African sub-Saharan continent, many farmers still depend, as I've mentioned, on rain-fed agriculture, making their production highly vulnerable to this ongoing climate change, ongoing concern around climate challenges. However, regions that have invested in irrigation systems have seen farm yields increase by over 200%. In Ontario, smart water management is a crucial way in which we can reduce costs and improve efficiency for commercial farming. Beyond farming, access to water supports rural business expansion, particularly in food processing industries. Sectors such as dairy production, fruit drying, and agro-processing rely on stable water supplies. Ensuring water security not only protects agricultural livelihoods, but also expands economic opportunities by enabling value-added industries. Sustainable land management is a fundamental pillar to long-term economic growth in rural communities, and by maintaining healthy soil, by maintaining healthy forests and ecosystems, communities can ensure consistent agricultural productivity, environmental stability, and economic resilience. Environmental conservation efforts also can create new and alternative income opportunities for rural residents. Another growing sector is ecotourism, which has become a source of employment and investment in both regions that I've been discussing. Protected landscapes, forests, wildlife reserves attract tourists, generating revenue for local businesses, hospitality services, and conservation initiatives. Land conservation must be prioritized, and sustainable resource management is critical to ensure the long-term health of our rural communities. Climate continues to present a significant challenge to rural economic stability, making infrastructure, making investment and policy support essential for long-term growth. Education and workforce training programs also can play a crucial role in economic resilience. Policy support and financial incentives help make these investments accessible. Governments and private sector organizations provide subsidies, they provide grants and infrastructure funding, all critical for the long-term health and resilience of our rural communities. And the last section I want to talk about is water and environmental resources as drivers of rural livelihoods and of incomes. The connection between water and environmental resources are not just natural necessities. They are economic enablers that directly impact the livelihoods, the stability, and the resilience of our rural communities. When managed effectively, they boost agricultural productivity, they create economic opportunities, and they reduce financial risks associated with the ongoing climatic challenges. However, rural communities in both regions face significant resource-related challenges: water shortages, soil degradation, food insecurity. Rain-fed agriculture continues to be a challenge. Droughts, water infrastructure, irrigation systems, conservation strategies, all are limiting factors to how we are handling this ongoing crisis. Water security is a fundamental driver. It is critical that we take it on head-on when we're designing policy and we're responding to these challenges. Many farmers, need increased access, improved access to water, which makes their incomes a little bit more predictable in terms of long-term sustainability. Water access is critical for our rural businesses, for industries, for food processing, for textiles, for rural tourism. It is one system, and that is how we have to start to consider this. Environmental resources are a foundation for long-term economic stability. Healthy land, forests, and agriculture are all part of this. We have to start taking a systems approach when we're designing our policy response. And then getting into policy, strategic policies and targeted investments are essential. It is critical that without government and private sector support, rural communities struggle to access the resources. It's critical that we are working in collaboration between these three areas to make our long-term goals achievable. Community-led initiatives are critical. Collaboration is essential, all of which help us build a long-term sustainable rural economy. Now, I could go on and on about some conclusions, but I'm going to be quite quick here. Water and environmental resources are fundamental. I've said this. Economic stability, resilience, and long-term prosperity are integrally tied to their long-term provision. Sustainable water and land management practices are essential for not only food security, but also incomes in our rural communities. Sustainable resource management fosters job creation. It fosters ecotourism. These industries provide diversified sources of income. To achieve lasting rural resilience, governments, businesses, communities must work together. That is the critical message that I'm trying to promote. Collaboration is the only way forward. And then speaking of collaboration, building resilient and prosperous rural communities require multiple sectors to be involved. No single group can address the complex challenges of water security. No single group can respond to environmental sustainability or economic development alone. Academia, government, and the private sector innovators must work together. They must work together to create effective, research-driven, and critically scalable solutions. Academic institutions play a vital role in advancing research, education, and technological development. Governments have the responsibility to support rural development through policy, through infrastructure investment, and funding initiatives. The private sector, particularly in agriculture, technology, and renewable energy, plays a very, very critical role in driving innovation for rural resilience. So I'll leave you with this. Policymakers must prioritize investments in water security, sustainable agriculture, and infrastructure development. Businesses and investors must support rural enterprises and green innovation, and local communities must embrace cooperative models and knowledge sharing to strengthen their resilience. Whether you are a policymaker or a business leader, a researcher, or a community member, your involvement matters. It is critical that everybody plays their part and participates. Together, we can build a resilient, a prosperous, and self-sufficient rural community across Uganda, across sub-Saharan Africa, and across rural Ontario. Let's commit to sustainable solutions today to ensure a thriving future for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deakon. Another applause for Dr. Deakon. Thank you so very much. Thank you for taking us to rural Ontario. I wasn't too sure whether rural Ontario, how does it look like? Does it look like my grandmother's village?
No.
But thank you for that, right? One quick question for Prof. A quick one, a burning one, before I invite Dr. Kallis to do something. Yes, Lalit.
I think you covered everything in the earth, like, you know, when you were speaking of the water resource management, environmental protection and all. And it was really amazing presentation, to be very honest. You didn't leave any stone unturned. But when I was listening to you, I was thinking like where to start. And also, like, it is of course true that all of them are happening. It's not that nothing is happening, things are happening. But how to organize ourselves and where to start, and how the government can be a good regulator through policy and all, and how to make sure that the private sector really get thrive into the different type of business that you are talking about, starting from irrigation to production of gas crops. Even my subject, like, you know, if you say that 4 million people are defecating in open still now, like there's a big market in sanitation promotion, for example. Is microfinance accessible to the people who can probably aspiring to build a toilet at their home? You know, so those kind of stuff, like, you know, I was just thinking in different directions. And also fecal sludge management, which is not seen at all as a subject, unfortunately, except in urban areas. Rural areas, nobody is looking at that. So, yeah, it's a big business. It's a big paradigm, big business, but how to make it and how to engage private sector into the process and how to make use of the huge youth mass in the country. And there are plenty of youth groups available in the country who are probably talking in terms of like, you know, as an activist, you know, like they're trying to protect the climate, this and that. But to engage them into a business for climate, you know, adaptation, maybe that would be kind of a new direction I think we need to all think through, you know. Thank you.
I think, I mean, there's two parts to this answer. I think here in Uganda, your wealth is your youth. It's coming from a country that is much older to seeing groups come up like we saw earlier, or the dance troupe. You have such an incredible resource in your youth. They are involved in Uganda's development, all of the AI technologies, the networking, the connectivity. This is what they know. That is where you should start, I think, because it is them that have the energy and the excitement to lead this forward. The next step, I think, though, is no offense to government officials, but to get out of the way. Let communities lead these discussions. Be there to support those discussions. Be there to support what they need. They know what they need. And I think that is a universal issue. There is a tendency for our national capitals to dictate so much policy. I don't care if you're in Ontario, so Toronto dictates all of our policy. I was brought up in Northern Ontario, a 5-hour drive on a 4-lane highway away. They have no idea what goes on in my small little town that doesn't have broadband internet, doesn't have piped water. They assume everybody lives in a big urban center. It's critical that decisions are based in the realities that people face, and that the government gets behind those with policy and support. That's where I would start.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Panelist. I need you here. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I think we may need to talk a little bit more. That small village of yours, if it doesn't have all those things, then what will I say? Mine, Dr. Deakon, mine has internet. It has connection. Good connection.
Sorry, one last thing. During the COVID pandemic, like everybody, we were sidelined, sent home. And I was sitting at home with my wife, and there was an interview on our national radio, the Canadian Broadcasting Company, with one of our economic ministers saying, we are here for Canadians. We have everything you need to send your kids to school digitally for e-learning. And then there is Uber Eats, DoorDash, all of these platforms. I was sitting in my Uber Eats-less, DoorDash-less, we don't have broadband internet community, thinking, you Toronto-focused politician, you do not understand what goes on in rural spaces. It's shocking to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yep. Dr. Panelist, please do the needful. Dr. Hash, is Dr. Hash still?
Yes.
Dr. Hash, can you please put Dr. Hash up there for us?
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Honorable Herbert Aliko, Chairperson, Natural Resources Committee of Parliament, to come forward and give an award to one of our keynote speakers, Professor 08th Deakon. Honorable, let's give an applause to Honorable as he takes the floor.
Professor 08th Deakon would like to appreciate you for a very moving and informative keynote address that you've given. We appreciate the fact that you find Uganda a country rich not just in natural resources but also in culture. This is a small souvenir from the organizers of the Uganda Water and Environment Week to commemorate you are being part and parcel of this week's event. Congratulations and thank you.
Let me also take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of Climate Change Parliamentary Committee, Honorable Bika Songa, to take the floor and award our other keynote, Dr. Hash. Dr. Hash, I hope you are there online. So I want to award you online. You talked about artificial intelligence, so we are doing things virtually. So, I will represent Dr. Hash since he's online, and Dr. Hash, I hope you are there. So I will receive this and pass it over to you online.
I thought we were going to use disruptive technology. Thank you, Dr. Hash. I would like to take this opportunity to give this award to Dr. Nagaraja Rao Hash, the global lead in disruptive technology at the World Bank, in appreciation of his contribution as keynote speaker during the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025 event on 17th March 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next time I see you.
Thank you very much. Disruptive technology is what we need. But let's get into our panel discussion. My panelists, Mr. Abbas Mawanda.
Yes, Jen, just before they come, and I know they are coming, we didn't want to lose you, so we agreed in principle, thanks to Dr. Kalista and the BS. And I'm glad the LC5 chairman saw the light much earlier. So if you one of those who needs a small bite and a quick coffee, the serving centers are open, but we will continue, so you will miss out on the conversation. We are not breaking. The ushers will let you know where to go, so any usher at the back will let you know where to go. The VIPs, there is also ushers on this side. They will also let you know where to go. However, the panelists, we will find a way of bringing the tea to you, because for us we are continuing, so we will not have a single break. All right, back to you, Jen.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Maurice. So if you need a cup of tea or you need something, please, this is your home. And I think we didn't mention the nice toilets are not too far. Please, especially for those that are coming here for the first time, you go out and you'll see them out there. And they are on each floor, so feel comfortable. I'd like to invite Mr. Abbas Mawanda from Postbank. He's the Chief Corporate and Institutional Banking Officer. Can we please welcome Mr. Mawanda? My good Honorable, I'd like to invite you back. Honorable Herbert Ariko is the chairperson of the Natural Resources Committee of Parliament of Uganda. Mr. Paul Flynn Mukalazi, nice to have you back. Thank you for coming once again. Mr. Mukalazi is founder and patron of Grow Foundation. My good friend and brother, Mr. Tom Sengalama, I was informed you are representing the UN resident representative. Tom is from UNDP. Tom, you're welcome. Technical team, my boss is online, so can you check whether Dr. Patrick Moriarty is online? That's my boss. I work for IRC. And my CEO is online, or should be online. Please let me know. And then my good professor, Professor Alex Ariho. Nice to, but you are part of us, so sometimes I'm not too sure whether to welcome you or to say welcome home, or Professor Alex Ariho is the Director General of Africa Agribusiness Incubators Network. He sits in Accra, Ghana, but he's our good brother and friend. Okay. Let me stand here so that I can balance the gender. Thank you very much for coming. Tom, I can't see your smile, your usual smile, so should I get worried? No worries. Okay. We'll start with a general question, which we shared with you. I think you have the general question. Water and environment resources are fundamental to sustainable development, economic transformation, and community resilience. How can Uganda optimize the use of these resources to strengthen resilience against climate change and enhance incomes and livelihoods for its people? I'll start with you, Mr. Mawanda. 2 quick minutes, and then we get into our other questions.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think I'll attempt that question from a banking perspective. First of all, I would like to inform our audience about our bank in a short brief. We are a fully government-owned bank, and this bank has operated so much within the rural setup of this country. So we have over 58 branches, but largely in the rural areas of the country. We've just expanded within the urban centers. So for us, water and environment is very key. And why? The bank finances a lot agriculture. When you look at our portfolio, more than 40% is in agriculture, both crop and animal. The bank has done a lot with cooperatives within the country. So if we are to enhance incomes and livelihoods within the communities we operate in, it's very, very pertinent to ensure that we create sustainability in the businesses they run, the businesses we finance. So this sustainability cannot be detached with water and environment. So what we've done as a bank, we've been able to come up with tailored products that support the water sector. When you engage people largely in agriculture, we've supported them in the irrigation schemes. So if someone is to do irrigation, we've offered them subsidized products in terms of pricing. And also, we've been able to mobilize people within their communities to form cooperatives and circles and finance them in the cooperatives they run. So you'll find that entities like those in animal we focus so much on cattle. They can't really access financing unless they are together as a cooperative. So we've been able to mobilize them, do financial inclusion, and finance them within their cooperatives to ensure that they do boreholes and mini dams, water dams, to at least sustain their farms in the rural setup. So back in town, we've been able to do a lot of engagements, support entities that are towards water. When you look at most of our products, especially in the education sector, we've been able to detach water from the main products. For example, if a school is to access financing, we detach the water requirement because we have to give them that requirement at subsidized interest rates, and then focus on the other at a different setup altogether.
Thank you, Mr. Mawanda. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Honorable, your take on the question. How can Uganda optimize the use of these resources to strengthen resilience?
Thank you so very much, Jen. Just again, for the sake of the audience that may have come in later, my name is Herbert Edmund Ariko, Member of Parliament, Soroti City East Division. I chair the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources of Parliament. And first of all, water and environment are part and parcel of the very existence of humanity. So for us to be able to harness water resources, but at the same time be mindful of sustainable environmental use, it's at the core of the very existence of humanity. Now, first and foremost, 70% of the Ugandan economy is reliant on agriculture. And yet, you find that It is therefore important for us to look at the aspect of climate smart agriculture, whereby we don't need at this stage to principally rely so much on natural rainwater sources as a way of being able to water our crops. We could look at irrigation, as my colleague has said, as one of the core elements that we use to ensure that our farmers, our agriculturists, are able to sustainably receive water for their crop and for their animals. And indeed, one of the aspects now that must be focused on as policymakers and as a government is the element of solar-powered irrigation schemes. I want to thank this ministry. They had started with a project in which mini irrigation schemes were being dotted in several parts of the country. Unfortunately, though, some of them have not been able to take off, but a few others took off but didn't have sufficient water sources in them. We need now to focus, together with our development partners, to ensure that these irrigation schemes, one, first of all, have strong solar power irrigation facilities in them, but also two, that more and more farmers are recruited to be able to cover these schemes. For instance, at Alere, somewhere in Dakabela, just close by where I also have a farm, a number of people amounting to about 30 farmers have been benefiting from a small-scale irrigation scheme, which in its initial stages started as something that bared a lot of promise to the farmers. But unfortunately, the more it became more economically viable, the area that had been covered, because initially the scheme was for 13 acres, but the ministry was only able to cover up to 7 acres of the 13. Now the 7 acres reduced the number of plots. Now the reduction in the plots indeed made the farmers not to produce to the capacity which they were supposed to have gone into. The second thing that I could also want to hint on in looking at this aspect of resilience is the issue of harnessing renewable energy sources. One of the issues that are the core of our country's climate change mitigation process is to ensure that the energy sources are focused on those that ensure that the people are able to receive the energy, but receive energy without necessarily letting down the aspect of environmental protection, as well as ensuring that aspects of climate change mitigation are focused on. I wanted to look at one more aspect of promoting afforestation and carbon credits. Now, 14% of Uganda's land is covered hitherto by forests. But as we all know, most of our natural forests are getting degraded. One, because of energy sources, firewood, charcoal. The other is the issue of construction that is all over. We would like to see that at a policy level, government strengthens our policy system and the compliance mechanisms so that whether people are in high positions, whether people are in privileged positions, if they are found to be those that are engaged in activities that degrade our forest cover, the deterrent measures taken upon them must be those that don't look at rank and file. Secondly, that the aspect of promoting reforestation by tree planting is something that should form the core of our system of formation, right from schools, right into institutions, and all the other partners. And indeed, even people that are engaged in commercial forestation projects must be supported as a policy. You know that the aspect of carbon financing, Uganda has been rated at about 33 million carbon credits. And indeed, if we harness this, our country stands to gain for up to $200 million annually from carbon credits alone. So this is one of the ways that I think that we can be able to promote our resilience. The last thing that I wanted to mention for now is the issue of ensuring that we do strengthen our early warning systems. You realize that just on Saturday, we had a cyclone hit Kalangala Island, where a lot of buildings were destroyed. A lot of crops was also swept away. But this was something in a country of Uganda that is living in this era that appeared like it was a surprise to all of us. So, one of the things we want to implore as a government to our development partners is to support the process of developing and strengthening early warning systems in the country so that we can be able to detect, prepare, and mitigate the effect of natural disaster. I want to say, as a leader, whereas the Uganda Meteorological Department, so to say now, has been mainstreamed back into the ministry, as a Committee of Environment and Natural Resources, we would like to work together with you as a ministry to ensure that, one, it gets soft landing back into the ministry, but also, two, that we ensure that resources allocated for the meteorology system of the country do not come further down than it is today. Because besides its support in climate detection, climate change detection, as well as environmental protection warning systems, it is also one of the elements that we use for aviation. And without security in aviation, we are also doomed to other forms of disaster. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, and thank you. The thing that hit Kalangala, do you know what the locals are saying? That a small Satan, a small demon, was rotating on Lake Victoria, and it got more annoyed, and it hit Kalangala. So when you translate it in the local languages, it really sounds not funny, weird. Like a small kasitani kettle, it went round and round and round. Mr. Mkalazi, over to you. How can we utilize our resources more effectively for resilience purposes?
With pleasure. I'm here to answer a key question that remains in this room. How do we pay for all of this? So the Grow Foundation, we are a social impact organization dedicated to ending poverty using carbon finance. So we've mastered the compliance, we've validated certificates. I'll talk about that in a second. The Honorable Minister earlier on has mentioned that Uganda needs $3 to $5 billion in order to implement the projects. And I must remind everyone in this room, Uganda is rich. So I am doesn't really matter as much. Who you are does. Because the plans that this ministry has made, that the Honorable Minister has made, that the Permanent Secretary has made, that this gentleman has made, the plans are there. The knowledge is there. The problems are known. The only question is, where on earth do we get $3 to $5 billion on average to pay for it? And it cannot be grants. It cannot be loans. It cannot be debt-based finance. Because Uganda has a right to stand on its own feet. It needs to be generated through income, through sales. And that is what carbon finance is. And I'd like to change that mindset. So here's the opportunity. Last year, Germany alone, as a government, spent $5 billion on carbon certificates that even turned out to be low quality. What Uganda can produce, what the Honorable Minister just mentioned, Member of Parliament, is already there. They need the credits that can be produced here. We are advising and analyzing about 100 stock-listed companies at the moment. So we know their demand for carbon credits. I'll mention one company by itself out of 100. Lufthansa, over the next 25 years, they're the German premier airline, needs 380 million carbon certificates. That's after they've done all the work of mitigation. They estimate they'll have to invest 40 to 60 billion US dollars into carbon certificates. That is your money. A single company, if the compliance and paperwork is done right, has the budget set aside in their plans to pay for what is needed here. Now, what we do is that allocation. We have validated 3 projects at the moment. The first is registered to the market. We have already produced 100 million carbon certificates ready for sale. That's 3 years. 3 years of the production that Uganda can do. We are advising Saudi Arabia on setting up their marketplace. We're talking to India to launch projects, Indonesia, India, Malaysia, and we're here. We're here to do this. We want to spearhead, as an example, through active reforestation and showing that carbon finance can be done and utilized, not as a policy measure, as a financial product that we have already listed. It's insured by Lloyd's of London, and multiple big funds are looking at it. We're talking to multiple central banks right now. And as a foundation, just one sentence, I'm half Ugandan, I'm part of the diaspora. The paperwork that you need so that Uganda can generate carbon certificates by itself, we will do that paperwork for free. It's my duty.
Thank you, Mr. Mkalazi. My commissioner has gone. I think has stepped out for climate change. I think she's already started telling us all about this, but in Uganda. So, Mr. Mkalazi, we definitely should continue working together. Mr. Tom Sengalama, your take on this?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Tom Sengalama. I work for UNDP as a team leader for nature, climate, energy, and resilience. And I was not supposed to sit here, but my boss asked me to step in. So I will step in and try to answer this question. One, from many people have talked from the point of view of use and benefit. I think it's also important to reflect on the protection part. Before we start optimizing a use, one, we need to protect the resource. One of the challenges we have with water resources management is that we look at water, we look at how we are extracting it and how we are distributing it, but we talk very little about how we are managing it. And that's why most of the water resources are being degraded. Lake shores are being degraded, riverbanks are being degraded, important water catchments are being degraded, and very little investment is going into that area. Even when you talk about transboundary water conversations, like the Nile, the Egyptians will talk about the volume of water reaching their home. They never talk about the number of water towers that are being degraded in the upper catchments. Now, unless we address that, however much you try to optimize use, you are going to lose the water. The other one is pollution. Our biggest lake, our biggest fishery in Africa, freshwater fishery in Africa, is being polluted by all the cities that are mushrooming around it. What are we doing? So for me, optimization of this water starts with realizing that this water has value, attaching proper value to it, looking at the real drivers of degradation of this water, and taking proactive steps to protect it. We are not short of water. We can produce a lot of water. We have a lot of water towers, a lot of water catchments. We have over 100 lakes in this country. We have a number of rivers, but why should we be discussing water today? We are discussing water today because we are not investing adequately in managing this water resource before we start distributing it for use. So that's where I come from. And UNDP globally has a nature pledge where water is at the center of that water pledge in trying to support countries, about 140 countries, to accelerate their objective towards the 2030 agenda. And it is looking at 3 things. One, we want us to understand the value of these resources that we manage, attaching value to these resources. If we know the real value, Honorable MP, we are going to apportion more resources to protecting them. And we are going to ensure we follow up to make sure they are protected. So attaching value is very important. The other one is actually mobilizing resources. He has talked about carbon markets. How do we, once we have valued these resources, then we are able to attach a market value to them, and we are able to charge the right cost when it comes to carbon markets. But once you don't know what you are selling, you are not even going to know how much to charge. So we need to attach value to these resources, and we need to attach a financial figure to it. The third one, of course, is the policy and practice. Once we have done all this, we think we need to look at our policies and see whether they are supportive enough, and then implement those policies to achieve our objectives. Once we do those things, I think the use will be a given, because we shall have good water in good quantities, and people will access them, fisheries will access them, animals will access them, and nature will flourish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sengalama. Tech team, is Dr. Moriarty online? He's online. Okay. Dr. Moriarty, I'll come to you last. Prof, yes. Your take on the general question. Doctor, I'll come to you after Professor Alex. Thank you.
Thanks once again. I'm Alex Saliho, the CEO of AIN. AIN is a network of incubators and accelerators in Africa. We operate in the 55 member states of the African Union based in Ghana, under the Department of Agriculture, Rural and Brew Economy. So in the context of the brew economy is why we are discussing about and participating and supporting the Uganda government and other actors in the space of water and environment. Now, very interesting question, and I've heard also from my colleagues their submission, but I think there is a fundamental question that we need to answer first of all. Why are we here? The first keynote speaker talked about the importance of focusing our response and our discussion around people. And what are the issues that the continent is facing and the country that we need to respond to? One, the issue of food insecurity. Two, incomes. People need money. Three, jobs. So for us to take the advantage of water and environmental resources is to make sure that we are responding to the issues at hand. You'll agree with me that it is not easy to conserve an environment and you entrust a resource with a hungry person, a jobless person, to look after the resource. My brother Tom, you'll agree with me, 2007 to 2010, we worked together in Uganda, and we are looking at collaborative forest management approaches. So I think it is important to structure water and environmental resources management around strategic areas. One, market-driven investment. I hear people still talking about support. We need to move from business as usual, talk about investment options around water and environment. That's when people put resources. Two, we need to look at incentives and benefits. What is in it for me? If you entrust me with a resource and talk about what I need to do business, I need a job, I need to pay school fees at the end of the day. So it is important. For example, now we should be discussing about how can water and environmental management interventions be part of the discussion of the continental Africa Continental Free Trade Area. For us to be able to support sustainable businesses that are competitive, we must manage the resources. Now, we must change the narrative, the debate around the critical issues that are being confronted by our society. Lastly, I want to sum it all in the four areas, the way I look at it. One, from the first presenter, the second keynote address, and from the discussions here, it is important that we get out of the room and we do what we call creative thinking. We need to start using the design thinking approach. Bring the private sector. Don't talk about the private sector by only talking about maybe two actors in the private sector space. We need to get the market drivers. Two, it's right time that we look at what we call co-financing approaches. The so-called partners, the development, private sector, the government, we need to sit on table and put resources together. That's called co-financing. Three, we need to look at the structured co-implementation program. The roles and responsibilities need to be very clear. Let's not be generic and say water is a resource and everybody is going to manage the resource. No. Roles and responsibilities and indicators of success. Can we tell from the first water week, second water week, now is the 8th. Can we now in the 9th, draw a curve and show how are we moving in terms of results that are responding to jobs, income, and food. Lastly, co-learning. We must get out of the blame game. Who is right, who is wrong? It's a journey. So we need to continue, document evidence-based, at the same time, take the challenges as opportunities as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think Professor's points are clear, and Dr. Callis, these are discussions we've been having for a very long time. So we need to start drawing that curve. Dr. Patrick Moriarty.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Tech team, yes.
Great.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Patrick. 8th Water Week. I know you had to do many things to get to where you are seated now, but thank you very much. Had to travel from the UK to the Netherlands, sit in the office, and then join this opening session. We are going ahead with the general question. How can Uganda, but you can substitute, you are chair of the Sanitation and Water for All, over 100 countries. So how can we optimize the use of these resources, of the water and environmental resources, to strengthen resilience against climate change and enhance incomes and livelihoods for our people?
Great. Thank you so much, Jay. And good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Patrick Moriarty. I'm the CEO of IRC Wash, also James Boss sometimes. And I'm the chair of Sanitation Water for All, the global partnership for sanitation and water. So firstly, I think it's great coming after all those other amazing interventions, all of which I agree with. And let me speak a little bit from the perspective of drinking water, and particularly drinking water in rural areas. And I think what's been so motivating to hear all the previous speakers is the strong focus on the importance of water as what I'd call an economic resource. So a resource that improves people's ability to generate income, that make sure clean water, that makes sure they're healthy so that they can do a job. And I think if we're particularly talking about rural areas, which are often a little bit left out, one of the biggest challenges we face is that we treat the supply of drinking water as somehow separate to the productive systems that you've been talking about, the irrigation, the livestock, the businesses. And because of that, we separate drinking water off from all those sources of income that can make it sustainable. We invest billions of dollars every year in building drinking water infrastructure, much of which doesn't meet the needs. And I love that point about the design-focused approach, much of which does not meet the needs of rural water users. We invest $10,000 in developing a borehole, and then we put a hand pump on it that is limited to giving people a few liters a day of drinking water when their needs are much bigger. They may want to do small-scale irrigation around their house. They may have livestock that they want to give water to. I think, over 20 years or so, we've developed a lot of experience in better integrating in rural areas domestic drinking water needs with broader production. But unfortunately, that hasn't been to scale. So I think the point I'd like to leave you with, and again, because so much has already been said, from a very specific focus on the human right to clean drinking water for everyone, is let's connect drinking water to other aspects of people's economic and productive well-being. Let's take a design-centered approach that starts with looking at rural people's needs, their needs for clean drinking water, but also their needs for water productive purposes. Because if we look at the biggest challenge we face, and I've faced in my entire career, it's in the domestic water sector, it's the challenge of sustainability. And that challenge is so often linked to the fact that there is no real business case behind the water supplies that we're providing. It's not clear how the income is supposed to be generated to pay for the operation and maintenance over time of those drinking water sources. And so I think making this link be more holistic in how we think about providing drinking water in rural areas is one very simple message that I'd like to leave you with and hopefully have a chance to discuss further. So thank you very much, Jane. Thank you very much, Pam.
Thank you, and good to know that you joined early enough and you listened in to the other submissions. Now we are getting into a marathon. It was good, Maurice, to have this general question. I think it's covered quite some good ground, and I'll only need 2 minutes from each of you to answer one of the 2 or 3 questions that we shared with you. I think Dr. Moriarty has made it clear that we have not been able to probably present a good business case for the kind of things that we have. And I think, Prof, you made it very clear. Investments. Is it a sector worth talking about in terms of investments without forgetting that water is also a public good? So where does it leave us? So I'll start with you, Mr. Mawanda. You already shared with us what the Post Bank does, but I would like you to share with us more. As a financial institution, Post Bank is a financial institution, but as a financial institution, what are the key opportunities, 1 or 2, and key challenges in financing this kind of work, in financing sustainable water and environment, infrastructure and distribution of water and sanitation and hygiene stuff?
Thank you very much. I think to appreciate the financing of this kind of work and the challenges we face, we have to first of all appreciate the stakeholders involved in this whole value chain. In banking, there is something we usually call the ecosystem around the entire sector. The opportunities, let me start with the opportunities we have. The opportunity is that as banks and financial institutions, there is a lot of need for water-related financing in the country. Why? Us, like I had earlier mentioned, us who finance a lot of agriculture and businesses that are related to agribusiness, you realize that the rural setup where these businesses are being conducted, and even in the urban, they are in their need of water and good water resources. So we've been able to tailor products to finance that. But above all, we also have to support the contractors and other people, other players within that sector. So we've been able to come up with working capital lines for such players, and above all, to come up with what I would call concessional pricing for them. Why? It's because when you look at the margins they have within the work they do, if you subject them to the market pricing of facilities, you have a challenge. But that is on the side of financing, but also on the side of providing other financial services. When I say that, I mean you find that some players will need to do FX, some players will need bank assurance because of the risks involved in their work. So we've been able, as a bank, to put up a fully fledged unit, which we've branded as sustainability, and that's where water falls, to ensure that we are able to tailor products. But the challenges we have, I'll start with the first challenge being liquidity in terms of extending these facilities on concessional terms. You need to partner with other partners. Right now the bank has been able to partner with the French Development Agency to be able at least to get cheaper financing, not only to use depositor funds. You need to have other partners who have technical knowledge around that. We work closely with the Grow Foundation. So these partners help the bank to offer not only financing, but also the technical knowledge when we engage these stakeholders. Also, you realize that in the whole setup of our country, when you discuss issues to do with collateral, you find that most of the players will have challenges. The land tenure system, most especially in northern Uganda, where land is communally owned. So these people find sometimes a challenge to secure, but we've gotten a solution for that. If, for example, someone is going to do irrigation, we'll be able to use the irrigation system as collateral for them. So ideally, we've been able to at least enhance the ecosystem around the water sector and finance it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope especially people in the local governments know all these opportunities that are there, and they can reach out to your different branches across the world to access them. Honorable, you already shared quite a lot about what you're doing, what the committee is doing, but you're a policy maker and you lead policy makers. And this is the Natural Resources Committee of Parliament. What do you think is missing in the policies and regulatory framework that is really needed to strengthen and ensure sustainable use of the resources that we have? What is missing? The policies, you have churned them out, but what in there is still missing?
Thank you so very much, Jane. First of all, from the onset, there is a general perceived fallacy that lingers among everyone, especially we in leadership and also the common people, that air is free, and we also, so to say, extended to say even water is free given by God, so I don't need to plan about it, I don't need to invest in it, I will just simply walk somewhere and get water, and then it's up to me to decide what I do with the water. Which is why you find sometimes when water is available, until it is scarce, we don't think so much deeply about when it is not. So when it's available, I will get it, wash a car, get it, water my flowers, get it, go on and do whatever it is. So the first aspect is, as policymakers, we must build right from the time when our children go to formation in schools, colleges, and the like, that it is built into the curriculum for people to be aware that actually water, amongst other resources, is a good that is not infinite. That the children must be taught how to reasonably, through their system, just like we teach them how to add 1 + 2 is equals to 3 and so on and so forth, that we must also know that being able to apply frugal means in utilizing water resources is part of a responsible citizenship. Number 2 is that we who are involved in allocating of resources, even when we apply on normally the matrix of what in the policy directives should constitute priority areas for allocation of the national budget, many a time we focus on defense and security. Many a time we look at infrastructure. We believe that when more resources are provided for industrialization and infrastructure development, then we are looking at a socioeconomic transformation. But we forget that the Human Development Index of the people is very much related to the health of the communities. And water and sanitation forms an integral part of determining whether you have a healthy and productive population or not. Because when people are more sick, when people are not working and not productive, then you are going to get a dependent population. So from the policy perspective of it, that we need to increase from the current approximately 8% of the national budget, that water and sanitation programs must be allocated up to about 15% of the budget, so that when there are more resources, deliberate actions are taken to harness water resources, but also to build climate resilient interventions for the country. The other aspect is we need to enforce the participatory mechanisms of the law. For instance, the National Environment Law provides that local governments and all other law administrative units must have environmental protection committees. But needless to say that only about 30% of the local governments as of today apply that section of the law. That at the policy aspect of it, at the regulatory aspect of it, we that are responsible for this must ensure that compliance mechanisms are applied to all the responsibility centers to ensure that these kind of committees are actually up and active. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the aspect of that we need to also amend the National Water Act. The National Water Act provides that there shall be active participation of women in almost all the water associations in the country. Women and the youth are part of the core of our population that always struggle with accessing water sources, utilization of water. They are the ones that on a day-to-day basis need more water than any other. But if you look at a statistic of most of the water associations in the country, women form only about 20% of the leadership of these water associations. The more the person is involved in collecting, looking for water and utilizing water, for instance, the more responsible they are likely to be in guiding the policy direction of water issues, of environment issues. Therefore, one of the things we should do is to ensure that the law provides for equitable participation of women who actually constitute a bigger population of our group, of our communities that utilize water, to form at least about 50% of water utilization, water management committees. The other aspect is, I know that the ministry and the development partners are doing a lot to ensure that water management, water resources utilization is handled most appropriately. But when we go to communities, how much do we ask a community whether the water source that they find a priority is a borehole, or is piped water, or is a spring well, or probably rainwater harvesting? Because, for instance, if water is looked at as a source of production, if you come to a community in Teso, you may find that for us, water for production in as far as crop production is concerned may not be something that is more crucial, because the Iteso naturally are cattle keepers. How much have the people that are involved in generating this intervention, how much have they involved the people by sitting down and saying, in this particular community, do you actually have land that is more productive in as far as agriculture is concerned, or is it for you animal rearing would be the most crucial thing? If we are able to involve people in that way, we shall determine whether the water they need is for animal keeping, or it is for agriculture, or it is actually water for purposes of domestic or industrial use. That is my take in as far as policy is concerned. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Over to you, Maurice.
Yes, Jen. First, again, thank you, Honorable, for your intervention. And we are trying to manage, I know we are speaking about limited water resources, but we're also trying to manage what we call limited time availability, of keeping you, first of all, awake, but also being mindful that we must finish on time. So, first things first, I noticed we lost some people. Breakfast is very key, and break tea is key. I'm hoping, because they are following online, because we still have our partners online, that they can join us. So we allow for those who haven't gone to pick their tea and coffee to do the same. And ushers, please help identify those who haven't had their tea. A very quick question to Tom on behalf of the UNDP, and we've been speaking extensively, and thanks to Jen for supporting this, on the increasing threats to our ecosystem. And mine is specifically because we are talking to all the stakeholders. We have the academia, we have the private sector, we have the policy makers, and of course now the development partners. And your role as a development partner, the UNDP, how have you supported government's efforts in combating these threats to our ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the question. UNDP, as I did say, UNDP normally evaluates its program priorities to support in supporting countries where we operate. And specifically for Uganda, we have looked at a number of priorities. One is natural resource governance. How do we support government institutions to better govern natural resources in the country? Two is looking at how do we optimize the use of these natural resources for improved livelihoods of the people. And three, how do we tap into the emerging trends, say the carbon markets we have talked about, the green bonds and others, to support government start the conversation and the thinking around that. And we have been that space. One, we have supported in the review and development of a number of natural resource policies and laws, and we are working with the government, supporting them to implement a number of interventions related to catchment management, related to wetlands restoration. I think we coordinate or we support the biggest wetland restoration program in the country in 24 districts. We are supporting climate smart agriculture in a number of districts. We have supported the development of the regulations and guidance for carbon markets. So we have supported Ministry of Water and Environment to prepare the ground for your business. And recently, we have initiated conversations around preparing the country to start participating in green bonds, where working with the Ministry of Finance and other ministries, we have had the first stakeholder consultation workshop, where we have discussed Uganda's future in green bond markets. And very soon we are going to see programs coming up in that space. So yes, we have had policy-based, we have had actual implementation of projects on the ground, and we are looking at preparing the country to the emerging markets. As I said, our nature pledge is looking at three things: looking at working with the countries to understand the value of nature and being able to use that value to be able to invest in nature, but also to attract other investments from those who are interested in investments in nature, to make sure people are not exploited in the process. Two, we are looking at innovative financing mechanisms, where we are looking at biodiversity financing, biodiversity being able to finance itself. And in Uganda, we have one program that is looking at biodiversity financing. But also we are looking at Uganda being an agrarian country, we are looking at risk financing, where we are looking at risk insurance. Currently we have a program that is looking at financing for resilience in agriculture, where we are looking at insuring smallholder farmers against the emerging threats driven by climate change. So it's really a mix of interventions. Some are catalytic, others are transforming the way we do business in this country in the field of nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. And I had wanted to request Jen, if after Mukalas I can bring in Dr. Moriarty, and then you can handle the academia on that side, very close to you. Mukhalezi, let's come to you, because I want, and I'm glad you spoke to this in your opening statement when you were speaking to whether you'd get time to talk to regulation and policy, and that's where I want your intervention, very quick intervention. And we're asking what policy and regulatory changes are necessary to enhance financing and ensure the vulnerable communities benefit.
Perfect question. Yes, indeed. So first of all, I believe this ministry, we're talking across East Africa and West Africa and Southeast Asia, and this ministry, the work is already exemplary. So the frameworks, the policies, the work, the PS, the team, the planning, it's all there. The question now is implementation. How can these things be monetized? And I'd like to use Switzerland as an example. Switzerland is the biggest exporter of coffee in the world. And I was recently a panel speaker during the World Economic Forum about social impact financing. And I was high up in the mountains, there was snow everywhere, and I looked everywhere. No coffee plantations, none. They have no coffee. And the trick is value addition. They buy coffee beans cheaply, they process them, and they sell Nescafe or Nespresso, or the people know Starbucks or Costa Coffee. So what all of Africa and Uganda is losing is that value addition to really truly monetize the resources that are there. So carbon markets, and this ministry needs to look at carbon markets in two distinct ways. We operate as a non-profit. It took us nearly 5 years and $3 million to get where we are today, which is all right with what we do. Again, now we can teach what we've learned. So this ministry, or the responsible ministry, needs to create a framework to make it extremely easy and clear. And I quote a professor I've just become a fan of: government needs to get out of the way so that businesses can invest within a clear policy framework to do the business that is done. So the bureaucracy needs to be very clear. How's the reporting? How's the registration? How do they engage with stakeholders? And what's the profit share that stays in the country? Because that will bring investment into the country. That's number one. Number two is export and trade. And that's the coffee bean example. Uganda must not allow forest conservation to be a project of sale. I think Zimbabwe just signed a project with Middle Eastern investors for 20% of the land to be provided to the investors to create carbon certificates. Now, Zimbabwe will get millions of dollars, tens of millions probably, but that is selling coffee beans. Uganda has to learn how to sell coffee. So through the Forest Authority, through the ministries, they have to implement a working group, an active working group, to learn and master how to create carbon certificates, which is a financial instrument, out of the resources, which is trees that are already here. And that's what we have to talk about over the next weeks, months, and years, because that's what we're going to do.
And I like that you're speaking directly to the policymakers. The technocrats are in the room, the PS is here, the leader of all the smart men at the ministry here. And so the conversation can start.
They know, they know, it's all, yeah.
I am aware. So now let's continue. Let's put some pressure. So we can then begin to get government out of the room. And so the private sector and, of course, our partners can lead this conversation.
Government is necessary.
Yes, of course.
Government is necessary to create that framework.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the vehicle, right? And then we must then use the vehicle to deliver on the goal you're giving us as stakeholders. But speaking to stakeholders, and that's why Dr. Moriarty needs to come in. And Doctor, feel free to add to what Mukhalezi has said. But your specific question, Dr. Moriarty and technical team, I want Dr. Moriarty on the screen. I will wait. I know he can hear where we are. Can we? I don't see any movement up there. I worry. Oh, Doctor, you're here. I wasn't seeing you. All right. Doctor, let's speak to this. And speaking to where Mukhalezi was coming from, the stakeholders in this room include the civil society. We have the think tanks, the members of the academia, and other non-state actors who are pushing for the wash systems approach as a practical approach to enhancing resilience. But this is where the bigger question is, and we are asking, first of all, when we talk about incomes and livelihoods, what does this really entail?
Great question. Thank you, Morris. You can hear me? Just nod and no. Great, perfect. You're loud and clear. Good. Yeah. The systems approach, I think the systems approach is what we've just been hearing, and I think it's, Paul, who just spoke, it's that framework. The systems approach is getting the framework right. You know, there's that silly old saying from years ago that water flows uphill to money, right? I mean, I'm an engineer, and engineers like to think you make pumps make water flow uphill, but of course the pumps have to be paid for. So water flows uphill to money. Money flows to return on investment and low risk. So if we're talking about how we're going to finance all of this, water and sanitation for everybody, we're talking about that framework that Paul was just talking about. Framework that makes it clear to an investor who owns water supply assets. If you're giving me a license to manage the assets to provide a service, how long do I have to, how many years do I have to manage that asset, and how long do I have to generate a return on my investment? How sure can I be that the tariff I'm able to charge is one that will cover my costs? How sure can I be that come the next election, and I'm not talking about any country in particular, but come the next election, someone isn't going to promise to slash the tariff in half without thinking about how I'm going to generate the return on my investment. Or if the state wants to commit to water as a public good, it is a public good, how clear are the rules and regulations around the application of tariff? So when we talk about system strengthening, we're talking in large part about this framework. We're also talking about, do we have the capacity in our private sector or in our public institutions to run efficient water businesses? Are we able to reduce non-revenue water and all the other things we would talk about in a classic water and sanitation conference? But I think really, if we take away the idea that when we talk about building a system, we're trying to make sure that everything from the engagement of women or the community in design at the grassroots, right up to the investment framework at the national level between ministries of water and ministries of finance, we're saying that all of that is joined up and talks to each other and makes sense, because it's only when that happens that you create an investment environment that will bring in, be it private money or climate finance or national pension funds or whatever it is. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about system strengthening, and I think that's the movement that all these organizations you mentioned earlier, Morris, are part of building together for the water and sanitation sector. So thanks, and back to you.
You have a question for Professor Alex, yes.
Yes, and a quick one, a short one within a minute or 2 minutes. You talked about investments. My boss has talked about return on investments. We are talking business. But I think Professor Deakon talked about collaboration and collective action and working together. Dr. Hash also mentioned the same. You can't do this alone. We have to reach out and work together. What's your take on partnerships? How can partnerships be strengthened to ensure that whatever we are talking about in this room works out?
Yeah, thanks so much once again. For the interest of time, I'll go straight to your question about how do we strengthen the partnership and collaboration. First of all, what are the drivers that influences successful partnership and collaboration? First of all, I think my brother here mentioned it very well, Paul. There must be incentives. There must be well-defined benefits. There must be very defined, very clear indicators of success. So for successful partnership, it's not gathering people together on table they'll be asking about what is in it for me. A case in point, I mean, I'm happy I met Paul in the first, I think that was about the 6th Water Week. But since then, we said, look, what can we do? Immediately we started a program, and I'm happy there is a program running in Uganda in collaboration with Grow Foundation, supporting the youth and women. We need to go for action. Not partnership of talking, workshop after workshop. There must be action moving forward. Now, getting back to the academia, public-private sector, collaboration, and industry. Very, very, very important. And I'm happy that Prof. Liss is here. For example, we are saying, look, how do we bridge the knowledge gap and reinforce the capacity of the African universities in collaboration with the North, in collaboration with other parts of the world, including China, India, America, and the rest. So right now, Prof. Liss is here. We're going to be working together with the University of Gulf to support research-based innovations, issues that we feel are critical. But again, the universities must make sure that the research agenda is based on what is required or what is needed by society. There must be relevance. We cannot continue to do business as usual, PhD after PhD, and poverty every day. We need to be solution providers. So there must be a deliberate strategy by the ministry to bring the academia, the public, private sector, and industry together. Not just meeting, a defined strategy. 2, it is high time that again we work closely with the ministry to put together a strategy for youth and women engagement. Everybody is talking around that, but there must be a strategy. Build their capacity, define their roles, and not about only numbers of participation. Because I've also seen when you talk about engagement of youth, then the language is about how many that participated in the meeting. We need to go beyond that. They are looking for business around water. They are looking for markets around water. They are looking for jobs. So they are graduating and getting to the street, then we get back and say, look, we need to engage them by participation. No, we need to define the strategy of engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, everyone. I have only one opportunity. It's burning, eh? It's really burning? Okay. Okay, I have 2 opportunities. 2 opportunities for a quick question, a nice question, short.
What, sir? Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, on the floor. And I was just trying to list out when you're talking about innovation and then employment generation and all these subjects. It's a very interesting subject. I remember 3 years ago, I was listening to one of the Prime Minister. I will not tell the name because some people hate him, some people like him. He was in an investment forum, he was talking to basically the young people who are ready to do some startups. Very talented people, want to do some.
Have some volume. We can't hear.
No, maybe you can do the mic. That will be better. That's why last time I asked you. No, so I was listening to one of the Prime Minister when he was talking to a group of people who are basically talented people in terms of doing the startups and also promoting business, that kind of thing. So one of the starting point which he made was very interesting to hear. He said, tell us as government what we should not do, and tell us as government what we should do. So this is something I want to take away from this room as a Prime Minister of the country. I like that most actually, and most of the thing that came up in the flow is to basically deregulate a lot of things. That please don't do this, please don't do that, please don't do that, so that the business can thrive by its own and we can do the innovations, we can try different things, in the country. Number one. Now I'll go to the another point. I think the subjects that we discussed from data information generation, development of social forestry, promoting cash crops, water resource conservation, irrigation systems development, watershed management in general. We also spoke about waste sector services, water supply sanitation services, and the operation maintenance and those kind of things. You see, if you make a list of that, and the skill set that is required to promote them are enormous. And we in this country have a great youth mass. Yeah, like the professor said, the youth people are basically getting into academics, which is probably not giving them the skill to get engaged into these sectors and to make them as business. I think that is something probably should be the focus, and we probably need to help. I can only say from UNICEF side that I'm ready to assist the Minister of Water and Environment if you want to list out all the youth groups in the country, online registration rather I would say, we can support that process, and to see what kind of skills those groups have, what they can offer to these kind of areas. Maybe we can start thinking of how to promote business in the country. That is not essential. What I'm saying is that is probably more essential than be activist. Better to get engaged into mainstream and support the government and also the private sector and generate income in the system and society. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Thank you, Lalit. And no, you don't need to apologize. Your inputs are great, and we wish we just had enough time to really unpack everything that we have to talk about. Okay, 30 seconds. Zoom. Tom. Can we have the mic here, please?
That's going on. Yeah, thanks very much. This has been a real pleasure to share some thoughts. I think it was even good that you don't prepare too much to talk about these things, because then you talk about the issues that are in the public domain that are influencing the narratives and the conversations. I think going forward, we need really to reflect on what are the drivers of change in enhancing water governance, but also in optimizing water use across sectors, so that as many of us have talked about systemic change, we need to see, by the time we come back here in the 9th Water Week, we need to see what has changed in governance and use of water resources in this country, so that we know we are on the trajectory of positive change going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We need to see what has changed when we come back here. Honorable Rico, 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you so very much. From my side, I think we must be deliberate about water intervention programs. That it is just not about discussing that it is important, it is something that we must do. We must be able to go down to the communities with specific water intervention programs. I also think that equity is very necessary, that you, the main actors in the water supply and water intervention arena, you must ensure that there is balanced intervention throughout the country, because certain places have, and there are many other places that have not. This is in line also with non-discriminative application of regulation in as far as water interventions are concerned. But finally is that leaders, both at the local level and the national level, are part and parcel of the people that determine the wishes of the communities for which we develop these programs. They must be brought on board. Engage the local leaders at the district, the local leaders at sub-county, and the local leaders at national level to be part of the process of determining the water and environment management agenda. When you have them, then you have the voices of the people with you. And when you have the voices of the people, you have the voice of God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deliberate, intentional interventions, equity, and the voice of God. Voice of God is very important. Mr. Mawanda.
Thank you very much. I want the audience to appreciate that as a country, we have now our National Development Plan 4, and it's built as banks, as a government bank. We've taken note that it's built on 4 areas. That's agro-industrialization. We are looking at tourism, mineral-based manufacturing, and then services. When you look at that, we are looking at aspects of sustainably growing the economy tenfold. As a bank, we sat down and were consulted and became part of the National Development Plan, and realized that the only way we can sustainably grow our business is through looking at matters that are focusing on climate change, water and environment, because all the areas, be it agro-industrialization, be it manufacturing, touch the elements of water and environment. So I'll urge all of us here that we should not look at these aspects as in isolation, but look at them as aspects that anchor the growth of this economy. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mawanda. And commercial financial institutions have a sustainability framework on environment, social accountability, and
actually we've incorporated it in our corporate strategy as a bank. As a result, we came up with a refined policy as a bank, and also all our employees in their key performance indicators have sustainability embedded in them.
Thank you, Mr. Mawanda. Before I come to you, Mr. Mukalazi, Dr. Moriarty, please prepare your 30 seconds. You are after Mr. Mukalazi.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Mukalazi.
Think globally and then act locally. Carbon markets are quickly, carbon certificates are very, very quickly becoming a global commodity. They are standardized. So for example, when you put petrol in your car, you don't wonder if the oil was harvested in Venezuela or Saudi Arabia or the UAE. You might wonder why it wasn't, produced in Uganda, but that's a different conference. So the standards have to be to the global standards. Singapore, the European Union, the Middle East, US. You have to create a product for the global market that is produced here. So the price, you're wondering about finding prices for Ugandan certificates. The European Union compliance certificates currently are priced at 55 euros per ton. Nature-based certificates of high quality are about 25% below that. That's the market you have to go for.
Thank you very much. Honorable Rico, what is the problem? No, the way you are looking at Mr. Mukalazi. There is no problem.
The problem is in the importance of what he is saying.
Thank you, Honorable. Dr. Moriarty, your 30 seconds, please.
Great. Thank you, everyone. So, yes. Water flows out of money. We want money to flow to water, and the way we ensure that happens is by strengthening our water systems, making them more professional, making them more investable, making them more reliable and predictable. So that is my 30 seconds. Thank you very much.
Nodding. Whoever is not nodding in the room, then I don't know. Professor, the last 30 minutes.
30 minutes? 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I was going to take advantage of 30 minutes.
I was very worried about that.
I think it's important that we all agree that we need to narrow down the narrative, the discussion, into simple things that are affecting society. And I think moving forward, water and environmental resources management should really be looking at addressing immediate needs, which is about jobs, food, and income. Now, to do that, we need to be real. And I'll summarize that using the 3 R's. One, we need to be real, build on what we call evidence-based data. 2, we must be responsive. Our interventions, plans, investments must respond to the immediate needs. And lastly, we expect results. So R plus R is equal to R. Let's not expect to manage the environment, to protect the environment when people are poor. So it is basically us being real, respond accordingly, and we expect results in terms of sustainability. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Maurice, you want to take it away?
Yes. Can we appreciate our panel, ladies and gentlemen? Let's give them a warm hand clap. And we have a very small token. Dr. Calist, where are you? Before we release them, we have a small package to appreciate them. But I also think that myself and Jen deserve a hand clap, because we have done a good job. We were told close this entire session by 1:30, and we have 6 minutes left. So Dr. Calist, we have donated some 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big applause to our moderators. They have kept us awake. And let's give another applause to our panelists. This is the high-level panel for the opening session of the Uganda Water and Environment Week. And we are going to recognize them for the good work they have done. And I would want to request the honorary members of Parliament, plus the representative of the Archbishop, if you could come forward and help us award these panelists. If you could come. We have 5 panelists here, so you are going to award each one of them. And then the panelists online, we also award him online. Patrick, we will award you online. So, Reverend Father Musumba, you can come and award our Honorable Chairperson, Natural Resources Committee of Parliament, Honorable Herbert Aliko.
Honorable Herbert Aliko, on behalf of the Water Week participants and those who have prepared this, would like to honor you with this as a remembrance of your participation on the 17th of March 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father, for performing that function, and thank you very much, Honorable. Can I request the Honorable Songa to the front award UNDP Res Rep. Oh, sorry. No, Mukarazi, yes, sorry about that.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to award Mr. Paul Flynn Mukalazi, founder and patron of Grow Foundation, in appreciation of his contribution as a panelist during the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025 event on 17 March 2025.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Songa.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Kayondo, can you come and help us to award Managing Director, Post Bank?
Uganda Water and Environment Week Award 2025 is presented to you, Mr. Abbas Mawanda, Managing Director, Post Bank, in appreciation of your contribution as a panelist during this Water and Environment Week 2025. Your words have been so insightful, encouraging, and a blessing to this congregation. Therefore, please receive this award from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let me invite Honorable Jet Bashisha Agasha to come and help us to award UNDP resident representative. Honorable.
I take this opportunity to award UNDP representative in appreciation of your contribution as a panelist during the week 2025 event. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let me take this opportunity to invite Honorable Seth Wambede to come forward and award Professor Alex Aliho.
Professor Aliko, it's my pleasure really to award you this in honor of your services that you render out there. The services that you render to the communities of Africa in Nigeria. Please receive it as your award, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let me take this opportunity to invite Mr. Lalit come forward and help us award Mr. Dr. Patrick Moriarty, and Jane. He will come and represent your boss. He will receive it online, but you hand it over to him. So, Lalit.
This award goes to Dr. Patrick Moriarty, COIRC and Sanitation and Water for All. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Now, before you go, Maurice, I think there was an award for UNICEF. Yes. Yes, yes. And I'm going to request Managing Director Post Bank, if you can come forward and help us hand over this award to UNICEF representative in Uganda.
Thank you very much. This award goes to Dr. Robin Nandi, a UNICEF representative to Uganda, in appreciation of his contribution as a guest speaker during the Uganda Water Week 2025 event. Thank you very much.
I'll collect on behalf of him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me to give a very big applause to our panelists once again, and our guests who have also helped us to give some awards. Another applause to our moderators, Jane and Maurice. Thank you very, very much. We do appreciate. I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Richard Musota, to give us some announcements as we prepare to take a group photo. Can we come forward, and the people are taking the pictures? Let's take photos, the panelists and the keynote speakers. Yes. Keynote speakers, if you can maybe take one while seated, and then we can take another one while standing. You can maybe see. Yeah. Since you are not many, maybe you can stand, isn't it? You stand, I think that might be better.
Okay, as the pictorial event runs, I want to once again thank you for the morning session up to this time. And thank you, Dr. Karis. Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Jen, for moderating the sessions up to now. We are now breaking for lunch. And our lunch will be approximately 1.5 hours. So, oh no, it will be 1 hour. We've eaten into the other 30 minutes. So we are breaking off up to 2:30. So at 2:30, maybe first the lunch arrangements. The VIP will be served on 4th floor at the rooftop. So from here, we shall be guided to the 4th floor. And then the rest of the colleagues, we have 2 serving points. We exit the building, walk through the exhibition area to this side of the building. That is where we shall find other serving points for lunch. Now, after lunch, we have 3 main events. The first one is a feedback that we shall be getting from the mini Uganda Water and Environment Week that have happened in the regions. So we have, as a minister, regional centers where activities have been ongoing for the past 1 week. And the first to take the floor would be Karamoja and Mbale region. So they will be presenting first their feedback on the activities that they presented during the Uganda Water and Environment Week. The second region to take the floor will be Central and Southwestern Uganda. So Central region and the Wakiso office and the Mbarara office. We will take the floor next to present the outcomes of the mini Uganda Water and Environment Week. After Central and Southwest, we shall have Western region, that is the Fort Portal office, who will come also to present. And after that, we shall have Northern region, that is the Lira office, who will present next. And lastly, for the mini activities, we shall have the Walk for Water and Environment and Climate Change. So the Uganda Workers Association and the team that has been handling them, they will give us their experience for the route of 317 kilometers from Bulisa up to here, the ministry headquarters. But alongside that, we have a side event for the sector elders. So those that have worked with us over the years and have since retired, but are not tired, they will be meeting up. And at 2:30, they will meet in the Zoka boardroom. That is the parallel boardroom. From here, you walk straight to the next mini hall that we have there. That is the Zoka boardroom. So they will meet there to register, interact, but they will also come in here to have a feel of what has happened in the regions and along the walk. And then after the presentations, we shall crown off our day with a cocktail. So we've organized for you a cooler after a long day. So don't leave the cocktail behind. Stay around and enjoy the cocktail with us. So that is the program we are going to be following after lunch. I wish you a blessed lunch. Reverend Father, may I give you the mic to pray for the lunch? Right where you are, I think.
God, our loving Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for this day and all the events of today. We now ask you to bless the meal we are about to partake of. Give us energy to continue doing your will. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you very much. So protocol team, kindly guide the participants accordingly. VIP will be following Mr. Denso Choromach. See you at 2:30. Presenters for the regional outcomes, kindly have your presentations uploaded. They are all uploaded? Okay, that's great.
known as WAYS. This database is a comprehensive platform dedicated to the management, analysis, storage, and dissemination of data from the Forestry Sector Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda. The Forestry Sector Support Database, or FSSD, also displays the Department of Forestry's key performance indicators. These indicators include the area of land planted or restored, number of tree seedlings produced per season, species and quality of planting materials produced, number of seedlings beneficiaries by gender, number of farmers trained, survival percentage of trees planted, GPS location of forest to be harvested, volume of forest produce, declaration of forestry produce, harvesting of forestry produce and movement permit for forestry produce, whose information can be tracked on a routine basis. The database provides online web-based and offline mobile application interfaces that enable users to capture and submit data and generate reports based on their roles and privileges in the WAYS. The Forestry Sector Support Database is a comprehensive system that facilitates the certification of nurseries, forestry data entry, training of farmers, and report generation. Let's take a closer look at the key features and functions of the tabs on the FSSD dashboard. Tab 1, the Forestry Home tab. The Home tab gives a user an instant glance into the key performance indicators of the Forestry Department. The second tab is the Nursery Certification page. The Nursery Certification tab is a key section designed to allow users to track the progress of the nursery audit process for both clonal and seedling nurseries. This process
Team Wakiso, kindly deliver your presentation to
operators whose data has been
to the
captured by
IT,
forestry officers in the
as well as
nursery audits card.
the team that is in charge of the
Displaying
workers.
a consolidated list of tree nurseries
Ensure
that can
your
be viewed and
presentations are
submitted
uploaded.
to the next level of approval in the pending nursery
Wakiso,
audits card.
Central,
Viewing the list of tree
deliver
nurseries
your presentation to
intended
the
be
IT
submitted
team
to the Commissioner for approval
and
in
the
requested
team in
for
charge of the Workers
certification card.
Association.
And
Please
viewing the list of nursery
have your
operators
presentation delivered.
that have been approved for certification by the Commissioner in the Approved Certifications card. In the Data Entry tab, a user can enter data for different types of forestry forms, such as A. Seedlings requisition forms, where users can capture the details of the beneficiary requesting seedlings from the forestry sector so that the department can allocate the seedlings to the intended beneficiary. B. Seedling distribution forms, where users can enter data on seedlings that have been distributed to the beneficiaries by the supplier. C. Seedlings monitoring form. In this form, the forestry officer will enter data used to track the health, growth, and overall condition of seedlings after they have been planted to ensure the success and sustainability of the seedlings. D. Nursery Audit Checklist. This checklist facilitates the entry of data on tree nurseries in Uganda to apply for a nursery audit certificate. E. Clonal Nursery Audit. This checklist facilitates the entry of data on clonal tree nurseries in Uganda to apply for a nursery clonal certificate. Harvesting license. This form allows users to enter data that permits the farmer to harvest their trees on pit sowing and sawmilling. G. The declaration form is filled in to permit farmers to declare the type of produce acquired legally from their forest. The produce includes timber, firewood, charcoal, poles, and billets. H. Forest Produce Movement Permit Form. This form authorizes the transportation of forest products from one location to another. The form is typically issued by a forestry authority to regulate the movement of forest resources. Lastly, I. Data capture form on civil society or projects. The data collected on this form is about stakeholders involved in forestry-related interventions at the district level and other agencies under the Ministry of Water and Environment. The next tab is the Farmers Training tab. Here, details are captured of participants who attended trainings focusing on equipping farmers with modern forestry/agroforestry practices, improving their understanding of farm management, and enabling them to adopt new technologies that can boost their yields and income. This brings us to the last tab, Reports. The Reports tab of the FSSD provides user access to various reports that summarize key data and performance metrics, allowing a user to generate, view, and export reports based on specific data points within the Forestry Sector Support database. Thank you for watching. We hope that this video gave you more insight into the Forestry Sector Support database of the Water and Environment Information System. Don't forget to like.
known as WAYS. The NWES is a powerful platform that is integrated, accessible, and operational within the Water and Environment Information System of the Ministry of Water and Environment. It is dedicated to the conservation and management of Uganda's vital wetlands based on the mandate of the Wetlands Management Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment. The NWES landing page, also called a dashboard, displays the attainment of key performance indicators of the department, whose matrices can be tracked basing on the financial year selected. NWES is a comprehensive platform dedicated to the management, analysis, storage, and dissemination of wetlands data in Uganda. Let's take a closer look at its key features and functionalities. We start with the Activity Details tab. The Activity Details tab allows users to view and manage their current and past activities related to wetlands monitoring and data entry. Here, you can efficiently track your tasks and ensure timely completion. Under this tab, you will find a table with details on My Activities, activities pending approval, completed activities, and activities beyond due date. In the Activities Pending Approval tab, you can review and track activities that are awaiting approval from supervisors. This ensures a smooth workflow and proper oversight. The Completed Activities tab provides a comprehensive record of all finalized activities and reports submitted, allowing you to review past efforts and generate valuable insights for future planning. Keep an eye on activities that have surpassed their expected completion dates in the Activities Beyond Due Date tab. This feature helps prioritize urgent tasks and maintain accountability. The Create Activity Dashboard is a powerful tool featuring an interactive map of Uganda. With layers displaying districts and ministry water management zones, you can accurately locate and plan your activities. Use the filtering options to search by basin, wetland name, district, sub-county, or parish. This ensures precise targeting and efficient management of wetlands activities. On the Field Activity Dashboard, you can manage all field activities with ease. Track details such as activity ID, type, start and end dates, monitoring tasks, observations, comments, and more. Upload reports, view report files, and submit data to supervisors seamlessly. The outreach form is crucial for capturing community engagement and stakeholder input. Document interactions, gather feedback, and integrate valuable insights into wetlands management strategies. NWES assigns specific roles and permissions to users, including wetlands officers, senior officers, principal officers, database managers, regional coordinators, assistant commissioners, and commissioners. Each role has tailored access and responsibilities to ensure effective management and oversight. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the WAYS YouTube channel. Welcome to the National Wetlands Information System, also known as NWES, a module of the Uganda Water and Environment Information System, also known as WAYS. The NWES is a powerful platform that is integrated, accessible, and operational within the Water and Environment Information System of the Ministry of Water and Environment. It is dedicated to the conservation and management of Uganda's vital wetlands based on the mandate of the Wetlands Management Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment. The NWES landing page, also called a dashboard, displays the attainment of key performance indicators of the department, whose matrices can be tracked basing on the financial year selected. NWES is a comprehensive platform dedicated to the management, analysis, storage, and dissemination of wetlands data in Uganda. Let's take a closer look at its key features and functionalities. We start with the Activity Details tab. The Activity Details tab allows users to view and manage their current and past activities related to wetlands monitoring and data entry. Here, you can efficiently track your tasks and ensure timely completion. Under this tab, you will find a table with details on My Activities, activities pending approval, completed activities, and activities beyond due date. In the Activities Pending Approval tab, you can review and track activities that are awaiting approval from supervisors. This ensures a smooth workflow and proper oversight. The Completed Activities tab provides a comprehensive record of all finalized activities and reports submitted, allowing you to review past efforts and generate valuable insights for future planning. Keep an eye on activities that have surpassed their expected completion dates in the Activities Beyond Due Date tab. This feature helps prioritize urgent tasks and maintain accountability. The Create Activity Dashboard is a powerful tool featuring an interactive map of Uganda. With layers displaying districts and ministry water management zones, you can accurately locate and plan your activities. Use the filtering options to search by basin, wetland name, district, sub-county, or parish. This ensures precise targeting and efficient management of wetlands activities. On the Field Activity Dashboard, you can manage all field activities with ease. Track details such as activity ID, type, start and end dates, monitoring tasks, observations, comments, and more. Upload reports, view report files, and submit data to supervisors seamlessly. The outreach form is crucial for capturing community engagement and stakeholder input. Document interactions, gather feedback, and integrate valuable insights into wetlands management strategies. NWES assigns specific roles and permissions to users, including wetlands officers, senior officers, principal officers, database managers, regional coordinators, assistant commissioners, and commissioners. Each role has tailored access and responsibilities to ensure effective management and oversight. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the WAYS YouTube channel.
Did you know that in Uganda, anyone drawing water with a motorized pump, discharging wastewater, drilling for water, or constructing on water bodies must apply for a water permit and adhere to its conditions under the Water Act? To streamline the permit application process, the Ministry of Water and Environment developed the Permits Management Portal, or PMP, as part of the Water and Environment Information System, also known as WAYS. This powerful platform allows individuals and companies to easily apply for water permits. The Permit Management Portal enables external users to request a payment registration slip, apply for a new water permit, renew permits, apply for permit cancellation, permit variation, permit transfer, and permit suspension or reactivation. If you require any help or support regarding permit management, you can request assistance by filling in the Permit Help/support form. The Permits Management Portal is designed to facilitate the Ministry of Water and Environment to regulate water use and resources by issuing the following permits. Construction permits for those involved in constructing structures such as dams and bridges on water bodies. Drilling permits for those who are involved in the business of drilling for water supply hydraulic works. Easement certificates for those who seek the right of way to draw from and discharge to a water body. Groundwater abstraction permits for those drawing groundwater using motorized pumps. Surface water abstraction permits for those drawing surface water using motorized pumps, or those diverting surface water from a lake, natural reservoir, or river, and wastewater discharge permits for those who intend to release wastewater into the environment. This platform also enables permit holders to enter real-time water regulation data such as wastewater discharge data, surface water, and groundwater abstraction data, construction data and water abstraction data for hydropower dams. The platform also enables permit holders to send in a request for borehole numbers for a given permit. Registration of hydrogeologists and the issuance of their certificates is also done in the WAYS using the PMP platform. External users can track the progress of their permit applications at different stages via the information dashboard. The Permit Management Portal also enables monitoring of compliance of permit holders to the permit conditions, easy generation of several reports, and well capturing of the history of compliance level for each permit holder through the Compliance Module tab in the PMP. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe to the WASTE YouTube channel to get further updates.
This March, in commemoration of the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2021, we deliberate on the value of water and environment resources in transforming our economy and livelihoods through a 371-kilometer walk from Kampala through Mpigi, Mityana, Muwende, Chegegwa, Chenjojo, Fort Portal to the riverbanks of River Nyamwamba in Kasese.
Uganda continues to face a number of water and environment-related challenges. High rates of encroachment on the river banks and the wetland resources, disposal of untreated industrial effluent in our water bodies, rapid degradation of water catchments and the wetlands, public health problems due to COVID-19.
We are even failing to get sources of water. The water is almost done. There's no underground water. Why? Because we have gone away from what we are supposed to do to protect the environment, as the Pope says.
That the weather is very hostile. We have extreme weather. It's either very hot or very cold, and you can see the floods. People are built in water bodies, and you find that most of us are politicians, are civil servants who go ahead to degrade the environment.
Water, environment, and the climate change and the public health challenges have greatly affected Uganda's socio-economic development over the last 1 year.
Economic transformation is steered by a healthy community. If you have a community that is not healthy, then don't expect development, because a community that is ill will not develop.
People should be passionate. It should be a passion to protect the environment. If it's not driven by passion, we are going to lose the battle. You are the heroes. You are taking a step forward to ensure that people are sensitized, to send a message. And as we say, it takes everybody on board to protect this environment.
Focusing on the 4 issues together so that awareness can be raised about the need for a holistic and integrated approach to addressing common challenges. This work is being undertaken as part of the 4th Uganda Water and Environment Week under the theme Water and Environment Security for Socio-Economic Transformation of Uganda. That this work will provide an opportunity to see realities on the ground regarding impacts of climate change and degradation of water and environment resources, but also to identify opportunities for utilizing water and environment resources to create employment and wealth among our people.
So we are celebrating the International Day for the Forest, World Water Day, or World Climate Day, and we have a walk as part of the event and tree planting.
The work can be used to raise awareness about water and environment issues and change attitudes of the people towards improving the management and the sustainable utilization of water and environment resources, dealing with climate change and improving public health, most especially in this time of COVID-19.
we don't protect the environment, then as people who work for urban in supplying pipe water systems in urban centers, then we don't have water to supply. This gives us courage to know that actually we still have people who care for the environment and its sustainability. If we don't do it, then we are bound to have, as the climate has changed, not for the better but for the worse.
Wherever you are, take this chance and do something. Plant a tree, keep your environment clean. Thank you.
Tukusaba okutwala obuvunaanyizibwa olabirire omuti guno gusobole okukula gubeere nga ggwe gunyirire nga ggwe gubeere ekyokulabirako mu kitundu kino era n'abantu abalamu bakubirize basimbe emiti emirala egiringa gino. Emiti egisimbiddwa mu kibuga, ebimuli ebisimbiddwa mu tawuni, mu bikuume, mu birabirire, ate mwongere n'okusimba ebirala tusobole okulaba nga obutonde bw'ensi tubukuuma nga bulungi.
The workers have walked through very many towns by now. They have met so many people, and one word they are saying, we have to conserve our environment.
We spent a night in Mityana, and today we have a long journey to trek. We are walking from Mityana to Mubende. Your walk is actually a testimony of what you believe in. You walk the talk.
We are here to restore the forest, and we are willing to work hand in hand to see that everything is going on well and everything is going on smoothly, such that the forest is restored back in Mubende district.
As I commit myself on behalf of Mubende community, that we must be mindful of the environment by planting trees, by protecting the wetlands, by protecting all the natural resources that must be protected.
As a city that is looking at trade as a key factor, we feel good when we see you. We are determined to protect the environment. We've already done a few things, and we are going to do other great things.
As culture, we say culture is a backbone of human identity, but environment is part of us. With environment, everything can be okay. You see now Fort Portal or Tourism City or our Toro Kingdom, you can see a bit of fresh air. But if we go deep down to work on environment, I think it would be breathing on us.
The Toro Kingdom is passionate about the environment. I should not even mention this, but you're all aware that His Majesty has personally championed Save River Mpanga. He has not just talked about it, but he's gone himself, put his hands to be able to show. He's a man who actions.
We recognize the role of cultural institutions in environment protection. We also recognize the role of including them in our programming, because at the end of the day, like the Prime Minister noted, they will be the biggest beneficiaries of whatever interventions, whatever partner is going to do.
resources are bare. The rivers are eroded away every part. So choosing Kasese and coming to sensitize us about the environment and water is quite important.
River Nyamwamba anytime can change its direction. But as government, with our recommendations, we have forwarded proposals to our seniors to see the best way of handling it.
Workers are using walking to advocate for the environmental conservation. We encourage all of us here to use all the talents you have to campaign and advocate for the well-being of our environment.
So that's why I'm so pleased to find that at your age, you have taken up the mantle of leadership to crusade and show that people, the world at large, that you have to conserve environment.
First of all, the workers committing and working up to Kasese is not something we take for granted.
Our children from the primary schools, we think you are going to be good change agents. Please continue.
As the ministry, we are very glad to see these young children actively participate.
We work for water, we work for the environment, we work for climate change, we work for public health, we work for socio-economic transformation. The Uganda Water and Environment Week is proudly sponsored by
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with concrete plans on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1. Integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2. Allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders,
this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. I found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult, and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country as women, to encourage us and motivate us with with very practical examples, and other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who are in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we are about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on these than women themselves who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept,
Hello.
We supported them in developing a concept.
Hello, good afternoon everyone.
And a strategy for it.
Technical team, we need to start our afternoon session. We are starting almost 24 minutes late. So I hope we can be able to catch up. We are going to be having feedback from regional mini UWEC events, and we shall hopefully have some responses from everyone here, as well as some panelists that we see in the timetable. So without taking more time, I would like to request the person who is going to make the presentation for Karamoja and Bale region to please step up here. Karamoja and Bale region, and let's have the presentation. Who is making the presentation? So, okay, so we'll have the presentation. Please take as little time as possible, maximum 7 minutes. and then we have the colleague from Bali. In the interest of time, I would like to invite the panelists as we set up. We have two panelists for this session. We have the Executive Director for UASNET, Unia Musazi, and then we have the Water Sector Lead of UNHCR, Mr. Simon Odong. If you can please take your seat. You can use that mic. So let's start off with Karamoja region.
All protocol observed. My name is Abili Stephen. I was the coordinator of the Karamoja Regional Water and Environment Week celebrations. I greet you all on behalf of the Karamojans. A very good afternoon. I can see my leaders are here, and they are grateful to share with you. Our celebrations are, we are in Amudat and Moroto. Moroto being the central region, we decided to have some activities to be celebrated, but the official host was Amudat. Just a brief outline, shall have the activities and then feedback. I have 5 minutes. Our theme was water and environment for peace and sustainable future. We work together with the different agencies, NGOs, CSOs, CBOs, media, government entities, among others. Our objective was mainly to raise awareness within the region. We have very many partners who don't know about the Water Week. So we decided to bring them together and then tell them more about the Water Week, tell them more about restoring and managing water resources within the region. You know, Karamoja being a dry area, facing various challenges in relation to climate change, specifically drought and flash floods. We had quite a number of activities. Allow me to start with the cleaning activity. We brought the different partners on board, and they took charge of the different activities. As you can see in the slide, we had Red Cross and then Care Uganda. They took lead in all the activities we carried in Moroto, that was cleaning, the central market, and then Loro Trading Center in Amudat. We worked together with the local CBOs, that is Kayese 256. This was our first day. You can see kids in Amudat trying to take part in the cleaning. This was a primary school. You can see the health officials from the district, the DHO. Another activity that we had was the inspection of the ministry building. Apparently, most of the deconcentrated structures sit in different offices, and it's very hard to determine who sits where. Water for Production has its own office. Rural Water Center 2, they sit in Soroti. Water for Production, Choga Water Management Zone, we all sit in different offices. But the ministry is trying to bring us all together in one building. So this is the structure. It is estimated to be 6 billion. It's a 2-storied building. The ground floor makes it. And one special thing about this building is the provision for the lactating mothers. So lactating mothers will come with their kids, and they will have a special area. So this will not interfere with our work. You can see partners taking part in the different inspection of the areas. Here we have officials from the Red Cross. Red Cross was key in this activity. We also needed to raise some awareness through radio talk shows where ministry works were all being discussed. Of course, we had challenges that came up when questions were arising between the different ministries, that is MAIF and Ministry of Water, but those we left them for our superiors to handle. Then we did the sanitation work. Here we identified the different villages. Like we know Karamoja is highly faced with sanitation issues. The sanitation coverage of Karamoja is way very low below the national standards. So we went and visited the different villages. The lady here being awarded for having a very clean home and a nice environment. Surprisingly, there was no village to declare ODF free, open defecation free. The villages in Karamoja are clean. These are pockets who cut across between Uganda and Kenya. Then we have the different water infrastructure being constructed within the region. A case in point is the water supply systems that are being constructed by Nexus Green together with the ministry. We also visited the different irrigation schemes. We visited 4 water supply systems in Abim, Loputuk. In Abim we had Loputuk and Lotirir. In Moroto, in Kotido we have Losilang and Nampumpum. Sorry about the pronunciation, you will bear with me. Then Cheprochoch and Cheptapoyo in Amudat. Then the irrigation systems were 6 that were visited. That is Namamungoki in Kotido, Lokitumo Nabuin in Moroto, Longorokipi in Nabilatuk, Chosan in Nakapiripirit, Kominska in Kabong, then Lokales in Amudat. These systems will be handed over to Water for Production upon completion for the case of O&M. We also handed over Lotirir water supply system to the district officials. That's a water officer. We also had RDC, LC5 in participation during the technical visits. We had inter-school debates. This was the first of its kind. Karamoja had never had anything to do with debates. We had participation from 11 schools, and the winner came from Moroto High, which was highly competitive. And we request the management in charge of the debate to handle the kids, the winners, to participate in the nationals. These are pictorials of what transpired, with the host being Moroto High. We had our judges from Kampala. Some of them are with us here. It was very colorful. And here comes the menstrual run. Karamoja being underprivileged, given the harsh conditions, water stress, the hygiene, we thought it wise to bring in the girl child in support. Here we came up with the menstrual run. The idea was we come up with the different packs of pads, probably 10,000, and then distribute them to the girl child in school. We had quite a big participation, and then we are just computing what we picked from there. We shall be communicating with the general public about what we collected. So far, what we managed to have was the different organizations that were willing to take part in the support. We had our baby pads willing to take care of free training in schools. We had motherly huts that also came up to support with the pads. We call upon the general public, those who are out there, please come and support. This is what transpired, the pictorials. Our commissioner, Assistant Commissioner M&A, Mr. Leo Mwebembezi, and then Wilson Tavaro, Manager Water for Production. Of course, work without play makes everyone a dull boy, and it makes you a dull boy, dull girl. We had football as part of the activities, and besides football, we also had, it moved hand in hand with the blood donation. Red Cross was key. We got some units, and then we had 8 schools that participated in our football. 8 teams came up. And the demand was high just because we didn't have time to include the entire region. they asked me to deliver this to you. If it is possible, we can have extra week for our celebrations for the region and support. These are the different teams participating. Our Dresser team participated well. Dresser is a drought resilience project within the region. These are the different awards we are trying to give out, giving back to the participants, the best participants. Now, just a minute for this. Allow me to share with you the feedback from the region. Communities are complaining in the region. We have very many valley tanks, but most of them are silting. And they say most of our projects are stopping at feasibility studies. So what can we do to handle this? There is less feedback. People don't know what's going on. For example, the Lopei Dam, which is a multi-purpose dam, it has told up to now no information. I don't want to go deeply into that conversation because our political leaders are here. This is something that we really need to look into. Then Water Week in Karamoja is still perceived as a water resources activity. This is something that we really need to, really need to bring our different deconcentrated units on board. Most of them say it's a water resources activity. We end up getting less participation, and yet this is generally a Ministry of Water and Environment activity that we really need to give priority. And then we always have activities organized at the center. During our Water Week, we had different activities. We had trainings from the center. We had the ID team that came up, and it interfered with most of our activities within the region. So our prayer is, whenever we have Water Week in the region, just allow us concentrate with Water Week. Then bringing in partners, we have very many partners that were affected by the USAID, and still, because we engaged them late, letters came late from the region. I think that the team in charge will have to look into this. Then most of the valley tanks in Karamoja are silting. And ask yourself why. The water source protection component is still very low. That's why most of them are demanding for multi-purpose dams, and then the point water sources are having challenges. Most of our areas are dry, the water is salty, and complaints keep coming in and here and there. Then we have very many partners in the region, and they are all doing work related to water and environment. So there is a need for a governing body to bring them on board, and then we come up with coordination. These organizations are uncoordinated. Then financing the regional water activities. This is still very low. Departmental structures are expected to finance the Water Week, but the challenge is the budget. Remember, we always have different budgets aligned to different activities. So maybe we should have a streamlined budget directed to Water Week. I'm speaking on behalf of all regions in this. Allow me to leave the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bill. Let's give him a very big hand clap. Thank you so much for sharing very good activities that were done, engaging the community, schools, and everyone. Very good recommendations that I hope my panelists can reflect on. I would like to invite our next presenter. Mr. Bill has taken almost half of that time. So if you can take at least 5 or 6 minutes so that we can have some time for discussion. Mr. Oyo Samuel is the Deputy Manager for Eastern Umbrella, Water and Sanitation. He's presenting on behalf of the whole team, very many entities in there. Over to you, Sam.
Good afternoon. Hope you all had a good meal. I'm not Engineer Dennis Ngabigano. Engineer Dennis at the very last minute wasn't feeling fine, so me being his deputy, I had to step in. I'm presenting on behalf of East. East has a number of deconcentrated structures. It has Eastern Umbrella of Water and Sanitation. It has Water and Sanitation Development Facility East. It has Water for Production Regional Center. It has Choga Water Management Zone. Has wetlands and so on and so forth. But this being a water week, I'm glad to report that we had the full participation of all the deconcentrated units. Unlike what I heard from our expert from Umbale, Mr. Billy, who indicated that in Karamoja it's only water resources, but I'm glad from the east it's a different scenario. Our activities had run for a week. This is the water week. It ran from Friday, where we had a press conference. We had Monday, where we had debates from schools and some institutions. We had Tuesday, we had sports activities where we versed ourselves. Wednesday, we had a cleanup exercise within Imbale Market. We had an open day, which is similar to what I'm seeing outside, but on a fairly comparable scale. We had a mobilization for a marathon which took place yesterday to save River Manafa, which you'll be seeing in the pictorials. In the first picture you're seeing, that was the press conference supported by regional partners as well as the managers showcasing what they do in the different units. At least this was well covered, and it was a success. It was Friday the other week. The regional debates, this was also to bring an awareness of what the ministry does in the different categories, had very good topics that were the youngsters really discussed about. And just like Karamoja, we hope the winner in this will go on the national scale, and we hope our champions from the East will still emerge, knowing that the wise men come from where? They come from the East. Okay. On Tuesday, we had a football match that was won by Water for Production. Hope the yields were good, and they were able to show that on the field. And this was full participation. It was all the units versed themselves, and they emerged the winner. And I think there was a goal to that effect. We did clean up Mbale market. This was an activity that was embraced by all partners, by almost all of us, and it was a success. You could see by the participation of the teams that it was really. We hope our sources will not be polluted, and yeah, that's how it was. The central market still appreciates, and we had an open day. An open day was, we can be all in the same ministry. You find somebody in water for production doesn't know what happens in urban, somebody in urban doesn't know what happens in rural, somebody in rural is asking who is Choga Water Management Zone. But an open day like this puts together the different concentrated units. Even here, what we're having, it's a chance of people to know what happens in the different units, so that well, out there you'd know where to get what service. A lot of innovations came through. The partners showcased a number of things. Even within ourselves, a lot was presented, and I believe this was really a success. Here you're seeing the unity being expressed by the different managers. We are lucky that we are in more or less one complex, so activities like these really bring them more closer, and the participation of the different regional managers in such a joint activity like Water Week really went a long way to have us more united. Yeah, this ended in a marathon which was heavily mobilized, and it was about saving River Manafa. We realized most of our activities rotate around River Manafa, and us just coming from a dry spell like this, I think people in Mbale were having it, there was a bit of rationing of water, and so saving River Manafa couldn't have been a better choice of an activity for us to have during this Water Week. Yeah, this shows the participation of the different groups in the marathon, and yeah, people did stretch here and there to have themselves fit. We are so grateful to the different partners that helped us pull off successful events for the week. They are listed. I'll go through all of them, but I think maybe just for a second, you can just look through all are those partners that helped us. We are so thankful to Inzuya Masaba, the cultural head of Mbale, who really helped us to have these events done successfully in his kingdom. I would not read through all that, but definitely the PS was represented in the region, and we have a few recommendations that we have. Mainly, since this is something that happens annually, shouldn't take us by surprise to seem to be rushing through towards the last week. The financial support towards these activities seem not to be structured. I believe if it is put in a more better way, we would have these functions being a success. We've listed a number of them, and I believe the Secretariat would have them addressed. Basically, that is more or less it from the East. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam, for that presentation. Very good activities, a bit similar to what happened in Karamoja region. I really liked the youth engagement. Youth engagement, even within the deconcentrated structures. In the interest of time, I would like to invite my panelists once again. I invited you, Uni and Simon. So Simon, once again, is the sector lead for WASH at UNHCR, and Unia is the executive director. We'll also be joined by Ivan, who's not around, but Jacinta. Jacinta Nekesa is a consultant. She will be joining this panel. Our theme for this panel is water and environment for a peaceful and sustainable future. When we talk about Karamoja, what comes into our minds? Maybe something to do with insecurity, but I believe from all the activities you saw, there's quite a lot happening there. So just going through this theme, for this particular week, water and the environment is a foundation, we believe, for clean water and health, which is essential for life. But then when we talk about peace through resource management, when communities have equitable access to water and environmental resources, tension over scarcity definitely reduces, fostering cooperation and peace. And I didn't hear anything related to insecurity here, so I'm hoping that we can be able to discuss maybe some of the tools. Then if we are talking about sustainability for future generation, we are looking at the responsibility for water use and conservation, and what you saw in their engaging the youth, because they are future generation, and ensuring that the rivers that we see there last for generations to come. So I would like my panelists just to take a minute, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, just to reflect on any of the presentations, starting with you, Unia. You can choose either the first presentation or the second one. What are your reflections?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kate. Yes, like I've been introduced, I'm Unia Msazi, the ED of Uganda Water and Sanitation Network, a network of close to 200 CSOs that work in water and sanitation. And of course, I'm really happy, and I was happy throughout the week when updates were coming in from these pre-events, because we could see that our members, the civil society organizations, really played a critical role of partnering with government within the region to make sure that these events were successful. And my reflection is really going to be based on that, the issue of partnership being key. I think this morning we've been hearing different speakers really emphasizing the need that no one, with the current gap that we have, whether nationally or internationally, no one can fulfill universal access to water and sanitation on their own, whether government or civil society or private sector or academia. What we've just seen in the two presentations, where majority, many of the NGOs came on board to support these initiatives, should be really appreciated and acknowledged. But I want to dwell on a question that came up. I think both of them brought up one of the challenges of coordination. And on our, bearing in mind, like I've shared, that overall as a network we have 200 CSOs working in Uganda, but in Karamoja we have 44, registered with us, and in the Eastern region we have 23. As USNet, we have coordination structures that are trying to promote the members within each of the 10 regions in the country. And the structures at regional level, we have regional representatives. In Karamoja, we have Save the Children as the USNet regional coordinator, supported by Weltanga Hilfe. And in Busia, we have Yes Busia, supported by AMDA. Why I'm bringing this up is that because it came up as a key challenge, and I want to emphasize that, yes, like we've been hearing in the morning, if we're to partner, we need to know who is doing what. So these structures are quite key to know who is doing what when it comes to the civil society organizations, and also to foster coordination like we've just seen here, right at district level and regional level. And if we're able to do that, we can then be able to identify the key sector challenges at those levels, both at the region and district level, and also jointly come up with the resolutions just like they've been shared by the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Unia, for that. Yeah, coordination is possible. I think if you reach out to many of these members. Going to you, Simon, as you give your reflections, I want you to speak to some of the initiatives that can contribute to long-term peace. I don't know what you saw within the presentations, but you can give your opinion on that.
All right, thank you. Simon is my name. I work with UNHCR. I remember in 2020, in the refugee settlement we had on September 11, in Rhino Camp, Tika village, 10 refugees were killed because of water conflict. It just started by a small fight, it escalated. So as UNHCR, we know what it means, scarcity, and how do we work with less. And I want to reflect on the Karamoja feedback. Basically not on what has happened, but what I would have expected to happen. Because in an area where scarcity is looming, you'd want to speak more to the community about how can we do it better? How can we handle these mega resources? How do we work with the less that we have so that we can live harmoniously? So there's the issue of peaceful coexistence, and that's why in UNHCR that's a core for us. Refugees and hosting communities should be able to work together in an area where resources are less and in areas where resources are depleting, more especially in the area of water and environment. So some of the initiatives that we use in UNHCR, and it's not only in this country, in the region and in other regions where there's scarcity, is looking at joint projects, looking at a multi-village water project, looking at a multi-community water project. I remember when I was in Darfur in 2003, there were two communities that were not speaking to each other, the farmers and the pastoralist. And both community needed water. And water was right in the middle of them. So the first thing was to agree that they should share their resources. So that's one of the things that can be done, that we put a project that look at the different villages, including conflicting villages, and then put them into a group, into a management committee, into a management unit. And that cuts across into the environment as well. We can have environment conservation groups, members that come from the different communities, so that they can speak together and they can share some of these resources. So that's one of the ways. And then the easiest way, of course, is to increase access. But in an area where you cannot increase access because of lack of funds, because of the expensive nature of the systems that need to be put, the only way is to export water, like large and massive transfer of water resources along long distances. And that is what we call a multi-village water system. We did that in Ethiopia, a $10 million project that was covering over 100 villages, and that was possible. So that's something that can be done. In the same case, in Uganda, in Karamoja, we still have some bit of rainfall. We are speaking about 800 millimeter of rainfall to 1,200 a year. That's quite a lot, and yet we are complaining that we don't have enough. How can we conserve that? Climate smart agriculture. We are not talking about only climate smart, we are talking about precision agriculture. Should we do sprinkler or do we do drip irrigation? Should we measure the moisture content of the soil so that we just don't flood the soil? We give soil what it requires depending on the crop that is going to be grown. So those are some of the initiatives that can be used to ensure that the little resources that we have is shared properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. I like working with less. And I hope we can come back to you to get to learn more about the O&M challenges, because we saw in one of the presentations the issue of siltation. But over to you, Jacinta. You could either speak to some of the reflections from the presentation, but I want you to touch a bit on the indigenous knowledge and traditional practices, if you can. What role do they play in building climate resilience? within the region.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Katie. Thank you, my colleagues, for those reflections. I'm called Jacinta Nekesa. I'm here also representing CSOs that are doing some work on, specifically on environment. So we coordinate over 150 such CSOs at Environmental Alert. And my reflections this afternoon were also linked to what you've just asked me, Kate, about indigenous knowledge. To me, organizing this event is just no longer the ministry at the center, but looking at taking the Environment Week to the communities. And so I'm glad that the regional structures, the regional meetings, the regional offices of the Ministry of Water and Environment, together with the partners, that they have been able to organize these activities that they have just shared with us. And that's really about taking the Water and Environment Week to the partners and communities out there in the different regions of Uganda. And this is how then we shall ensure that the communities are part and parcel of this process of celebration of this week, and that we are really tapping into that indigenous knowledge. Also, there have been issues around partnerships and ensuring that the partners and communities are on board, especially when it comes to supporting the activities at the regional level and the community level, more so looking at the financial support. Communities can also provide such support if we really mobilized them while looking at what they can contribute in terms of information, in terms of knowledge at their level. Of course, there has also been, since morning, asking us to focus on the youth who are the majority, as we know, in Uganda. How are we tapping into that knowledge of the young people? We also had this morning the encouraging us to, to use the information, to use digital information and knowledge. And this is where the youth come in mostly, because this is one of the areas of interest of the youth. How are we tapping into that knowledge of the youth using digital information to be able to promote the kind of things that we want them to in the sector. Maybe lastly, one of the things that I can talk about, especially as environment subsector, together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, we are also running a campaign called Roots. And Roots is simply about Uganda is running out of trees. So Roots is running out of trees. And we are estimated to be about 40 million people. If each of us just planted one tree, that would go a long way to be able to restore the degraded landscapes around us. Again, talking about indigenous knowledge. How can we promote indigenous trees? Can I encourage each one of us as we live here today, that as we go back, we will mobilize our communities to be able to restore the degraded landscapes and be able to plant at least one tree before the end of the year. But if you can plant more than just one tree, why not? And it's not just about planting trees, but growing trees. And we should be able to do this based on our indigenous knowledge and promoting indigenous tree species. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jacinta. I think that was really good. Yeah, let's plant and grow trees. And the issues around cleanup, should we wait until the water week to do the cleanup? How can this be part of the usual work we do every month? I would like to invite back the presenters for just a group photo as they come up. Can we have just one question to any of the two? Is there anybody who wants to ask a question? Sam, where is Sam? And Mr. Billy, can we come back, please, for a group photo? Join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you so much for those insights. We have just one question and then we wrap this up. Please take your seat and then we'll take our group photo. Okay,
Thank you very much. My name is Hajat Seviala, Hajat Green. My question goes to the one who presented for Karamoja. You did indicate the scarcity of water. You also indicated that you're mobilizing for, is it 10,000 reusable pads? I'm just trying to see how the two are going to work together. With reusable pads without water, it's going to be a big challenge. Thank you.
Please go ahead. It's on.
Thank you. The issue of the reusable pads, we have realized that when you use the reusable pads, you save up to approximately 1 million shillings for a household that is supposed to buy pads every year. And making them reusable, we are trying to make sure that we combine issues of wash, and then making sure that communities participate in, one, restoring the environment, making sure that we reduce on the rate of destruction, and then most importantly is bringing them on board towards achieving in all activities under water and environment. Besides that, there is no way you will have a reusable pad when you don't have water. That is out. So we call upon the different communities to work together with Ministry of Water and then the different partners so that we can be in position to move forward.
Thank you very much. Please let's give a hand clap to these people. Sorry, time. But I know this conversation will continue. Let's take a group photo. Lastly, my name is Kate Nimanya, Regional Director working with Water for People. Thank you so much. Apologies, colleagues, those who had raised their hand. Thank you very much, panelists and everyone. Over to you, Howard, the next moderator.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think Kate deserves another round of applause. She did a great job steering the discussion on our first panel discussion after lunch. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So we're going to go through the next panel discussion, and this one I'm really excited about it. But before we do, we're going to get the presentation from Western Uganda, in particular Southwestern in Barara. And I'd like to invite Mr. Imol Stephen, and as he comes, pardon my French, Is Mr. Moore in the house? I saw him somewhere up. Yes, he's making his way. As he does, my name is Howard Mwesigwa, and I have the very humbling privilege of being the team leader at the Climate Action Leadership Incubator, which is a youth-led organization that seeks to empower young people to contribute meaningfully to the discourse on water, on environment, on climate change. But I'm also the team leader, energy, environment, and sustainability at Kalikumtima & Company, which is a law firm, a premier law firm here. So my background is in energy, environment, and natural resources law. But it's not my day today, so I'd like to cede the floor to Mr. Moore Stephen to take us through with perspectives really from Mbarara, southwestern Uganda. You're most welcome. Please appreciate him as he takes the stage.
All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stephen Moore. I am the team leader for Victoria Water Management Zone, which is under the Directorate of Water Resources Management. I'm going to represent the Minister of Water Southwestern Regional Office, which is located in Mbarara. Next slide, please. As the technologies, okay, thank you. All right, thank you. This is my presentation outline. I'll just take you through the work thematic area for the Southwestern region. Then I'll take you through the Southwestern Water and Environment Week activities, and then some lessons we learned during our activities, and then challenges and the recommendations. The main theme for the Uganda Water and Environment Week, of course, is water and environment resources for enhanced resilience and improved incomes and livelihoods. And those are the 4 thematic areas, but specifically for the Southwestern Region Office, our thematic area was theme 3, which was equitable and sustainable use of water and environment resources for improved incomes and livelihoods. So all our activities were focused on that thematic area 3, and as you follow through our activities, you'll see that we mainly emphasize that thematic area. I have, my presentation is in the form of pictorials, so I'll speak through the pictures. Before the real Water and Environment Week activities, we had what we call the pre-event community engagement activities, where we had a couple of engagements with the communities around the Southwestern region. And our focus was solid waste management and proper disposal of this waste. So we engaged communities mainly in Mbarara and those communities living along the River Rizi, in villages like Kasanyaraze and Rwevi Corner. And we mainly talked about wastewater management in these areas and how they dispose of wastes around these sensitive hotspots they live in. And mainly these communities are along the river bank, River Rizi catchment areas. And so we engaged them to understand how they manage waste and understand how we can improve their general solid waste management. So we had with us the city leadership, the natural resource manager, the sanitation officers, and of course NEMA and the Minister of Water staff. So we had a lot of engagement and sharing with them, and they had a number of challenges they shared with us in terms of the cost of waste management, in terms of awareness of the dangers of disposing waste in the river bank, And some of them actually didn't know the dangers they are posing to themselves with this poor waste management. And of course, we had visited and we knew the challenges they are facing. Some of the families had channeled their domestic waste directly to the river, and we had identified all these challenges, and we are talking them through the challenges and the dangers and the alternative ways in which they could manage this waste. So as they raised questions, we had also solutions for them. And of course, Mbara City has a public solid waste management system where you pay, and they have private waste collectors who collect. And actually, we found out that they didn't know that it was actually cheaper to use these private entities rather than using these unscrupulous, untrained waste managers who pick the waste and dump it anywhere. So we found out that using those uncontrolled waste disposals, they were actually spending more than the tariff which is levied on them by this public managed waste disposal entities. And so we tried to talk to them and change. And also we used other avenues, of course. We had radio talk shows and TV talk shows within the communities, within the available media stations. But we also had a press conference. And of course, this was again a way of reaching out to the communities, to the public in the Southwestern region, to tell them about our activities of the week, but also to encourage them to come and participate in our events. So these were a number of our pre-event activities that we had. And then on our first day, we had a social responsibility day. We were actually aligned to our thematic area of improving livelihoods. So we were really associating with our communities in terms of giving them health services. We had a health camp around the market area in the city area where we gave a number of health checks free of charge to the communities, pressure, diabetes, sugar tests, and all those physical health checks. And also on top of that, we had a blood donation drive in the same health camp where we were able to give a total of 176 units of blood, together with the blood bank, of course, which we worked with. And this was really a good social responsibility activity that we participated in as a Southwest region. On our second day, which was 11th, Tuesday, 11th March, we had our regional water and environment week launch, where we had the resident city commissioner of Mbarara, who was our guest of honor, Madam Catherine Kamwine, and you can see her on the top right. She was launching our water week, and on top of that, she launched our annual Rizi Run, which we normally have in July, and this year we are having it on the 20th of July. So we already launched it on that day, and we're already preparing to have this event in July. We also had our regional Rizi catchment manager, who is the LC5 of Ntungamo, Mr. Sam, who was also present at the event, and he signed our launch card. We had also a number of our partners within the region, LATO, the DFCU, who attended the launch. On the second day, we had, on the same second day, we had a procession band through the city, and again, which terminated at the area where we wanted to drive sanitation awareness. And we had a cleanup activity in Katete, one of the riverbank villages within Mbara, where we participated in cleaning around the riverbank, but also we had the community members participate in the cleaning, and they were actually removing the solid waste in the river, including the water hydrant. On our day 3, which was 12th March, we had a series of activities. We had a symposium, we had exhibition, and also we had debates. So in the first row, that was our symposium, where we had a keynote speaker from Mbara University. She's a doctor in public health called Evas. She gave us a presentation about public health in relationship to water. And it was a very good topic which related very well to our theme. We also had our own staff from the ministry really driving awareness of the activities that we do in the ministry. And we had also exhibitors from the community, private sector, and also education institutions who participated in the exhibition. And with us today, this week, we brought with us 2 exhibitors who exhibited in the Southwest. One of them is a farmer from Bushenyi, and he was innovating around recycling or making use of water hyphen to make fertilizers and manure. And if you visit our store of the Southwest, you'll see that particular farmer who has actually made use of a hazard on the lake, and by so doing is helping clean up the river Rizi and getting rid of the water hyphen. And also we brought one of our innovators, a student from Bishop Stewart University, who is innovating around improving livelihoods by adding value from mushrooms. She makes a series of products from mushrooms. She makes dry mushroom, makes powdered mushroom, and also makes wine from the same mushroom. We also came along with her to really try to showcase and show how we can improve livelihoods in the community. We also had a number of other innovators, exhibitors. That was Excel Hot Consults, which also innovates around agro business incubation. And then the last row is really showing the debates that we had. And we held our this year's debates in Bishop Stewart's. And we had Antare High School and Bishop Stewart University come out as winners, and they will be participating in the main events here. On the 4th day, we visited some of our restoration sites, and we visited our farmers who are participating in agroforestry around the Ruizi catchment area. And this is one of our farmers who has embraced catchment restoration in terms of tree growing. And last year, we gave a total of 6,000 Grevillea seedlings, and she planted them. So this time we are going to visit to see how she has really maintained and sustained the seedlings that we gave her. And we were impressed. We found that the survival rate is over 85%, basing on our foresters who assessed. And we were really giving her more fruit trees, appreciate her, but also to associate with our farmers who have embraced. And we noted that most of the land is owned by elders in those communities. However, these elders do not have the energy to do restoration and tree planting. The youth who have the energy and are willing to participate in restoration don't have this resource. So we found out that it's very important to work with elders in the communities like Elizabeth here, who has land but might not be able to do the restoration that we want in the catchment. So we discovered that much as the youth are coming on board and they are willing to do, we need to embrace the resource that the elders have. We have a total of about 5 elders who have accepted. And with them, the advantage is that they just need the seedlings and they will take on the youth and they plant. So we are visiting, and that is one of our seedlings that is growing, and we are really appreciating. On this last 4th day, we also had a sports gala to close up our events. So we had stakeholders and partners in the Southwest region come participate with us in the sports. And we had a total of 8 teams from industries, from stakeholders who are doing businesses associated with the water and environment resources. We had here was a team from the Ministry of Water and Environment and Bishop Stewart. Both these two teams did not win. We had a team from the community in Mbarara called the Knights. They deal in agro-business, engineering, and they're the ones who came out victors in our crowning event, and they were offered a trophy, as you can see there. Lastly, I wanted to show some challenges that we faced, and the lessons learned. We realized that in the communities down there is increased desire to learn about the activities of the ministry and the services that we offer, but most of them don't have the information about the steps required to participate and jointly restore this degraded hotspot within the communities. So they know that they can participate, but the know-how is lacking in the communities. So it's very important for us to really go down, tell them the services and how they can participate in restoration activities. The other lesson learned is that there is increased awareness about the dangers of degradation of the water and environment resources. However, little is known about the steps required to participate and jointly restore these degraded resources. Challenges, of course, this is a general challenge. We have limited resources to reach out to all these local communities. The main avenue we use now is media, but even getting to the radio and TV stations sometimes needs some resource, and we don't have it consistently. Because when we do it now during the Regional Water and Environment Week, it's not enough. It has to be a continuous process such that the information sits down there in the local communities. The other challenge is I still feel there is the Water and Environment Week events are not given the desired attention in the regions. What do I mean? We are putting a lot of energy to drive restoration of water and environment resources in the public and community. But within us, in the regions, we are not up there. We are not giving it the desired attention as the region, these concentrated structures, as Ministry of Water jointly. So you find that sometimes we don't go out there with the desired efforts to really attract and sell our services to the communities down there. And then lastly, we had a number of recommendations, but I'll give this main recommendation, which we kept on receiving in all our activities, is that we also need to take down the national event to the regions. So as we conduct this National Water and Environment Week, let's think about taking the next one to the regions so that we can also celebrate the national event down in the regions. I think with that, I would like to thank you for listening. This is one of the activities we took during the cleanup at the riverbank. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. Morris Stephen. Quite a mouthful of what has been going on in southwestern Uganda. And so, yes, and so I'm going to invite our panelists to just digest this presentation further. And I just want to invite you to prepare some questions as well, because there's been so much that Mr. Stephen More has mentioned, and I want us to just share as well in the participation of the discussion on what has been going on in southwestern Uganda, but also some of the questions you might have on some clarification. Maybe you come from there and you're wondering, okay, next year how can I participate better to ensure that it's more productive, but also more impactful, especially as we seek to ensure collective effort as we pull together. So I'm going to invite our panelists. I'm going to invite Ms. Pamela here to join us, and she's Mrs. Pamela Katoro Nyamtoka, who's from IIRR, which is the International Institute for Rural Reconstruction. And I'm going to invite Mrs. Gloria Namakula, who's going to be the youth voice, because you saw a symposia here, you saw debates, you saw young people leading ecosystem restoration. So we want to get the youth voice as well on how we can involve young people more meaningfully, but also on what the youth voice and perceptions and perspectives are on that. But also like to invite Professor Charles Niwagaba from Makerere University. Is he in the house? Yes, he's right here. And he's going to be sharing insights from the academia and matters ancillary. Please do appreciate them as they make their way to the stage. Okay, great. I'll just give Professor just a few minutes, and then we'll take a deep dive. Just to remind you, we'll be coming to you as well to pick your 2 cents in light of the presentation, but also on some of the reflections from the panel. Great. So I'm going to give the panelists just 1 minute for them to introduce themselves officially and to tell us where they are coming from, and then we'll take a deep dive into the presentation. We'll begin with Gloria on that end as a young person, and then we'll come all the way to Professor on this end. Gloria, you're most welcome. It's good to have you on the panel this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harold. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Gloria Namakula. I'm a girl and young woman advocate, and I work with girls and young women from the rural areas. I work with the She Leads Consortium. Mainly, we advocate for inclusivity and equitable representation of girls and young women.
Thank you for joining us, Gloria. I look forward to the discussion ahead. I'd like to invite Pamela.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pamela.
My name is Pamela Nyamtoka Katoro from the International Institute of Rural Reconstruction. It's a mouthful.
Yes.
So I'll say IIRR. Thank you.
All right. You're most welcome, Pamela. Yes, Professor.
Hello. I'm Charles Nwagama, and I'm an associate professor of civil engineering from Makerere University. Glad to be here.
Okay, you're most welcome, Professor. So we'll begin with Gloria. On your end, you work with rural women, especially young girls, and you've had and seen and watched the presentation from Stephen. We talked about waste management, talked about corporate social responsibility, talked about the different engagements with young people in debates and symposia, but also on ecosystem restoration. And so I want us to just look at that particular component, because as you know, we say we are generation restoration, right? Looking at the UN Decade of Restoration 2021-2030. And so just to get your perspective in light of the discussion that Stephen has laid on the role and place of young people, especially the rural women and young women at that, when it comes to ecosystem restoration, over and above the debates, the symposia, but also the actual tangible role that young women can play when it comes to ecosystem restoration, over and above the debates and the discussion that we have had, from your opinion.
Well, thank you very much. When it comes to the young people, and when it comes to Uganda, we are a young population. You find that about 70% of the people in Uganda are young. So when you talk about the young people, the youth, it is a pertinent issue because we are the custodians. As in right now, when you talk about sustainable development, there is no way you can talk about sustainable development minus talking about the youth. And in that line, when you talk about girls and young women, or people in the rural areas, especially the youth, what they can do, or from the conversation we have had from our previous presenter, I really love the fact that in Barara, the Southwest, they brought out that issue of inclusivity. When you see young people take up space in debates, they take up space in exhibitions, because really for you to participate in a debate, you really have to do research. So it gives us a thumbs up to ensure that girls and young women young people are getting the knowledge, because ideally there is no way we are going to talk about adaptation, mitigation, how we can ensure equitable use of these resources when people don't have the information. So when you see young people take crucial roles in coming up with innovations, for example, the speaker talked about that along River Ruiz there is that new innovation whereby water hyacinths are being used to produce manure, to produce fertilizers. It is really important because you find that when it comes to production, right now the active people in production, it is the youth, and we are looking at how livelihood can be enhanced, and you find that we have those innovations that are really on board. I give a thumbs up to the people of the Western Wing. So maybe my call to action is to ensure that there is an increase in the number of people, the young people who are taking role, who are taking lead in these activities, because mentorship is crucial, because you find that different professors, different people have a lot of knowledge, have a lot of research that has been displayed, that has been put out, but it is not yet, youth are not yet mentored to take up that role to ensure that sustainability is achieved.
Thank you, Gloria. And as we come to Pamela, I just want to add my voice to yours in thanking the Ministry of Water and Environment, and especially Dr. Kalis Nmuga here has been very instrumental in ensuring that young people are meaningfully involved over the years coming up to today. You see across the country, we've been having the debates, but also the meaningful involvement of young people in the different activities, but also on the D-Day today as we sort of roll out the week as well. You've seen young people across the board meaningfully involved, so we'd like to thank the ministry and of course the Water Resources Institute as well. Most heartfelt gratitude from the young people. So coming to Pamela. Pamela, the question then is, of course, we've had the discussion and the presentation from Stephen, but how can we more meaningfully involve the local communities, many of whom are actually at the very front line of some of these environmental crises or disasters as and when they occur? So how can we meaningfully involve them in ecosystem restoration when it comes to waste management? How do we meaningfully engage them even in policy advocacy to ensure that their voices are actually meaningfully engaged and involved in shaping the policies and the action that is intended to benefit them, as of course we enhance resilience and improve their livelihoods and incomes?
Thank you, Howard. Yes, so, just like you said, it's interesting you asked that question, because as Stephen was presenting, I had the same question and reflection. And we're talking about cleaning the city, cleaning the riverbanks, but this is something we do, as part of a campaign or as part of an event. So how do we make sure that it's an everyday thing? So one is, how do we involve the local leaders to even have community bylaws, what would call the community-led sanitation drives? When I was growing up, there was something called Sagala Galamide. For those who don't understand Luganda, it means the translation, I don't want a sleeping person, something like that. I don't want anybody sleeping. And it was something that it was a campaign every Saturday. Every home had to send out, whether parents or children, to the neighborhood, to your community, to clean up the trenches, the drainage, everywhere. And I don't know where that disappeared from, because as I became older, I didn't see any of it. But it's something that we could pick a leaf from. And I remember the LCs would go around drumming, and it's just people who called it Sagala Galamide, the sound of the drum, ta-ta-da-da-da-da-da. So people coined the name around it. And it became very popular and everybody embraced it. How do we get back to that point where everybody believes that I shouldn't dispose of waste irresponsibly? I should be able to clean up wherever I am, my community. And in in very many countries, actually, this is happening. If you are not able to physically do the, cleanup, and this is at, frequent levels, then there is some money that you pay to make sure that your community is clean. So I think that we need to come up with very sustainable laws at the bylaws at the local level, involving the local leaders, to see how do we, make this part and parcel of our daily life. Because even if we clean up today, and tomorrow the same people go and throw these plastics in the water, what message is that? So the awareness needs to come from, bottom up. Yeah. So that's one. Two, how do we create value? And I'm so glad that we were talking about, again, like Gloria said, the water hyacinths. There are million innovations around waste management at every level, not only at the level of municipalities or, where you have the big landfills. There is those. But there's also where, as entrepreneurs, and this is where for young people, we have a big youth population, they can make money. Actually, there's now an emerging entrepreneurship in waste management. There are people who are making bags from plastics, all sorts of items, whether it's fertilizer, whether it's animal feeds, so many things that you can make from what is so-called waste. So if we can add that value, I think the presenter talked about the know-how. How does the ministry, of course the ministry is already doing a lot of innovations by the ministry, led by the ministry, in adding value to waste. But how do they get and trickle down to the people who need to utilize those innovations? So I think if we can push the agenda of entrepreneurship in waste management, we'll see more people being involved without even being asked to, which is in line with the present, with what we're talking about for income and livelihoods. How do I turn environment into an income for me? That's what is important. If I see that value, if it adds more money into my pocket, I will definitely get involved. Thank you.
Amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Pamela for sharing her insights on that. And now we are coming to the realm of academia, and we're going to have Professor just chip in. And your question is twofold, Professor. The first one is general reflections on Stephen's presentation from Southwestern Uganda, general reflections on that. But the second one, which is also very pertinent and critical, is the translation of some of this amazing research we've seen done over the years, getting them from the shelves in the libraries of universities to actually shaping policies and action at the grassroots level.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Howard, and I'm happy to be here. So, first of all, I'm going to talk about some maybe 3 or 4 points connected to what has been discussed. It is very clear evident from the presentations that have been given, including the work that has been done in southwestern Uganda, that indeed a lot of efforts are being put in place by the government, by the Ministry of Water and Environment, to really make this Water Week, widespread and also understood. And I think it is having a very serious impact on the Ugandans. But getting back to some of the real issues, it is believed, and I want to say it is believed, the Baganda say mbu, that if you took a drone and flew it over River Kagera, and you are in the side of Rwanda, that the water looks blue, and that when you enter Uganda, that the water looks gray or brown. I don't have some scientific evidence to prove that, but in case we go ahead and find that this is true, that could point to some issues that we can do, and I think we have laws and that allow us to do that. That every water system of the size of River Kagera and others, there should be a buffer zone of some 100, 200 meters where nothing is supposed to be done. And I believe if that is done, then it is possible to have the water actually cleaned and filtered so that we have our rivers clean. That solves very many things in the sense that even when we collect it and we treat it for drinking purposes, then we spend much less if the water itself is clean. Going back and trying to connect with what we do, I've been a researcher and doing research at Makerere University for the last 25 years. But I know that our envelope here might really be small, and we have so many problems to resolve. And so we end up not having to allocate some money to do research. Thankfully, we have some partners. I've been doing research for the last 15 years with some partners who are in the room from Switzerland. Hello, colleagues over there. Thank you for coming. We are happy to be with you here. And we are doing quite a lot of work, and we also connect with what has been talked about. In Mbarara, you have indicated that there is somebody who is trying to innovate around managing water hyacinths and converting into a product. Some colleagues from the same institute in Switzerland have identified that water hyacinths is one of the very good medium that can be used to actually rear black soldier flies. And they have a very big project here in Jinja where they are using black soldier flies, actually using them to convert water hyacinths into some value. And therefore, if it is possible, maybe some people around or some people from Mbarara to take a visit to what is happening there in Jinja, there is actually a very serious project that actually is converting water hyacinths into a value using black soldier flies. At the moment, I think they produce about 300 kilograms of black soldier fly larvae every week. And you know, black soldier fly larvae is one of the best protein you can get for animal feeds. It is growing, and I think our people can also learn from that. Regarding the research and the connection to to our own problems here, I'm happy to note that the government of Uganda has done quite a lot. It is unlike in the past when we had only Makerere University as a university in the country. Now we have universities everywhere, universities regionally, and not even one but several universities. And we know that before any student graduates from the university, these days they must do internship and they must do research. And this research can be connected to our own problems in society. And we can work with the researchers from Bara University, you know, Bishop Baramu University, you know, all sorts of universities, and work with the researchers to make sure that our students solve problems linked to what we see in society. In terms of internship, I know also, of course, that the government gets constrained by not having enough people to reach everywhere. People are throwing solid waste in rivers. We can't look for them and catch all of them. But we have students who are doing internship. These students can be deployed as low as sub-county level, and they can, among others, identify these problems, identify where people are throwing garbage in the rivers, try to understand why they are doing that, and by the way, sensitize them. As Engineer Stephen was presenting, that some people are throwing the garbage in the river, they don't know what wrong it is causing. But we have the possibility to use students at low cost, because it is part of their research, it is part of their work to go and do internship. They can do this work in sub-counties, they can identify where these problems are, they can engage these people and talk to them, and in the end we can have researchers really contributing solving problems on the ground. I can also tell you that what I think is very important, I think maybe people from the ministry and also National Water and Sewage Corporation might take it up in the future, that having a flat rate to pay for water in the whole country might not entice some people to actually understand why they should keenly protect or jealously protect their resource. If we can say that if you polluted your water and then you pay more for cleaning it up, and then the community which cleans their water make sure it is clean, pay less because it costs less to treat that water. I think this will go a long way in trying to make people jealously protect their resources, because they know that it will translate into a saving of money, and those who are polluting will pay more, and in the end they will see the reason why they need to actually protect their water resources by not contaminating them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Professor Charles Niwagaba. So in the interest of time, I'm going to open the discussion up to the floor in just to get maybe just 1-2 remarks. Then we'll get parting shots from the panelists. Then we'll move on to the next panel. It's quite an action-packed afternoon, and we are running behind time. So in case you have a question or a remark or comment in light of the presentation that was made by Stephen or the contribution from the panel, this is your time in a minute or two, so we can be able to move on to the next discussion. Is there any contribution from the audience? Yes, I see quite a hand here. The microphone should be on, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Bwango Apuli. I would like to join the call that has been made by a number of speakers for the Water and Environment Week to be taken down to the regions and the communities. And now that the PS is here, I'm sure he can receive the message directly. But this is important for us to raise not only the awareness about the critical importance of water and environment, but also all the other associated matters. In fact, at one time we used to have a joint celebration of World Environment Day, World Water Day, and World Meteorological Day. World Water Day, I think, used to be celebrated on 22nd March, World Met Day on 23rd March, and then World Forestry Day on 21st March. So the combined issues would then come out and then be reflected upon by not only the center, but also now we need to take them down to the regions and the communities. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So now we're going to move to, okay, I see two more hands. I'll request that you make a contribution in under a minute. The microphone is just ahead of you. Just switch it on in a minute so we can get back to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, facilitator. One, I would like to start by appreciating and commending the Ministry of Water and Environment and its partners, especially for the achievements which have been made around the river Rizi. The restoration efforts have really made very, very big difference in that area. And I note that I'm speaking from the fact that during this bad dry season, that area was not suffering from water. Normally, River Rizi dries up. Now, my question now, I would like to say that at least maybe concentration be made on the upstream. The upstream, because it helps in at least controlling the sustainability. I happen to have visited some parts and a different program in Bunyarguru, up there and all that, and I saw that the communities had really done commendable work. I hope that, unfortunately, they were not brought up here, but I would have really wished to see more. And also planting trees, you can see the greenery there. Mbarara is so dry and empty and all that. I saw greenery there and I couldn't believe it. So sustainable systems, even in Karamoja, they need to be stressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have just one more, then we'll come back to the panel here. Yes, you're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I just want to add a voice what Pamela said. I think Pamela about how we can do to improve our communities, especially the local leaders. And she mentioned Burunji Wansi and Sagala Garamid. These activities were really there. I think it is high time we really using our local leaders again, reactivate these community programs so that we can make sense and we can rebuild the communities towards sanitation and actually protecting the environment. If you can do that as a recommendation from this our program here, I think it will be very good. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed. So we're back here at the panel for the parting shots in a minute. I would like to invite you, Gloria, to get us started with our parting shots.
Yeah, thank you very much, our dear moderator, and to our dear audience. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. But my call to action as a young person is that we call upon all stakeholders, please ensure that the funding is available, flexible, and reliable, because the truth is the youth are outside there, they're doing a lot of research, a lot of innovation, but when it comes, we have a gap of financial constraints. We can't do much without the finance. However much you have the knowledge, but you find when it gets to putting it on ground, we have it in paperwork, but when practicability is still an issue because of the financial constraints. Then my other call to action is our dear mentors in here, please, we are requesting you as young people, mentor us. We are willing and able to become mentors. We are willing to learn, to be mentees. Please take us up in your different capacities, because many young people are in this room, they are lost, they don't know what to do because they don't have the right career guidance, they don't have the right mentorship, but with your help and support, we believe we can transform our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gloria. I'm glad the PS is here and Dr. Calist, and I know the young people are very close to their hearts, and so that will be taken into consideration. Pamela, your parting shots.
Thank you. I also want to, first of all, reiterate appreciation to the Ministry of Water and Environment and all the partners for this very wonderful event that is now the 8th year. It's more successful every year, so thank you very much. My call to action is just what I said, that we need to link the innovations to income, to livelihoods. We need to add value to people. Will only do what they think will benefit them. So if we can strengthen that linkage between the food, water, energy nexus, we will be able to achieve more. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Pamela, and then to Professor Nogaba.
Thank you very much. So my last call to action is to engage more with the ministry, with the practitioners out there, engage more with the academics, and we have a very big pool of young students, young researchers who can support the government in trying to move the agenda of cleaning up our environments. They can do research that is linked to exactly the problems in society, and we can work together to identify these problems so that we do relevant research work through also internships, as well as attaching our students to communities, not even only ministries, but also sub-counties and so on, so that you can really use students to solve problems in our own communities. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our esteemed panelists. They've done a great job. And I'm going to invite them for our group photo quickly here. I would also like to invite Stephen back to join us here for our group photo. And as we prepare for the group photo, I'd like to invite my colleague Denise to prepare and take us through the next discussion. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to us. This has been our panel discussion. We look forward to the subsequent discussions and then the rest of the activities for the week. For God and my country.
As they take the photo shoot, the sector elders, we were around this time supposed to meet in a separate room, but we found the session is very interesting. So I've been guided that let's stay here and listen in. There will be a window specifically created for you to introduce to you the retirees program, and thereafter our meet and greet session. So let's maintain here, let's not move to the other room. Thank you.
All right, a good afternoon to everyone. My name is Denise Ayebare, and I'm going to be taking you through the next session. I work with the National Youth Council as the climate change lead, and I also have the privilege of being the team leader of Better Life International Organization that deals with refugees in Western Uganda and Northern Uganda. So for our next session, we are going to be having the presenter from Fort Portal under the theme of the sub-theme 2, which is about water and environment for climate action. So we are going to have the presenter from Fort Portal and later our panelists.
all protocol observed. Good evening. I believe it's good evening already. I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. Although we have had a very a long week in our region. So my name is Musinguzi Jacob. I am an engineer working with the Ministry of Water under the Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Department, and I'm based in the Fort Portal office, which is the Regional Center 5. So I'm going to take you through a reflection of the activities that we had in the Albertine region. We did celebrate the Albertine Regional Water and Environment Week, and this was celebrated from the 1st to the 16th of March. But before I get into the activities, I would like to clearly state that the Albert Regional celebrations are not just celebrations. It is a platform to drive meaningful impact in different sectors, such as water and environment, economic growth, and by doing this, we're fulfilling and supporting some of the international and national policies and initiatives such as the Sustainable Development Goals and the Parish Development Model. As I present these activities, you'll take note that all these activities feed into some of these initiatives. We're all aware about the theme for this year, which is water and environment, resources for enhanced resilience and improved livelihoods, incomes and livelihoods. But as a region, our sub-theme was water environment for climate action. Just to take you through, I'm going to give you a background introduction and talk about some of the activities that we had, and also look at the challenges, lessons, and recommendations. The Uganda Water and Environment Week, as we must be all aware, we started celebrating this week back in 2018. But as a region, we started celebrating this week in 2019. And we do this in partnership as deconcentrated units of the ministry. That is the Albert Water Management Zone, the Rural Water Supply and Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Regional Center 5, and also Midwestern Umbrella. We do this with our partners from the civil society. We celebrated this week in 7 districts. That is 7 districts and 1 city, that is Fort Portal City. We went to Budisa, we did activities in Tagwenda, Kamwenge, Bunyangabo, and Kazo. So for day 1, we were able to do the cleaning of Fort Portal City. This was an event organized by the Toro Kingdom, and representing the King of Toro was the Prime Minister, who came on board. We had so many partners, including schools, universities, secondary schools, the UPDF itself, Uganda Police Force, and so many other partners. We had representations from the district and the city, and we were able to have the resident city commissioner with us. We were able to clean some of the markets in Fort Portal, and I believe we left a difference. So that's a video of the different partners who participated in this cleaning. On the second day, we went to Bulisa district, and this is actually where the workers were flagged off from. We were privileged to host them for the second time round. Last year, they were flagged off from Fort Portal. This time round, they were flagged off from Bulisa. And they embarked on a 317-kilometer journey. I myself was able to cover 10 kilometers, but I later realized that practice was needed. Were able to host some of the commissioners from Ministry of Water and Environment. That is Mr. Isaiah from the Forestry Department, and also Mr. Albert Erijabo. The workers went across all these districts, and I believe they arrived in Kampala on Friday. And along the way, they were creating awareness, planting trees, and trying to do their best to promote environmental conservation. On day 3, this is an initiative under the Albert Water Management Zone, and we were able to supply beehives to encourage beekeeping, and we supplied these beehives to communities that are basically practicing farming, crop farming in demarcated areas for water bodies. So this is an alternative income generating activity which is safe for the environment, and we're able to do this in Kahunge sub-county, which is in Kamwenge district. Therefore, we had the corporate league. We had different entities in Fort Portal City who came together and participated in this league. The primary goal for this league was to raise funds so that we can buy a 10,000 liter water tank to be given to one of the primary schools in Fort Portal, because they had a shortage of, they had issues to do with water security. So the tank was basically to help them with this issue. On this day, Ministry of Water participated, but did not merge out as the winners. But we had the Man United fans who turned out to be the winners, unlike the actual team. On day 5, we had a very educative and informative dialogue and exhibitions. During this, we were able to have the Right Honorable Ruabu Hinga of Kabarore District, that is the LC5 Kabarore District, and he was able to grace us as the chief guest, and as the guest speaker we had Mr. Albert Erijabo. We had a panel which consisted of very experienced people in the field, such as Dr. Guma Brian, who's the team leader of Albert Management Zone, and the different panelists were able to educate us and enlighten us about different aspects on how we can conserve the environment and how we can be innovative. As you can see, we went ahead and exhibited so many products and activities, not only as Ministry of Water, but also as schools and partners. Everyone had a chance to exhibit what they had in regards to the theme. On day 6, we commissioned a hydrological monitoring station. This is the first of its kind in Uganda. This is located along River Mpanga in Chitagwenda district, and its main purpose is basically to track certain parameters along River Mpanga, such as the water levels, conductivity, turbidity, and so many other parameters. In attendance, we had the resident district commissioner who honored us as the chief guest. Day 6, we had a cleanup activity in Bunyangabo district. We had a couple of cleanup activities in different districts, and this was one of them. During this, we also had a football match between two schools, and Chivate Primary School emerged the winners. Why we encourage sports? We wanted to use it as a platform to create awareness, because so many people enjoy sports. Day 7. Day 7 was one of the most event-filled activities, because we had about 5 activities running concurrently. First of all, we commissioned the sanitation facilities at Mugusu Health Center and Kaboyo Secondary School. This facility, the construction of these facilities was funded by RRC, and on the top left, we can see that is a sanitation facility for the health center, and it was strategically positioned next to the maternity ward. Initially, the mothers, the delivering mothers, did not have such a facility. Then, same day, day 7, we were able to do some environmental awareness. We were supported by Chaninga Foundation, Chaninga Forest Foundation, and we did some sort of tree planting. When I'm saying some sort of tree planting, unfortunately, we have been in a dry season, and we couldn't plant as many trees as we had wanted. So we did symbolic tree planting in this school and created awareness. On day 7, I talked about the corporate league. This is the tank that was given to Canon Apollo Primary School. We went ahead with the initiative that I had already talked about, the beekeeping supply of beehives, in order to divert people away from crop farming at the shores of wetlands and other water bodies. And we're able to give about 25 beehives to these farmers. Still on those on day 7, we did a cleanup activity again. This was in Chenjojo district, and it was supported by a Midwest Umbrella, ourselves, the team from Fort Portal, AAID, IRC, and I believe Jesse. Then day 8. On this day, we went to Kamwenge district, where Water for People had organized music, dance, and drama competitions from different schools in Kawambiro sub-county. This was a very interesting day, as we got to see these children's minds when it comes to our environmental concerns. So we also checked on the trees that were planted back in 2021 during the Water Week then, and as you can see on the bottom left, sorry, that is one of the trees. On day 8, we had debates between secondary schools and universities around Kabarole district, and this was basically to also create awareness through debates in relations to the theme of the year. This is a picture. We can see secondary schools. Mpanga SS emerged winners of the secondary schools competition, and Uganda Pentecostal University emerged winners of the university section. On day 9, we commissioned a hydrometeorological monitoring station. This was in Kazo district. This station, in simple terms, is what I would call a weather station. Able to measure about 13 parameters, wind speed, humidity, and such. This station it's not only for scientific purposes, but it will also help schools access such services closer to them than traveling all the way to Kampala to access such equipment. On that same day, we had the Sanitation Cup. This is organized by Kabarole District in conjunction with different organizations such as Jesse, IRC, Hewasa, Freya, and so many other partners. This specific event is basically to identify the cleanest homes in specific sub-counties. So during this event, the cleanest homes in Karungura sub-county were celebrated. Then the cream was our marathon, which was held yesterday. This was basically again to raise awareness on the theme. We had the 5-kilometer run, the 10-kilometer run, and the 21-kilometer run, and we're able to have over 1,000 people present. Almost 100 women participated in this race, and over 250 men participated in this race. Taking you to the achievements. The Albertine Region Water Week is, like I've said in the beginning, contributes to different sustainable development goals. Mainly the water-related ones and the climate, which is Sustainable Development Goals 6 and 13. We were able to achieve partnership from so many partners from the civil society about those that came in for financial help and human resource. We were able to create awareness through several talk shows in the 14 days, 16 days that we had, and were able to reach about 17 million listeners. We also commissioned, like I've said, the hydrological monitoring station and hydrometeorological monitoring station. And this will contribute to the education and also to the scientific world. We also contributed to the livelihood. We improved on the livelihood of people in terms of giving them alternative sources of income, in terms of cleaning for them and teaching them how to maintain their communities. So I believe that was a big role we played in improvement of livelihoods. And last but not least, we improved on the water security in schools. We improved on the water security of schools in about 2 schools in Kabarole district. This is part of the awareness that I'm talking about. We appeared on TV shows, we appeared in newspapers, that is Daily Monitor. We had so many talk shows that were held on radio stations. Now, to the challenges. Needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, the main challenge we face across the board and in all regions is funding. This limits us, this limits our impact on ground. We as the people on ground know what is needed by the different communities because we are field-based, we work in rural areas, and we lack funding. This is a cry to our partners. But despite this challenge, we would like to remain optimistic. Yes, I think we should lean on the words of one of our most esteemed countrymen, who said, and I quote, "The money will come." One of our health concerns, one of our other challenges was the health concerns. During this time, we had an outbreak of 3 dangerous diseases, which was monkeypox, cholera, and then Ebola. But as a ministry and as partners, we had meetings and we followed SOPs such as use of sanitizers, hand washing facilities, and keeping social distance. Working in rural areas, just to put this into perspective, the Albertine region consists of about 56 districts. And we find this, one of the challenges that we have is limited, we have logistical challenges, limited vehicles on ground to cover all these areas. So that is one of the challenges we faced, but we handled it through prioritization and proper planning. Next, we had conflicting timelines. Yes, Albert Regional Water Week happens during the same time that we have in office hours, so that was a bit of conflicting. But we also managed that through communication and planning. I'd already mentioned this, being the dry season, we had planned activities to plant so many trees, but were affected, but we decided to postpone and do some sort of symbolic planting at the moment, but postpone to the wet season. My recommendations, first of all, I do call upon political leaders to come and join us during this fight. They are very vocal people, and we believe that if their voice is added to us, would create so much impact. Stronger partnerships with implementing partners, developing partners, and the entire civil society. I believe if we have a stronger relationship, we can raise more funds and push our goal forward. We need research and innovation. We have young people willing to do this, but lacking the funding. Capacity building, this is currently happening in the ministry, but we need more support on this. And then sustainable stakeholder engagement, sustainable livelihoods, which we have tackled through the supply of beehives and other activities. And also, in general, conserving our environment. I would like to take this note to thank all our partners. We had several partners like Join for Water, Water for People, IRC, the Hilton Foundation, and so many others who held us through this week and supported us so that we can have a very successful Albertine Region Water and Environment Week. Thank you for listening to me. I remain Jacob Musinguzi.
I think Mr. Jacob deserves another round of applause. All right, he went through his presentation and I was wondering whether it was Water Week or Water Month. It had almost 16 days and activities. But it was a well-detailed presentation. And at this moment, allow me invite the panelists that are going to give the general reflections and probably about the sub-theme. So the first panelist going to be joining us is Mr. Moses Egaru, the Country Director for IUCN, which is the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. The next panelist going to be joining us is Engineer Diana Kanyesiga from Water for People. The third panelist is Dr. Albert Biamjisha from the SDG Secretariat. And the last panelist is Engineer Wilberforce from UNICEF. All right, thank you so much. So following the presentation that was made by Mr. Jacob about the sub-theme and the activities that were had, I'm just going to start with Mr. Moses from my left, the general reflections and what you think about the sub-theme, given that Uganda's climate and environment really play a deep role in our resources, whether it's ecosystems, agriculture, or livelihoods in sustaining them. Over to you, Mr. Moses.
Yes, thank you very much, Denise, and good evening, everyone. Yes, based on the theme for the sub-region, water and environment for climate action, we saw quite a number of events, activities, but also a number of engagements. And for me, what I pick out from what happened was really there was a lot of partnerships, both with private sector. I saw the kingdom involved, the security forces, UPDF and police force, the schools, the young people. And for me, it was really energizing to see that we've built these kind of partnerships to facilitate the action that we require on the ground. The other aspect was fundraising to make sure that we are mobilizing, financing, resources. We know there are limitations, as it was mentioned as one of the challenges, but we also know that in our imaginations, in our creativity, we are limitless. So we also build on that as a group. And then also the other thing is action on the ground. In as much as it was a dry season, we saw that there were attempts to actually review some of the restoration actions that were done previously, like the tree planting in 2021. And so that, to me, is one of the key things that we really should be calling for in these kind of events, that we should be able to call for action on the ground, led by the people, especially the young people, but also participation by all types of stakeholders. So for me, that came out very clearly, and is one of the things that excited me. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moses. So I'll just go to Engineer Diana. The same, your general reflections about the presentation of Mr. Jacob and the general sub-theme too of the Albertine region.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we should clap for the Albertine region. That was a tremendous job. Don't you believe it? I don't think we'll have any other action-packed presentation looking at what they presented. And speaking about holding the Water Week in a region, I think they stand as the leading, the leading place where this should be held. So well done and congratulations. So without repeating what my friend has said here, I think what really stands out and what I would like to commend the sector for is the launch of the hydrological monitoring station. This really reinforces the importance that we are placing to evidence-based decision-making, the use of having data to help us target our interventions better. Of course, having that first of its kind hydrological monitoring station in the region is going to help the region be able to have more targeted water resources management interventions. And I would like to congratulate the zone and the sector at large for this great initiative, as well as the funders, Hilton Foundation, for having enabled the sector to have this kind of monitoring station in the region. But also the other element that stood out for me, like across all the days that they were celebrating the Water Week, we were seeing learners, we were seeing children being engaged. And this really emphasized the importance of empowering the younger generation. They are the future of tomorrow. And children learn by doing. The recently concluded census, which the data we all believe in, right? We know it shows that over 44%, close to 50% of our population is below 14 years old. And if we are going to have a better tomorrow, then these learners need to have the right messaging being passed on. So the debates that they were participating in, the music, dance, and drama, it was well grounded. It had clear messaging on WASH and sanitation. I participated in a commissioning event in a very nice school, and the teacher that was leading the school performances then played, it was a very nice kadodi, kadodi, yeah? But the words that were, coming through along that nice tune, they were not really good. So the messaging really matters. And I think this really stood out in the celebrations for the Albertine region. The messaging was on point. So what you teach the children really matters. Like the proverb that says, train up a child in the way that he should go when he's still young, and when he grows up, he will not depart from it. So I would really like to encourage all of us as parents in our homes, even as we are attending events of our learners, what we tell our children really matters. What we act out in their presence really matters. And of course, also reinforcing the element of utilizing the platforms that schools offer. As we are passing on this message, we recently concluded a study on knowledge, attitudes, and practice in relation to water resource management. And whereas people know that climate change is real, they are not really certain, they're not really sure on the exact causes. So as we're having children act out these performances, and as we're attending these performances in schools and in various fora, having the messaging well informed and grounded can also help to educate and raise awareness among the masses. So the key reflection for me there was, let's engage our learners appropriately, and congratulate us for having the monitoring stations that are going to give us the data that we need to make better decisions. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Engineer Diana. And it's very interesting how you and Mr. Moses talk about the engagement of young people and recognize their importance as a future generation in dealing with such crisis, but also getting empowered. So I'll just move to Dr. Albert. Your general reflections, and also maybe you could also shed light on how this is helping us achieve the targets of SDG 13, since you are the senior technical advisor at the Secretariat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. I first of all take this opportunity to associate with the previous speakers to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for continuously holding this Water Week. Because as SDG Secretariat, this is very, very, very important. And as you may be aware, Uganda will be hosting the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development from 6th to 11th at Munyonyo, where we shall have some few heads of states, ministers from Africa, etc. And some of definitely we need that which is current, that must show the whole of Africa and the whole of the world on how we are performing. So we are so happy that at least we have now information, current information, which is regional, not the one we usually capture annually, but for the case of water and environment, we usually get data which is clean. As far as performance is concerned, on this initiative, because for the case of water and environment ministry, this one covers goal number 6 and goal number 13. And for the case of goal number 6, we have 11 indicators internationally. But for the case of Uganda, the ones we are able to measure, are 9 indicators out of 11. The 2 are among the indicators which the country has not yet collected, but we are progressing to conduct them. But of course, I must say this, that out of the 232 indicators, Uganda is able, should be able to measure 201 indicators. Other indicators are impossible, they can't be measured. But out of 201, so far the country can measure 147 indicators out of the 17 goals. But for the case of water, there is ministry here, and we are looking at the 2 goals, 6 and 13. For the case of 6, out of 11, of course, they are able to measure 9, which is actually very well. Along the African region, they are doing better than many countries. And out of 9, the latest data shows that 2 of the indicators are on track. You should even get a prize for the 2 indicators where you are on track. And remember, we are remaining with 5 years. And 5 indicators are progressing. Meaning that if they put in more effort, they will be able to meet the 5 indicators by 2030. So that means now, as we are measuring, we are looking at 2 which are already in green, plus the 5 which are progressing. And of course, with these efforts, definitely they should be able to meet it, because this emphasis, of course, we recognize the emphasis of the stakeholders, involving different stakeholders, where you have the local governments, the population involved actually at local government level, the development partners. This is amazing. So the 5 ones with more efforts, you should be able to meet them. So that makes it 7 by 9. If you calculate mathematically, it should be around 77%, which on the globe, when you cross-check, you find at least, yes, Uganda is somewhere on that particular goal. I'm not talking of others. I will mention that another time. But for the case of water and environment, that's where we stand. There are only 2 indicators which are in red. And I think if you put more effort and we invest much in the water infrastructure, we should be able. But otherwise, we are at 77%. Now, what we need to note about the Albertine region is that it is a home to critical water resources. We have Lake Edward, we have the Rwenzori catchment, and they have many major wetlands. Actually, the Fort Portal, when you go, that's why in most of the times it's a bit cold and so forth. But then, again, that place faces climate threats. They have increasing climate threats. They have erratic rainfall and droughts, which affects agriculture and households. They have got also flooding and landslides. Every year, whenever you hear the landslide, someone will say, is it Kasese? Is it Bundubujo? Automatically it comes in. So they have those rampant floods and landslides, which means a lot has to be done in that Albertine region. Why do we have this Kasesa and the Bundubujo having such a problem every time? And at the office of the Prime Minister, there must always be food and the other essentials kept for when even before it starts raining. Then the other one is deforestation and the wetland degradation, which is reducing water storage. But I'm happy to note that as we're looking at the activities and what I know from the reports which the ministry have been submitting to us, I've noted about 4 areas. The first one is community-led water conservation initiatives, which the presenter has talked about, where they were working on wetland restoration projects and some tree planting supported by the ministry when I asked some of the people. Then the other one was water resource management programs, which you set up, and the implementation of small-scale irrigations. And we're seeing even the kingdom participating in that one there. But I think you need to partner with more private sector and plant more trees, because there are many private sector who are willing to plant trees. You have seen this man Paul Mokaras, who said they are partnering with water, but in different organizations. One of them, which I know, is the Interreligious Council for Uganda, where they offered to plant, I think, 50 million trees, and they offered about $75 million to support that initiative. So that's another area. Then the other one is stakeholder engagement, which we have witnessed. And of course, when you have local dialogues on integrating climate smart practices, which they have talked about, is very, very, very important. Then, as she mentioned, that what he presented and what amused me as a person in charge of monitoring SDGs is the data and monitoring reporting. So we need to strengthen that hydrological data checking. He talked about it. It is very, very, very important. I wish all other districts could have this one here. So we thank the ministry for that one there, because you are able to monitor the performance of the local areas in those particular areas. But then again, he also talked about the alignment of the international agenda and our National Development Plan 3 and eventually Plan 4. So we are in Plan 3 and then going to Plan 4, but that alignment which he talked about from their region, and indeed it is true, that's what the ministry has done, and that's why now we are able to know how they are performing, because it is very clear there is that alignment to the National Development Plan. And of course, cross-sector collaboration, which I think he talked about, but I think we need to strengthen about it. The Right Honorable Kaswelumba talked about it. This cross-sector collaboration where you should be engaging agriculture and then energy, of course, working together for the same cause. Otherwise, I thank you very much, and I thank the group for the good work done, and I support what she stated, that I think it's one of the best groups of all the groups we have had. Thank you very much.
All right, I don't know if there is any bias, but I might call back Karamoja to present.
That's
okay,
That's
moving on to Dr. Wilberforce. Well, I think the Albertine region in that presentation had a sector of water, sanitation, and hygiene. As a WASH specialist, you can give your general reflections and probably what could be done better in terms of implementation strategies and any other sanitation services.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do agree with my fellow panelist that Albertine zone has been the best in terms of presentation. And they covered everything. And maybe what was lacking and has been brought forward is minimal situation analysis. Situation analysis should come out next time, and this informs the interventions which we are carried out. He has talked about the hazards. What are the hazards in the in the zone, malt hazards, and what are the effects of these hazards to the population and to the infrastructure. Coming back to your question, I think this goes again to data. When we look at the zone, we have to understand much better the water and sanitation situation as far as the SDG indicators are concerned. You know, we can't run away from SDGs. We have our own measures, sector measures, but we have to improve so that we are able to report to the SDG indicators. As you know, the ladders we have in water and sanitation, they're safely managed, the basic, the limited. So we have to improve on the data so that we plan better and we are able to establish whether we are achieving our SDG indicators by 2030. The other thing is the private sector. I'm very happy that the zone involved the private sector. We had the cement, Hima Cement, and also Centenary Bank. But I think there are a number of private sectors at the community level, at the district level, which should be involved, like the hand pump mechanics. They are doing a good job in the community. Like the umbrella, they are doing a good job in the community. And also the private sector who provides sanitary services, like safe food emptiers, and also latrine constructors. So I think moving forward we should involve these ones more and also give them a platform.
All right, thank you so much to our dear panelists. I think they deserve another round of applause. Okay, there have been several general reflections and calls to actions that have been about expanding things like nature-based solutions, planting trees, more engagement of young people, but also the progress that has been done is tremendous as compared to maybe the previous water weeks. And with that, we'd like to thank the Ministry of Water and other development partners that have made it possible to be in the Albertine region, but in also other regions. So let's also give them a round of applause. So I'm going to call the panelists step forward for a group photo, and then we shall be able to proceed to the next panel discussion. Thank you so much. My name remains Ayebare Denise for God and my country. I will invite Howard now to take over for the next panel discussion.
Okay, great. So we are starting to land the plane as Denise and the panelists, plus of course, the very detailed presentation from the Albertine region as the engineers joins them for the group photo. I would like to invite us to stand up for just a quick health break. In a minute or two, just rise on your feet and just stretch a little. You know, it's just a health break really as we prepare to land the plane. Thank you so much to our distinguished panelists, of course Denise, who has been steering that discussion. Just stretch a little, do not leave the room, just stretch a little, and then we'll begin to land the plane with our very last engagement, I think second last also, before I invite Anne to come and wrap the day up for us, okay? So if you feel that you've had a satisfactory stretch, you can resume your seat, and then we'll be able to start landing this plane. And again, my name is Howard Mwesigwa. I have the very humbling privilege again of being the team leader at the Climate Action Leadership Incubator, a youth-led organization that seeks to empower young people to participate meaningfully in matters water, climate change, sanitation, but also looking at the SDGs as well, especially SDG 6, 7, 13, 14, 15, but also we are very intentional on 17 with the partnership. So we are going to have the very last panel discussion. We're going to the documenter to be led by Anne, who has made her way here in front. And so I'm going to invite Mr. Dennis Mugarura to take us through. And we're going to be looking at northern Uganda. And we're going to be focusing fundamentally on theme number 3, which is going to be looking at water and environment innovations, knowledge and capacity for empowering a new generation. And so you're most welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you. I request that you probably cut your presentation short, maybe summarize it in the interest of time, so we can be able to end on time at least. Otherwise, you are most welcome. Mr. Dennis Mugarura, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I think I will meet the standards of having it very short. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I am Dennis Mugarura. I'm representing the Northern Region Water and Environment sector, and our offices are in Lira. I want first to know how this technology works. So my presentation is going to go through this structure. I'll give a small background, the program, then community outreach, what we did. These are the areas where we concentrated. Northern Uganda, we started our celebrations on 10th and ended on 14th. And we did this in Guru City. Our theme was about the celebration focused on innovation approaches, knowledge sharing and learning, capacity empowerment of the new generation. And Northern Uganda aimed at strengthening the regional partnership in supporting water and environment, priorities, enhance capacity for the implementation of sustainable management practices, then identifying innovative approaches and solutions for addressing water, environment, and climate change challenges. To begin with, we started with raising awareness on water, environment, and sanitation and hygiene. And this was done through radio talk shows, sport messages, and this was in partnership with partners and with support from Guru City. And for anybody to understand what takes place, there is a need to raise awareness, and that is why we thought this should come first. And the people of Guru came on board. After that, we realized that in 2016, Guru City faced the challenge of water shortages. And because of that, Oitino is where we get our water for Guru City. And government, through National Water, decided to innovatively implement what we call full-scale source protection measures with funding from IWMDP. So the team went on the ground, led by the mayor, Guru City, to interact with the communities that are settling or have settled within the catchment, the micro-catchment of Oitino, on how best we can address challenges facing the water shortages of Guru City. And that will be addressed through implementation of various activities in what we call a full-scale source protection measures. After that, you see our theme focuses on the young generation. We carried out what we call school engagements. We went to 5 primary schools and educated the pupils on issues to do with water, environment, and hygiene and sanitation. And we realized that we come from the north. We have always prolonged droughts. And therefore, we looked at how can we innovate in the areas of tree planting. And we said we can now use a plastic bottle to put in water, and it keeps dripping slowly on the tree during the dry season. And that is one of the areas and activities that we carried out. After that, we looked at what we call youth engagement, knowledge sharing. And we had 5 universities come together, secondary schools and primary schools at Guru University. These came together to discuss on issues of water, environment, and sanitation and hygiene. Primary schools took us through poetry. Secondary schools and universities went through debates. And our theme was this house would adopt Britannia's policy of 60% afforestation. And the reason why we are saying this is every time and again we plant trees. But as the Northern Uganda, we have a challenge of droughts, fires, and the rest in relation to tree planting. Therefore, they are asking ourselves innovatively, what can we do to ensure that we have trees? And for them, they are saying maybe we need a policy change that focuses on 60% restoration or afforestation and the remaining part of the land for other activities. That was debated, and for the record, Guru City won the debates. After that, we went to what we call promotion of rights to a healthy environment. Guru City currently is taking over in terms of being a green city. I believe Fort Portal is no longer the cleanest. In Guru City, we have what we call the street gangs. These people are used for the cleanup of the city, and they do a very good job. And the biggest advantage here we are seeing is that the plastic, because of the innovations of a company called Takataka, all plastics are turned into something valuable. And therefore, the drainages are free of plastics. The remaining waste can be easily collected, can be easily burnt, can be easily taken to wherever it goes. And that was achieved, led by the mayor, who was our chief cleaner. Then we went for the exhibitions, and here I wanted to demonstrate that there are other means of achieving what you want to achieve. For example, if you look here, in this picture here, the plastic has been turned into a different gadgets that can be used both by anybody at home or at your office. If you see those are phone, you can use it to hold your phone in office, but it comes from plastic. And coming from the north, we realize that we need to have irrigation. But our people are not very rich that they will have good big irrigation schemes. And therefore, in one of the innovations, we are looking at using the manual pump, where you sit on the pump, you pump the water from the river, you irrigate your water. You yourself using your labor, not having electricity, not having a solar system. And on issues of clean energy, you are looking at cooking using a cook stove that is solar powered, in order to try to reduce on issues of rampant charcoal burning. Then we went into dialogue. You realize that we had a number of partners, and therefore, DFCU, the banks, the NGO world went through what they do and how are they supporting water and environment in the region. And the day was later concluded by the Assistant Commissioner, C&E, looking at issues of policy, looking at issues of partnership and collaborations. These are the partners that we had in this year's celebration of the Uganda Water and Environment Week. You can see we have banks, we have local governments, we have NGOs and the rest. So there were a number of recommendations that came from our people. And from the university debates, one, they proposed that there should be regulations on carbon emission, on regulating carbon emissions in industries. Because we have a number of industries coming up, and we need to have a clear regulation on this. There was also an issue on increase in investment in renewable energy. You remember the proposal was that they should have 60% of the land put away for afforestation. But the youth said no. Maybe we can take these other approaches. And that is how they brought out their points. Then on issues of community engagement, we said we should continuously interact with the areas where we go to during water weeks. You find, like, for example, for us, we had a water week in Guru, not in our area where we sit, because we sit in Lira. So there is a need for that continuation, going back and forth, to ensure that people really understand the issues and the challenges facing water and environment sector. Efforts of restoration for the eco-fragile systems need to consider alternative livelihoods. And for the record, the implementation of the full-scale source protection measures in Oitino is considering this part. You realize that you cannot just say people go away from the riverbanks and the rest, but you must provide an alternative livelihood for the sustainability of the interventions you do. We looked at the issues of enacting bylaws to ensure that people locally understand these laws that look at issues of buffer zones. Then look, continuous community sensitization, this one must be implemented and must continue. Then the school outreach on true growing, we looked at child marriage impacting livelihood sustainability. This, we innovated the use of a bottle to irrigate your tree all the time. And that is what we think can address the challenges of prolonged droughts in the north. Then on the open day cleaning dialogue and exhibition, to support Guru City in development of its environmental action plan. It was realized that Guru City has no environmental action plan, and therefore there was a need to have that plan in place. And there was a request that Ministry of Water supports the city in developing this plan. Then there was a request that wetlands should all be demarcated, wetlands and rivers. Of course, Guru City is developing, and a number of wetlands are being encroached by developers. So there was a call by the RCC that please, can't we demarcate all the wetlands and the riverbanks in Guru City? And I think when we have political support, then the technical people can come in and support in the implementation. There is need or assessment of alternative livelihoods before project interventions. I've already talked about this. Build synergies with other programs, for example, PDM, to strengthen existing groups. We realize that there are a number of government programs taking place in the same area. So we need to harmonize on this. We need to bring them together. They need to understand that this is being done here and here. Therefore, we shall avoid repetition of some of these programs. And in conclusion, there is a need to increase stakeholders' interest in the regional Rural Week celebrations. And I think it was echoed by the Mbarara team leader that there is a need for both the ministry and other people to ensure that there is full participation in the regional water weeks, because they are bringing very many partners on board. And therefore, if we do, we shall move strides further. Partnerships and collaborations continue to grow. You realize that every year we do water week in a different city as in northern Uganda. And wherever we go, we get partners. And therefore, please, we call upon all other people to always move from different areas to other areas. We looked at capacity empowerment of all stakeholders. This is key. And underscore the need to integrate approaches of water management and environmental issues. And lastly, leveraging all resources. Apoyo Mateke.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Afoyo Mateke. I hope I got it right. Thank you so much, Northern Uganda. That was a very, very holistic approach for all the activities. I now want to invite the panel. And before I do, I want to introduce myself. My name is Anna Makula Serunjoji, and I'm a civil engineer. And I have pivoted over years to do more of people things. I do a lot of capacity building and knowledge. And this brings me to the theme, the sub-theme for Northern Uganda, which was focusing on innovations, knowledge, and capacity for empowering a new generation. I also do a lot of mentoring, and definitely I see probably why I was chosen to lead this. So tonight, this evening, on our panel is Dr. Irene Nasubuga. Dr. Irene Nasubuga is a director of water quality in National Transwage Corporation. She will be joined by Mr. Osigai Walter Etepesit. Please forgive me for the pronunciation. And he's a youth. And this will be blended by Professor Nicholas Chigundu from the prestigious Makerere University. Professor Nicholas. Let's applaud them as they come. Let's applaud them as they come. I know this is a civil service thing. I have to have some music in the room so that they come when they are energized. Do we have Mr. Osigai in the room? Yeah, another youth, step up. Just shoot your hand up and come. This is a golden opportunity, yeah? The youth are all facing down. They asked us for opportunities, right? Now they are facing down. How does that work? Okay, the youth is coming. Let's applaud her as she comes. Great, great. I'm still looking for the professor as well. That one is not as easy to feel. Yeah. it's not as easy to feel. Yes. Dr. Rosmita? Okay. Okay, so as they come, I want to start with Dr. Irene. She's settled in. Dr. Irene works as a director for water quality, but that particular directorate of hers or office is embedded in a bigger department which deals with knowledge, deals with research, deals with partnerships and such collaboration. Dr. Irene, from what you saw, how can we demonstrate the effectiveness and involvement of local leaders in implementation of bylaws? Bylaws seem to be the mechanism by which we can have buffer zones. As a water quality person, I know you know the importance of buffer zones, but how best can we engage our local leaders, because they're our eyes in the field? Dr. Irene.
Thank you, Anne. I would like to thank the ministry for organizing this event, and thank you, Anne, for that question. And as I go towards that question, maybe I would like to say that as she has said, I work with National Water, and I think National Water, we have, we can acknowledge these trends that are actually affecting our service delivery, and that is the climate change and degradation of the environment. So because of that, like the presenter showed, when it rains, when we experience prolonged droughts, you'll have lakes, rivers drying, like he presented rightly with River Otino, and others are flooding banks, the rivers in Arua, in Lira, the lake. You have flooding and they affect our pumps, and we can't even supply our water because of that. So we have experienced firsthand what this means. And so when it comes to engaging, basically the question is who should act?
Yes.
And the answer is every one of us. Every one of us is responsible, and we should find ways of doing it. And like it has already been said, we should start with the grassroots, the people that are actually on the surfaces, in the environment, the local people. And the local people supervised by their LCs, by the leaders they believe in, the cultural leaders, the traditional leaders, the church leaders, but also us, the government. So it is very critical that we engage these people and make sure we form committees where these people are, and they are shown what they have to do. The presenter showed different engagements they had to do, going to the children, going to the schools, and basically the stakeholders on ground. And that is something that was very commendable and that should be encouraged. And of course, it doesn't stop with these local leaders only, because we have to have more of innovation. I liked so much the innovation of the bottle dripping during the hot weather, meaning giving some rain to the plant. But also our minister in the morning talked about how we can get rid of these plastic bottles. So this is a way of recycling them. So we have to be innovative and we have to be practical. Stop talking about actions and just talking and not acting. So we have to be practical and really get into these things so that we can see a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irene. She talks of being practical. Dr. Irene is an engineer. With engineers, we want to see action, action, action. I now go to the youth representative, and I want to reflect on the presentation where we see a number of demographics represented: the young, the old, civil servants, people from different walks of life. But we want you to reflect for us. He made a statement in the presentation that people need to understand these issues. From your perspective, how best can these issues be communicated to the youth? Issues of climate change, issues of loss of biodiversity, issues of drying water sources. How can we best communicate these, not only to the youth, but to a layman out there? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Anne. So for starters, I had the privilege to move in 3 regions leading the debates. And I think that it has come to a time where our generation is also recognizing that we need to take on maybe climate action, we need to protect our biodiversity, and we need to protect our ecosystems. And I think what the ministry has done, embracing things like debates and public speech plus poetry within institutions, whether it's high schools or institutions of higher learning, has created a platform for these young people to engage in pertinent issues that affect our generation. And I will tell you, when you're going into a debate or you're going to speak to people, whether it's public speech, you need to make research. For example, if you are given a topic, a specific topic of debate, and you said this house supports the eviction of people from wetlands, no matter how controversial it is, you will need to research what's the importance of wetlands. Why are you going to support the eviction? How is it done? Is it legal? Is it justified? And those are some of the issues that you bring to these youngsters, and they're able to understand, okay, wetlands are important, ecosystems are important, biodiversity is important. And I think taking on that, because debate nurtures leaders, and it does not only nurture leaders, it gives us the knowledge to transform our society positively and constructively. And with the gender reflections, I think that's the best way you can ever engage a young person in an institution. Outside institutions, I think there are various activities that have also been done. For example, you look at the different walks, the cleaning, and all these involve youngsters, because if you're talking about the cleaning, these are youngsters that are going to largely be involved. If you talk about the walks, they're largely the ones that are going to finish the kilometers. So there has been engagement, and from the gender reflection, we are very appreciative to the ministry. As any young person would say, they would reflect on the demographics of Uganda and say 78% are young people. So if we have engagement of young people, you likely have an empowered generation, an informed generation that knows that protection of ecosystems, biodiversity is very important. Over to you, Anne. Thank you.
Thank you, empowered and informed. Thank you so much. And last but not least, I want to pivot back to Dr. Rosmita. Congratulations on the doctorate. Thank you. The last time it wasn't, now it's Dr. Rosmita. You indeed fit the shoes of Professor Nicholas. Dr. Rosmita, as a person in academia and practice, you're in the nexus of work and academia. How can the topical issues of sustainability, climate change, biodiversity, and of course the buzzing AI be holistically embedded in our curriculums?
Thank you, Madam Anne. Anne is a long-time colleague. I also support the ministry since 2005. So for me, a Water Week is my baby, and the Water Resources Institute is my grandchild. So I'm an associate with the Water Resources Institute, and in that capacity, I would like to step in for my co-reviewer, Professor Kigundu. He has just passed on to me a note and said that he was held up, and he was requesting me to stand in, and that's when my colleague here was mentioning. So I have the mandate to stand in for Professor Kigundu. This is very important. For me, having been at the backdrop of all this that is happening this week and also the other week of the pre-events, it's amazing. It is amazing. The first time I had a meeting with Dr. Panelist, 2008 in Khartoum, this was our dream. We wanted to see of the institutional governance of integrated water resources management. This was our desire when we had the meeting in Khartoum in 2008. We wanted to see regional decentralized efforts in integrated water resources management, because that was one of the principles for sustainability. So this has been clearly achieved, and I loved also the nomenclature. I saw the Albertine innovating something very unique, ARWEC, something like that. Yes. So maybe we are going to adopt a regional nomenclature for the UWEC. And so this, for me, this was very exciting. The other aspect that was our aspiration 2 decades ago, which I have seen now and I attest to it, is stakeholder involvement, because that was the bedrock of sustainability for IWRM. We also had a meeting in Argentina, and this was emphasized. They wanted to see stakeholders way beyond engagement, but what I'm already seeing right now is what we call a lead in transformative actions by the stakeholders. So for me, this is and what I'm seeing. The element of sustainability, dear stakeholders and partners in the room, is taking a different turn, where we are seeing stakeholders innovating upfront and taking the lead. The other aspect of AI, I am very passionate about AI. When we were training the note takers, our rapporteurs, I told them they don't need to struggle this time round, they need to use AI. And so using AI does not replace the mental capabilities that we have, but it makes work easier and it makes it available to everybody. So we need to, as part of our sustainability framework going forward, we need to embrace technology, as we saw in the morning. Something that came out very, very important as we embrace technology is to have economic diversification, and then also having community-led solutions. So my dear moderator and colleagues in the room, I think that where we are going now, we embrace that, that there is an economic transformation where all of us are shaking in a turbulence, but what is very important that we can anchor ourselves on are the 3 pillars. We have the stakeholders, we have technology, and then we have market access or market-driven interventions, because we need money at the end of the day. Given the new dispensations in the global financing framework that is happening, we need to innovate on how to generate money out of everything that we are doing. I submit.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the panel, and the panel is going to stand up and they take a photo moment. This is an all-women panel. I was not seeing a lady presenting on behalf of the region, so I kept on wondering, where are the women? The women have now come out. It's Women's Month. Just before they go, before they stand up, I want to take just one question from, I had forgotten, one question from you. Just one. Do you have a mic? Where is the mic? Can I have a microphone runner? We have walkers, they are coming on soon. Now I need a microphone runner.
Thank you.
Microphone runner. This one isn't working. Thank you, Howard. Microphone to him.
Yeah, thank you very much. For introduction purposes, I'm called Matthew Otto, Senior Land Management Officer from Kitgum District Local Government. Born in the north, raised and educated by Western Uganda. That's me.
Nice.
So, allow me to give this information. The presenter who talked about the Gulu scenario, I really appreciate how he presented it. But allow me to add this. Customary land tenure needs to be understood by the rest of Ugandans. It is not a hindrance to development. It has its own structure and system. If it is well understood by the rest of Ugandans, especially central Uganda and western Uganda, who are opinion leaders, will help shape the bank, will help influence decisions, will help us in the intervention in the north. Northern Uganda, in its poverty situation, needs the population of central Uganda and western Uganda to be equipped with the knowledge that is required, and we move to develop the north. With the combination of north and west, we shall be in position to transform northern Uganda to a leading cash economy in this country. So for that reason, there was a statement which was made earlier from the representative from the bank and about customary land tenure. So I'd like to appreciate this meeting. We came specifically to make it known that in Acholi sub-region, which constitutes 10% of Uganda's land, we cannot afford to leave it outside because of the customary domain. We need to understand it, we need to engage in, and also allow me to say that our approach, which we are doing, there's a document which I'm working on, where we want to work on water catchment, desilting, improving water, especially in Kitgum, Karamoja, Lango sub-region. Gulu is richer with water. So if we improve water catchment using the silting system, we shall improve the water collection underground. And will therefore help us with irrigation. It will have impact in our own, the lifestyle of the people. We shall have perennial crop in coffee production, cocoa, and the global market will be in the hands of Uganda. And we invite the people of Buganda and Western Uganda to come and plant matoke for South Sudan, Ethiopia, and the Horn of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. He's calling for a change in mindset regarding the customary land tenure. It's a call to action to understand it, but also engage in it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I've come to the end of this segment, and I want our panel to line up and we take a photo as we have the next speaker coming up. Yes, so our panelists do line up there. The next speaker is going to give us the returns from the walk. Appreciate them as they go off the stage. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is ready. He will introduce himself and then take it away with the walk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Odong. I'm a senior water officer working with the Ministry of Water and Environment. Before we present, allow me to first congratulate the workers who walked 370 kilometers from Bulisa to Kampala. May I request all of you to stand up for recognition? The workers who are here. You really did a very wonderful job. My presentation is going to be in the form of a documentary, and then after I will present the recommendation from the work. Thank you.
today we're in Bulisa to flag off the water and environment walk that is a 317-kilometer journey from Bulisa to Kampala through Hoima and Masindi. So today, as they set off, of course, it's quite hot. It's one of those. It's a major pre-event activity that happens before the Water and Environment Week, which starts in about 2 weeks on the 17th of March at the Ministry of Water and Environment in Luzira. But while the walkers take on this journey, of course, the idea is to raise awareness about our responsibility as humans, about our responsibility as people who occupy the earth, who have a responsibility to sustain it and hand over something that is good enough for the future generations. But while that is happening, of course, currently it's so obvious. We have the theme for Water and Environment Week this year being Water and Environment Resources for Enhanced Climate Resilience and Livelihoods.
On our way, as we are coming here, we didn't see any tree along the roadside. Our request is that as a result of this walk, let's plant trees for 50 kilometers from Bulisa District Local Government to Bisu.
The timing is very important. In two, apart from the fasting, you can see the season. We are talking about water and environment. We are not going to plant a tree today. If we plant a tree, then I don't know what others will report about. Yes, we are supposed to grow trees. If you plant a tree today, how much water will you need to keep this tree survive?
Due to the flood, mud still tap stands. Most of the tap stands were destroyed by the increasing water level. When you see properly, the triangle cell has no single tap stand, and it has a population of more than 700 people. Meaning people struggle to get tap water from the neighboring area.
See, now people are wondering why I'm talking about the environment. Security is why. Whenever people are sick, security is also affected. Is
this a model primary school going to recite a poem entitled Why Water? The river sings a multitude, once crystal clear, now shock too soon. Reflection lost in market waves. The world in hand, who will save? The ocean rise with silent minds.
For us to look beautiful in these t-shirts and caps, but I think this is a day for a noble cause to show, to give responsibility to the local community. As leaders locally have something to do with this, because we cannot rely on officials from ministry all the time. It is us, if there are repercussions that come as a result of our weaknesses, we're the first people to suffer. So we are not taking this lightly. It has given us green light, it has given us responsibility. And therefore, members who are here, don't take it for granted.
Similarly, I heard the speech from the town clerk, but whatever was speaking, I thought that speech would be good to be listened to the unknown that we have left out in town. So we here, we are informed, and here now I'm really encouraging the leadership of Biso Town Council that we really have a gap to let our people know of the impacts that we are going to be facing. Because one of the major cry that I had in town as we are moving, people are saying we want water.
We are looking at the Nyawea Forestry College nursery, and in the Nyawea Forestry College nursery, which is the biggest in the country, we currently have over 40 indigenous tree species that are being raised. We also have 10 introduced species that we are raising there. Our nursery can expand right from the current stock, which is about 700,000 seedlings. It can even go up to even 5 billion seedlings. So we are so much embarking on the indigenous tree species because most of the commercial roadside nurseries don't grow those. And that is why Nyawea exists, that it is us to now take on the work to raise the indigenous tree species, because they are not easy to, first of all, they are not easy to raise technically, but they are also not marketable outside there. As a government institution, we've had to take on that so that we conserve the environment better. When you look at places like Bulisa, places like Biso, where the tree cover is dwindling, we need the indigenous trees to be raised there. If we are talking about carbon credits and carbon trade, the indigenous tree species fix more carbon than the introduced tree species.
And this fire is coming from across that side, coming this side.
How is it going through the sugar?
The sugar cane. Of course, with this dry spell here, the temperature is high, and you know, with the fire, anything little, the fire just sparks off and then flies off. So this one happened last week, and the Kinyala came in to help. Otherwise, these beehives would have burnt. But they supported in terms of water, other systems to stop the burning, so the fire to stray up across the other end.
You can plant a tree. You can conserve the wetland where you are. You can also inspire other people to conserve the environment, because our future, our livelihoods depend on the climate or on the environment that we live in.
It is good that we are recognizing minor things that maybe the ministry at large would not have discovered in the society: the scarcity of water, the water quality in the environment, and how the people in the environment are living with the kind of the way the climate change is behaving towards them. Meanwhile, along our way we planted we did some ceremonial tree planting as our norm, and as we walk along, we make sure we sensitize and also remind, because everyone is already aware of what is happening and the way the climate is behaving towards us.
First of all, we lack a permanent rubbish pit that would help us to manage rubbish around the compound and also to recycle materials. So, it is our humble request that you may provide us with one.
Say climate change is real. Some of you may not know unless you move out. The climate is quite different from the moment we arrived in Uganda yesterday. It changed. But from the other side, it's a bit challenging. Bishop, I can tell you that when we reached in Bulisa, in the hotel where we slept, it was as if we were in a sauna. We had to open the windows or even sleep out. Some of us just sat out the whole night.
I would like that the sensitization you have done is followed up by action. somebody must really follow you up with action. If it is planting forests, let's start to follow them all the way to Kampala, planting the forests, the trees. But I think we need to do it in a coordinated way. It's because one department does this, another one destroys it. But the biggest problem I have encountered here is power, electricity. Even I think now as we speak, there is no power here. It is so inconsistent. We run on generators, and you know how expensive that is. Now we tell our people, stop cutting trees, stop destroying forests, and keep using power. There is no power here that is consistent.
We are encouraging schools to plant trees so that they are not affected by the adverse changes in climate. Last week we had a scenario as Bombo Town Council. We had a hailstorm that swept some of our schools. One of the affected schools is where we are now. Bombo Mayor, four classrooms were affected. The entire roof was swept. Bombo SS, the entire boys' dormit was affected, so we are encouraging the school to create awareness amongst the children, the students and the pupils so that they know how they can conserve the environment.
The school here in Bombo may be different from, it may be in Bombo, but the one along the wetland, the one along the upper hill, they may be different. So the type of the tree that should be planted at school should be according to the type of soil which is there in that school. The one that dominates this region may be different from the one that dominates the other region. But as you can see, there are very different types of trees that are here, and however, we encourage planting fruit trees.
So I'm encouraging you, even when you go home, practice what we are telling you. Mukumo butonde. Don't go and say, because our land ends in the wetland, it's our land. There are things you cannot do with the wetland at home. And these are the causes of what you see in this heat.
We as Africans, we have to keep ourselves, we have to protect ourselves from those external influences. Even I think the types of foods we grow in this country also somehow, somewhere have an impact in environmental protection.
A lot of painting with the children, painting at the College of Nyabea, and we left at the main library at Muro. We painted at Kasana. Yes, we had a big mural with the children at the school. So we've been having this interactive kind of paintings where we consider the children and the community be part of the painting.
One of the main events to kick off our Uganda Water and Environment Week, and we are in the 8th edition. That is officially going to be open on Monday. You are all welcome. We want to challenge ourselves and look for ways of making this country resilient. We want to look at ways of how we can create opportunities to employ more of you young people. We want to look at opportunities to create wealth so that we all move away from poverty, but in a sustainable way. The workers, together with the team that have been with you, together with our young people, it has been a long day. I don't want to take a lot of time speaking, but simply to appreciate all of you, the workers, the young people, the young water professional, environmental police, the artists, the media, the border, all the people involved, and also our sponsors who made this event easier on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was our journey. journey from Bulisa to Kampala. We arrived on Friday, 13th of March. I mean, Friday, but 14th of March. So allow me to present our recommendations. What we thought from the video, you saw a lot of issues that already happened on the ground. So these are some of our recommendations. Number one, we need to provide the necessary garbage disposal kits. As you saw in the video, we have a lot of sanitary issues. Garbage is disposed anywhere. So our recommendation is to provide disposal facilities where we can keep this rubbish. And then we need, as you know now, there's a lot of impacts related to climate change. So we need to have a standalone fund to cater for issues related with the climate change. Then we know that the local government is doing quite a lot on the ground, but we also need to support them. So therefore, we need to provide support to local government to come out with their climate change action plans to help the central government to mitigate the effects of climate change. And then we need to extend piped waters to, as you saw in the video, the places, for example, like Viso, Butiaba, they do not have piped water. So our recommendation, we work together with other stakeholders to have piped water system extended to this area that are hardly hit by impacts of floods and climate change. Next. We also witnessed in the video that a gentleman was saying in Butiaba, they had over 1,000 toilet facilities that could serve about 2,000 residents. But as we speak right now, there are only 100 toilet facilities in the Butiaba landing site. So one of our recommendations is to have sanitation facilities extended to the site that are affected by floods. And we know we have so many environmental laws and regulations, but some are outdated. So we need to review some of these environmental laws in order to protect our natural resources, for example, the wetlands and forests and water bodies. We need also to strengthen our institutional coordination, like in the Amondi already mentioned that we are always working in silos. But if we are to achieve our goal of saving our environment, we need to strengthen our institutional coordination. And then we are also constrained by budget allocations. When we are carrying out enforcement of these laws, we do not have enough budget to carry out the enforcement, and also to help implement projects that could help towards saving the water and environment. So we need to include, we need to improve or increase on the budget allocation to the Ministry of Water and Environment. I'm not advocating, but that is the reality. The last one, we also need to, if we are to reduce the impacts of forest degradation, we need to reduce, we need to subsidize the cost of renewable energy alternatives. For example, like liquefied petroleum gas, solar energy, and electricity in order to save the environment. That's our recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joseph, and the workers, all the workers, we appreciate your work. Thank you so much, the teams that supported them, the teams that flagged them off, and the teams that welcomed them. This particular panel is really going to respond to these facts that we saw in the presentation, and we shall really keep it brief. Okay, yeah, we already stuck with the jam, but we actually need to leave. I will start with OHT Mariam Mayanja, if she's in the room. Mariam Mayanja, Owechitiwa Mariam Mayanja Nkalubo from Buganda Kingdom. Dr. Rosmita, we already saw you. Engineer Sam Mutono and Mr. Patrick Allen Awene. We will not take long, so those that are in the room, we shall run with those, we shall walk with those. Owechitiwa Mariam Mayanja, Dr. Rosmita, Mr. Sam Mutono, Engineer Sam Mutono, and Mr. Patrick Allen Awene. Let's appreciate them as they come to the stage, to the podium. Let's appreciate them. We are going to run through this very, very fast. Mr. Patrick Allen Awene is from Up Energy, and Engineer Sam Mutono is known to many of you. He's a retired water expert, and of course, Dr. Rosmita is coming back as a practitioner and also someone in academia and working with the Food and Agriculture Organization. I wanted to start with Engineer Sam, but let me let him settle in, and then I'll start with Dr. Rosmita. So Dr. Rosmita, we saw questions, people asking, why can't we have water? And as we have these conversations in the room, in conferences and in meetings, there is a question of how can we accelerate action in the communities? How do we see water reaching all those urban authorities in the shortest time? How does it work? They see us a lot in these spaces, so they're asking, where are the linkages between people sitting there and us here? Bikola bitia, you know, there is that saying, Bikola bitia. Yeah, briefly, can you tell us?
Thank you, thank you. Hello. Thank you very much, Moderator Anne, and thanks a lot for the workers. For me, watching this video of the workers, I was just talking to Irene right there, I said that it becomes clear that walking is no longer a social event, but it's rather a science. And we already have a paper that you'll be presenting on walking as a science. And so for me, walking and then being able to create a space where the people can raise their voices about the things that they need to be done, for me was very, very fundamental. And it's a paradigm shift away from the workshops where we take our time and take tea, and then we saw people seated with no logistics in terms of consumables, but bringing out the issues. For me, that was a very scientific methodology, and I think we need to invest more in understanding walking as a science. Going back to what the local person on the ground has raised as a voice, and I was looking at their review paper, that walking is a science that is able to tell us the key aspirations of the people. So the message has come out very clearly that we need water, and how can we accelerate action? And colleagues in the House and the wider media, plus other stakeholders, it is very clear that the paradigm we are in now is of accelerated action. There is no longer room to wait and do things within the traditional methodology of adding 1 + 1 to make 2, but it's 1 + 1 may make an exponential result, maybe 100. That's why the Gen Zs are doing things in a very quick way. So acceleration, and with all due respect to time, we need to commercialize whatever we are doing. We need to make money. You saw the component of commercializing tree planting. Another aspect for accelerated action is to have transgenerational participation. So it's not all about the youth, and we are happy that we have our elders here, like Madame Rhoda. We need pundits to be with us. So the youth need pundits to walk along with them. The other aspect, very quickly, is having non-traditional stakeholders taking lead, like the cultural leaders plus the religious. The other aspect is circular industrial processing, like you saw with the plastics. And then we need also to have disparities in geographical experiences to climate change, so that we don't have a broad brush approach around climate change, We have those stratification. You saw what was happening in Ruero is different from what was happening in Bulisa. So in our interventions for accelerated actions, we need to take into consideration the disparities in the geographies, and also looking at things to do with value addition and developing value chains around water, environment, and climate change. I submit.
Thank you, thank you. Disparities, climate change considerations, intergenerational activities, and of course, making sure everything is a market. I now want to switch to Patrick. We're talking about markets. I know you work with Up Energy, and I know what they do. In a very, very brief way, can you demystify carbon credits? What are they? What are they? How does an ordinary person participate?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Ann. So, Up Energy does leverage carbon finance to provide clean cooking technologies that help reverse the effects of climate change. So, before I even, take a deep dive into your question, I would like to give, kudos to our workers. It was an emotional video where, of course, we all saw them literally walk the talk. So, yeah, and we got responses from the community, and I love the fact that, even the issues of carbon credits came up from some of the communities that they walked through. So, I would just like to, break it down in a very simple manner. So, think of a carbon credit to be a ton of, carbon emission that has been saved or stopped from entering our environment. So what we do at Up Energy, the technologies that we build, help us reduce the carbon emission that we generally would have, negative impact on our environment. So how we would participate, how you can participate, I will tell you, one, the Ministry of Water and Environment is playing a very crucial role in supporting us unlock these finances through trading these carbon credits. If you've heard of things like the Article 6.4 under the Paris Climate, Agreement, they're bringing together, different methodologies to help local developers of carbon credits, sell these credits at premium prices to, communities or countries that have very high emission. So what we do is basically have a trade-off. You have countries that maybe through their industrialization or how they operate generally in their economy, they emit a lot more carbon that exceeds the required, minimum threshold. And then we have developing countries like Uganda, where, our carbon emissions are much lower than what, much lower than the minimum standards that are set by the UN. So what we are basically doing is to trade off and say, hey, let us sell to you our portion that is below, the emission, the minimum emission, and then, we can use this kind of money to develop technologies that will support our people. And these are the technologies that you see today, the clean cooking, electric pressure cookers that are actually designed and built here in Uganda to save Ugandans. So in summary, I think that's what carbon credits would look like without going into the technical details and the science about it. Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick. And lastly, to Engineer Mtono, we saw flooding, we saw tap stands that cannot be accessed anymore because of the floods. How best as a country can we find more resources to adapt, to be more resilient, to have infrastructure that can withstand such forces that are already with us?
Thank you, moderator. Before I address your question, I want to make a few announcements. One is that the Ministry of Health is in the, because this has come up a few times, is in the process of getting cabinet approval to make national cleaning days mandatory. I think this is in the pipeline, so we shall be seeing more about it. I don't know whether there is anyone from Ministry of Health here, but I'm very much aware of that. Perhaps another thing I should mention that again the sector, in particular the National Sanitation Working Group, working with Water for People and the ministries, has come up with a design manual for sanitation which is climate responsive. Right from the collection, retention, to transportation, to treatment, reuse, or disposal. So we have a design manual which takes the climate into account. On resources, there is one thing which an opportunity we had about 10 years ago. I have not looked at the budget framework of recent, but it was such a golden opportunity, but I don't think the sector, we picked it up, and I'm also getting on one aspect, because it was saying that all projects and all local government activities should integrate climate change, environment, and sanitation. But I don't know whether that is still the case. But it was such a big opportunity for us to take advantage, especially of the sectors which have big money. You can imagine if roads integrated some of these, how far would go. It would be a very small fraction of what the money, of what would be required. But perhaps it is not lost. We need to engage with some of these sectors. I know one of the recommendations is standalone fund. It is a difficult thing to sell. I think it is better to go with those people who are getting money and see how we can integrate some of the things which are challenging for us. They may have removed it, but I think it is not impossible to revive it, because it is all in our interest. These things touch transport, when you look at the roads when it rains and so on, touches energy, touches agriculture, it touches very sensitive areas. So for me, that is one of the ways to see how we can integrate some of these aspects in these well-funded activities. I know the sector has been trying. This past year there was a presidential dialogue on WASH, and the intention was to get the president to take WASH, water and sanitation, but all the other things dealing with it, so that especially it was focusing on trying to see whether finances can be raised. That is also one of the avenues, but I tried to say that this was very difficult for the president to come and dialogue when he's the one who had personally made sure that the budgets for health, for education and water were cut to address other priorities. But anyway, it is something we went ahead and did. We shall see what comes out. Of course, that is another thing, how to get the attention of the highest authority. But we have seen through some of these presentations here, including the work, innovation. We have to think outside the box and see how we can leverage resources. I worked on a project about 2-3 years ago, where we managed using a market-based approach to promote sanitation and hygiene, to get people to pay for upgrading their toilet facilities, and also to construct better which last, and also to use them. And it was amazing, because it was before it there was an assessment, a national assessment of the market for sanitation. Actually, it goes up to over 3 trillion Uganda shillings, the market potential.
but among other things to find out what are the drivers and the barriers. And out of that, a strategy was developed, and it was implemented. And it is amazing that even the communities you could consider poor, like in Busoga, they could contribute up to over 200,000 for a toilet through the approach and the strategy that was being used. In fact, I think we calculated that about $8 million was derived from what the communities were investing, the households, for sanitation. And the project investment at that level, this was 6 times what the project had invested at community level. The people were spending money. In fact, I have been thinking about it for some time. Some of the challenges, for example, like tree planting, promoting energy saving, like solar or stoves and so on, to go into using market-based approaches to promote, to carry out comprehensive studies and find out what is it that can make people, what are the barriers, what are the drivers, and how can we package, set up a system to do what? To use market-based approaches for promoting. We need to think outside the box. They say if you do the same thing and expect different results, then you are mad. So briefly, that is it. Leveraging money from the people, from the private sector, but even the communities themselves. If there is a way, it is well packaged. In some of these cases, these circles, the village savings, can be used to help people to invest in this sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the panel. The key word for me here is markets. You can hear everybody talking about markets, markets, markets. Without further ado, we are calling it a wrap, but I'll hand it over to the organizers. And as they come, let's take a picture, a panel picture, and then they guide us on how to proceed with tomorrow. Can we stand here, panelists, for a picture? Thank you. Joseph.
Thank you very much, Junior Ann. Let's give them an applause as they take the picture. We are doing badly with the time, so I want us to have just some quick session. We're supposed to have a session for our elders who have retired from the sector. We are going to, first of all, we want to know them so that we can thank them, but we also want to be using them so that they can support the sector. They say everybody will retire at some point. Even if you are born today, you know you will retire at some point. So this session is not for a special group. It is for all of us, isn't it? When you start working, you think retirement is very far. But management experts always advise that when you start a job, start preparing for retirement. And some of us forget. So we are just going to have Francis in 3 to 5 minutes highlight the things the ministry has decided that the retired professionals will be supporting on. In 5 minutes, if not, I will cut you off. Then after that, we thank and congratulate them, and then we move for the cocktail. Okay, so Francis, very, very fast.
Thank you very much, Dr. Calist. Kizito Francis Xavier is my name, Deputy Coordinator, Water Resources Institute. In just like 5 minutes, I want to take you through the program for water resources for the Water Resources Institute retired professionals. I'll start with the justification of this program. We have 5 reasons why we thought this program should be one of the key programs within the sector and spearheaded within the Water Resources Institute. The first reason, first justification, is to retain the first reason is to retain the sector capacity. It has been noted that for the past so many years, a number of people have left the sector. And These are the people who have made the sector what we appreciate as of now. So we thought it wise that there is need to retain these people such that the sector does not become depleted. The second reason is to operationalize the research fund for the Water Resource Institute. The Institute has 4 thematic areas, that is the applied training, applied research, dialogue, and outreach. So it is believed that retaining the retired professionals, they will try to operationalize and also strengthen the research, the applied research function for the Water Resource Institute. Then also it is planned that the Water Resource Institute will have a consultancy arm. Again, we are relying on the capacity of the retired professionals to ensure that we implement and operationalize the research arm. Then, like I said, we have 4 thematic areas for the Institute. That is dialogue, outreach, applied training, and applied research. So again, we are relying on the services and capacity for the retired professionals to ensure that we operationalize the dialogue and also the outreach function for the Institute. Then the last one is creation of the social network of retired professionals. It has been noted that every day as professionals, the system, it is work, home, work. So ideally you are left with no time as a person to enjoy yourself. So when you retire, you are isolated. So again, we are saying that with this program for retired professionals, we are going to create a social network for retired professionals to ensure that they are not bored and feel isolated. So how are we engaging the retired professionals? We've developed a database of retired professionals. The first database we had 50 retired professionals, that was in 2022. We sent out a call for expression of interest for retired professionals. 60 retired professionals applied, and we are trying to update the database. So the database is in place with more than 100 retired professionals in different areas within the water and environment sector. So how are we engaging them? We signed framework contracts with these retired professionals in their different areas of specialty to ensure that they support the sector in different areas. So this area, I'll not go word by word, but we have 5 areas where we are engaging the retired professionals. The first one is applied trainings. Here we are trying to build capacity of professionals, those joining the sector, and also those within already the sector, to ensure that the sector grows. Then when it comes to the applied research again, so we are looking at the different areas where we think the capacity of the sector should be strengthened, and also the capacity of the professionals within the sector should be strengthened for the betterment of the sector. So these are the kind of the areas that we are looking at. Then the third area is dialogues. Here we are looking at having a neutral platform for dialogues within the sector on topical issues within the sector. The fourth area is having short-term technical support. Here we have a number of areas where we think retired professionals can support us in providing services for the betterment, again, for the sector. So in brief, that's what I can say about the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. This presentation is going to be shared for people to look into it. But generally, we are saying that Uganda has a lot of capacity. We don't want this capacity to be wasted. That when you reach 60 years, they say you are finished. You are not. We want that knowledge to continue being utilized in a different form. We are right now developing a research agenda for water and environment and climate change. We want to tap into that knowledge. We are developing a water and environment museum. We want that information to be there. We have a mentorship program. We want you to mentor the young men and women, and also the trainings and all of that. So again, each one of you has been requested to indicate areas where you want to contribute. We don't want to stress you, only want to engage you. But most importantly, we want you to meet and know each other and interact. So that social bit is the key. And today I saw people have not met for some time, and they were happy to meet each other. That's part of our program. Again, in that regard, I would like to request all the retired professionals to come forward so that we present to you, to those who are younger, so that they know that they are benefiting from the good work you have done. So can you come forward? Those of you who are part of the program. We may not have time to introduce each one of you individually, but we want people to see you. Maybe they are seeing you seated there, they don't know who you are. Let's clap for them. And this is a session which we are calling Meet and Greet Elders. Again, when you go for the cocktail, I would want you to meet and talk with them and ask them how they have managed to live to this. You come up. Oh, maybe some can remain down. Some can go up. Let's go up so that we can do what? No, go up. I think some can sit. Let's utilize this. Some people have gone. Some people have gone. Now, some of us who are enjoying what the sector has to offer may not know the people who have actually contributed to this. So, and again, we would want to appreciate them. Grace, you're forgetting or what? Yes. So, some can sit. Maybe some can sit there. Or now. Let's sit and others can be behind. We want to do it very fast so that we can go for the... Yes. You can be there. Now, I'm going to request you very fast, mention your name and what you did in 1 minute. Just mention very fast.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Anne Florence Luzida. I worked as Under Secretary of Finance and Administration for 11 years. But before that, I started at a lower level, principal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. She was the one handling money for us, and she retired here at the ministry. She did a lot of work. Yes, it is.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edith Katemekasaja. I used to plan for water at a sector level. I was the commissioner for planning. But then later on, I planned for water at a national level. I was the deputy executive director of the National Planning Authority.
Thank you very much, Edith. We do appreciate.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called who I am, Daudi Mukama Mukungu. I worked as the hygiene and sanitation officer with the Ruasa project, worked as a sanitation officer with Eastern Center's Water and Sanitation Project, worked as a public health specialist with Technical Support Unit 7, worked as a sanitation coordinator, Minister of Water, worked as the program manager with Minister of Health, and I retired.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukama, for that. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Call me Collins, a lawyer. I've worked in this sector for 33 years, right from an environment officer to the director of environment affairs. What you should remember me of is that I coordinated with the Ministry of Planning and NPA Planning for Environment and Natural Resources. I was the chairperson. But what you should remember me with more is that I was able to gazette 817 wetlands in Uganda, which was very difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins Oroya.
Good evening. I'm called Anguzu Cox Alfred. Anguzu, for those of you who cross the River Katonga, the equivalent is Barugahari. So you can call me Barugahari. I'm a Mchiga from West Nile. I retired from Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs as a commissioner in charge of human resource. So things to do with training, capacity building, those are my areas of specialization. But before that, I worked in Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Public Service, Uganda Prison Service, where I was promoted to the level of commissioner and appointed by the president. Then I retired from Ministry of Defense. I look forward to working with you in one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anguzu, for that.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Opio Bob Stanley. I started working in this ministry when it was, by then, Minister of Energy, Water, Environment, all of that. as an accountant. And from there I was seconded to a project in Southwest Integrated Healthy and Water Project in Mbarara, the Greater Mbarara for the 10 districts. So I was a finance and admin manager in that project. You know, when you are coming up, I opted even to go to politics. When I went for politics, I lost. And the president, in our place in Eastern, we had too many FDCs in 206. Then I was appointed RDC in Karamoja. Karamoja in Moroto district. So I've been a politician. I'm now in president's office, and I'm also fighting that corruption we know. So otherwise, with the Minister of Water, I've been here. Even my friend there, I worked with him. Others have retired. The only unfortunate situation is those who have died. But otherwise, I thank everybody who's here. Water has always been my best thing, and water has always been my area, and my best friends are in water. Because they helped me even to marry my wife from Mbarara, Runyankole. I come from Teso, but I learned the Runyankole when I was in Mbarara, and she was working in Mbarara University Hospital. So the Runyankole who are here, my wife comes from Kashari, but I come from Ngora in Teso. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pio.
Thank you. My name is Paul. I worked first with the Ministry of Health as Assistant Commissioner, and I was heading the Environmental Health Department there. I'm actually the one who set it up. It wasn't there. I set it up and grew it to the level it is now. When I retired...
Paul, can you pull it closer to your mic? Rather to the mouth? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Paul. I worked for Ministry of Health as Assistant Commissioner and heading the Environmental Health Division there. I'm saying I'm actually who set it up and grew it to the level it is now. When I retired, I took up a job with Uganda Red Cross. They had received funding from EU to implement a project covering, a wash project covering 5 districts of Kasese, Kabarole, Gundibujo, Hoima, and Bulisa, and I was a project coordinator. I did a lot of work there, wash work there. When I left, now I took up a job with an organization called Network for Water and Sanitation as Executive Director. I'm retiring from there next month. So I'm available. If you are doing anything and want input from an environmental health point of view, hurry while I'm still available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that. Can we do a bit the introduction faster?
Just so notice my name.
Yes.
I work with the Ministry of Health. This was my boss. By then, after retirement, I continued in a capacity of a consultant, and I have interacted with many of the WASH organizations in the areas of capacity building, research, evaluations, and other studies. I am still active because currently I am the advisor for an organization in the north called Lifeline International as a program advisor on WASH. I'm also a board member for LTP, which is also a WASH program in the north, in Vira, as a vice chairperson of that organization. So I'm still working, and I want to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can I request that maybe we push a little bit so that the team which is on the steps, you can push this way. Some be on the podium as well. Yes?
My name is Hajat Seviala Hajati Green. You can see I'm green because I love the environment. I'm purely private, and in the private sector, I am a professional insurer. And professional insurer on the whole of Africa continent. I'm the most highly regarded lady in the insurance industry. I'm in the Hall of Fame for Africa Insurance. For environments, I'm an environmentalist by practice, and I do a lot of tree planting. I have been, for the last 6 years, the chairperson of the Committee of Environmental Practitioners. This is the technical committee within NEMA, but I've also been a board member of the UNIMA, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, which ceased to be last year. So
Thank you so much, and may God bless us in the next journey.
Thank you very much. Maybe you could introduce Sandeep a bit faster so that we can.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christine Bosa. I'm a social
Move
scientist.
it closer. Move it closer.
I'm a social scientist, and I worked with this ministry for more than 17 years, and I retired, but not tired, because I'm in academics right now and continuing with the WASH program where I work. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Innocent Nkwasiwe. My previous work with the ministry has only been as a consultant. Otherwise, I chose to retire from Ministry of Education at age 41 to undertake other pursuits. I was a Principal Higher Education Officer for Accreditation and Quality Assurance at the National Council for Higher Education. My field is institutional development, monitoring and evaluation, and capacity building.
Thank you. My name is Sam Tono. I worked for the ministry for 12 years. I left in 1998, before some were born. But in the ministry, I was the coordinator for the Ruasa project. I joined the Danish Embassy for 7 years, program officer water. Then thereafter, World Bank for 12 years, again supporting water. And then also recently, and you said supported the WASH project as the chief of party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, India Mutono.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Esimo Kuraja. Cumulatively, I've worked for government for 36 years, but I retired in Ministry of Water and Environment as Under Secretary of Finance and Administration after spending 11 years here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's quick.
My name is Samuel Vivian Mataji. I specialize in water quality. I worked for National Water for 8 years and went to WWF in Nairobi. Then came back, worked for National Forest Authority, and then retired from government. I'm now currently an environmental practitioner registered and certified by NEMA. My biggest contribution to the water sector, I was the secretary for the technical committee for the control of water hygiene at its site when it was on Lake Victoria.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Dooley. I've been in this sector for many years. Started my journey from the Ministry of Natural Resources, and the ministry continued changing names, and I worked there for 11 years. At the time I left the Forest Department, I was the head of the Natural Forest Management and Conservation Program, and then I joined CARE International as a project manager based in Kasese, but working in Kabarole, Bushenyi, Ntungamo, Rukungiri, and then I worked there for 3 years, and then after that I joined WWF. I started the office in Uganda in 2001 and worked in WWF in Uganda for 22 years and retired two years ago as country director of WWF. I'm currently supporting Uganda Biodiversity Fund as a board member and as well as the chair of the board of trustees. I'm retired now doing farming, and I'm happy to be with you because I've always been a participant in the Water and Environment Week for as long as it started. I was making presentation to this forum and also being a finalist discussant in many topics. Thank you, and wish to continue working with you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Frank Tudiatunga. I've been in this area for more than 40 years. My journey started with university teaching. Then I moved to become a team of 3 people who started the Ministry of Environment Protection in 1986. Through its journey, as it changed many names and became called everything on this earth, we were then asked to start the National Environment Action Plan process, which gave birth to NEMA. By the time I left NEMA, I was the first acting executive director in 1995. Then I left to work for an American NGO. Part of what I was doing was decentralized environmental management, but also to find innovative solutions for resettlement of encroachers in national parks. From there, I joined the United Nations Environment Program, from where I retired in June 2023 as the Director and Regional Representative for Africa in the United Nations Environment Program.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Ujok is my name. A retired Human Resource Management Commissioner for Ministry of Public Service. But I also have been attached to Uganda Civil Service College, where I am a trainer. And I've done a lot of training and a lot of induction for many, many people, including board members. And I've been board members for so many ministries, including UNIMA, when I was serving in Ministry of Public Service. So capacity building has been part of my work, and developing framework, policies and framework for human resource development has been part of my work, and also developing human resource planning framework has also been part of my work. I work in Ministry of Agriculture as well, where I rub soldiers with Ministry of Water, soldiers. We have been working on water, policy for water agriculture production. So I'm still tired, strong, and I can still serve this sector very, very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Sekajiri Frank. I'm an early retiree, just 1 year into retirement. I'm a sociologist, and I worked for 25 years in Wachiso District, and I retired in Entebbe Municipal Council. When I was in Wachiso District, we used to carry out quite on an annual basis such activities of the Sanitation Week, together with the Water Office. I've had people yearning to do it at regional level, but we were doing it regularly every year with support from the ministry. Most of my work has been local government and at the grassroots. So I'm experienced in community mobilization, gender issues, and for 6 years, I worked with the Entebbe Municipal Council, where I coordinated municipal development activities. My colleagues have just left, including Madame Rhoda. We have been doing voluntary activities and solid waste management, and that's why you see Entebbe being a clean city. So in brief, that is all. I'm still energetic. I yearn to do consultants work right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Emaru Makei. I retired some 13 years ago from the civil service. I was in the office of the president, but I retired from the Director of Ethics and Integrity. But my association with the sector dates back to early 90s. I was at the headquarters for the ministry. Like colleagues have indicated, the names kept changing, and it was a mouthful: energy, environment, water, that kind of stuff. But early 90s, having been at the headquarters for the ministry, by then it changed to natural resources. I provided at the headquarters, of course, the administrative support functions. 2, I also represented the ministry on the board of directors of National Water and Sewage Corporation. Some of you are familiar with the genesis of National Water. There were famous things like the 7 towns water supplies and so on and so forth. But also thirdly, I contributed to capacity building in terms of recommending or monitoring and overseeing a technical cooperation program. By then, it was the Ministry of Energy. I coordinated that program, and Dr. Kalistid Bugaya is one of my products. In terms of fellowship training, but on use of isotopes in management of water resources. That program, I was the lead national liaison officer under the International Atomic Energy Agency Technical Cooperation Program. So I'm a bit old in the sector. I think I can still provide a number of services which will be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mari.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Louis Mujisha. I'm 2.5 years young in retirement after having served Minister of Water and Environment for 22 years. Maybe let me start from 2011 when the water management zones were being created. I was one of the pioneer members who went to Mbale to form Chogo Water Management Zone. 2012, I was made the team leader, Chogo Water Management Zone. Then as I was approaching retirement, and I think Dr. Kalista and team decided to send me to Mbarara, because I'm born from Kabale, they thought I would continue to Kabale and then rest in peace there, but then I was in Mbarara, I think it was 3 years again as a team leader. But when you are a team leader, you are also a sub-accounting officer. You control fund, the PS gives you some powers. So all those years, I was the team leader and the sub-accounting officer both for Chog and Victoria. And we were also, when the issue of the Water and Environment Week started in 2018, we played a very leading role, and I still enjoy. I'm very amazed at how the Water and Environment Week has grown in the complexity. So many things are coming up. So, yeah, I put on new tires. That's what they mean by retirement. Well, up to now, I think the ministry was gracious to me and called me back, and I coordinate a project funded by ADA. So I'm already in the fold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Behangana. I'm from the local government sector. I'm 2 years into retirement. I have worked for 35 years in the local government sector, initially as a town clerk, as a municipal town clerk. I had a stint as a chief administrative officer, and I retired as a city town clerk of Mbarara 2 years ago. I have done a lot of research and work in the urban informal sector, and I have for a number of years been a consultant with Uganda Management Institute. I look forward to working with you properly.
Thank you very much.
My name is Lume Chisada. Specialist in, mostly I'm an academic, purely academic. Dry lands affected by war and post-war reconstruction. Currently I'm working on carbon credits, particularly the blue economy.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bwango Apuli. I started my journey more than 40 years back, probably close to 50 back. I started off as a meteorologist, in various ministries, transport and communications, energy, environment protection, lands, housing and urban development, rising up the ranks until I was promoted to Commissioner Meteorology, and later on promoted to Director Lands and Environment, and I retired from the Ministry of Lands, Water, Housing and Urban Development in 2006, went and worked with IGAD. Then I came back to work as chairman of Board of Directors of Uganda National Meteorological Authority, and I retired from there last year. So I've been with the sector for a number of years, and I'm still associated. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Grace Wako Katuramu. I've worked for Water Aid, SNV, and I retired in the Danish Embassy as a program officer responsible for water and sanitation. I retired at age 43. I'm now in the private sector, doing consultancy and institutional and organizational development issues around the water sector. I've worked in the water sector all my working life. In addition, I grow tea and pack tea, package it, and now I'm at the level of exporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Faith Damari Kanyago. I'm in academia. I've been there for the last 17 years in both private and public universities, and also local and international universities. I'm pleased to be here. I'm not retired, but when I turn this side to look, I see some of my products whom I prepared for retirement. I'm happy you've lived that dream. And when I turn this side, Richard was telling me, Faith, you don't belong there. 17 years I have been changing lives, and I began affiliating with Ministry of Water, I think for some years, which I can't remember, through Dr. Kalis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for these ladies and gentlemen. And within the Water Resources Institute, we want to document these stories. We have agreed, each one of you are going to request you, write your story a little bit so that we can have it somewhere. So that's the reason why we are creating the Water and Environment Museum. We would want these stories to be there. I was talking with Engineer Mutono, and we're saying there is a lot. When you introduce yourself, people are saying, what? So this is the expertise, this is the knowledge we want to utilize. Again, we would want to make sure that we document. We are right now trying to write the story of environment since colonial time, and it is you who can tell that story. The story of rural water, the story of urban water, the story of water for production, the story of forestry, wetlands. Again, Mr. Oroya, those are stories that we would want to tell. And we would want Ugandans, those coming after us, to know how we have grown over the years. Mr. Okuraja, Madam Ruzira, you know where we have come from. Even when you see this auditorium, people may not know who was part of it. This auditorium we are in, Madam Ruzira and Mr. Okuraja, they were the money people, and they are the ones who actually mobilize resources for this. So again, we would want really to make sure that we give credit where it is due. And that's the reason why I've created this program. We feel that when people meet you, they should know the contribution you have made. And then when you interface, then you are able to contribute. Otherwise, we want to thank you. Sorry we have taken wrong. But the idea was really to see you. We call it meet and greet elders. So I hope that during the cocktail, we'll rub shoulders and be able to know each other better. From tomorrow up to Friday, we hope some of you will be able to come around, see how the sector has grown. And the reason why we decided not to go to the other room where I wanted to be was for you to see how the sector has grown. And I hope that you have appreciated the seeds you planted and how they are germinating and growing, but they still need to be watered. Otherwise, thank you very much. Richard, just tell us what the program for tomorrow, and then after that we shall move to that. Just a moment.
Thank you, Dr. Kalist. Time is fast spent. So for tomorrow, we shall start with a dialogue here from 9 up to 11. So it will be concentrating on sub-theme 1, which is water and environment for a peaceful and sustainable future. We shall have a keynote speaker and panelists. From 11 to 1, we shall go into breakaway sessions. Key to note, we shall have paper presentations. These will be conducted in the DWD boardroom, mid-morning up to evening when we retire tomorrow. Then we shall have parallel sessions running in other boardrooms. And the boardrooms we have is the Zoka boardroom that is on this floor. Then we have the DWD boardroom that is on the next floor up. We have the Nairo boardroom on the first floor and Ruiz boardroom on the ground floor. But we shall also have activities across the road in the UNIMA boardroom, in our old office, as well as at IREC, National Water and Sewage Corporation in, that is Bugorobi. So that is where we shall be having the parallel sessions. But for those who are coming for paper presentations, this is specifically DWD boardroom, which is on the next floor up. So it will be for mid-morning and afternoon. You look out to page 26 for the paper presentations of the program, page 26 and 27, and page 33 for the other parallel sessions that we shall be having. We thank you for your resilience. We invite you for the cocktail, which is outside, down there. It's been organized for you, so don't leave it behind. Come and partake of it. Our seniors, we thank you very much. And we thank you for the resilience that you've exhibited. We take a leave from that as serving officers, always to be patient. Faith, you need to be where you belong. A nice evening to everyone.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And we are only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the concentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand our function.